Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to today's edition of CEO Roundtable. In this edition, we want to discuss about ways and means of handling the negative criticism or negative feedback. The negative feedback can happen from your bosses or from your clients or anyone from the industry. To discuss this subject, let me introduce my guests on the panel, Mr. Naval Gund. He joins us from London and he's a chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
Pleasure to see you here, Naval. Our second guest is Farida Charania. She is the CEO of a very new age HR company called Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week so far. I'm very much looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. And our last guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India and she is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hi, how everybody? How everybody is?
We are all fine, Kanchan. So let's start the discussion. See, many times when we face the people, when we are in public life or even work with five people, there is bound to be some sort of input for us. And what I feel is that when somebody is giving negative feedback, and anyone can give positive feedback, but if someone decides to give a negative feedback, it's not easy for that person to come out and give that feedback. People tend to know this, yet they don't take this as a constructive feedback. They get into shell. So let me call Naval in discussing this further. How should we actually take this negative criticism forward?
Well, it's a really good question because it happens all the time. And in fact, it happens more often than we care to think about, because whenever we hear negative things around us, we tend to shut down and stop listening because we don't like it. We don't like confrontation. But underlying all of this is we need to realize what feedback is all about. Feedback is, break it down, feed. We're feeding something that we need. We're getting really important information back. So for what reason? So we can understand what we're doing better and we can do things better. So it's to grow. They say feedback is the breakfast of champions. And I talk about this all the time. Why is it breakfast? Because it's the first meal of the day. And you should enjoy feedback. So part of this is not giving negative feedback because people won't listen to it. So you need to stop yourself doing it. And I'm sure we're going to get into some of that discussion of how you can do that. But more importantly, keep your ears and eyes open to receiving feedback. And even if it is negative, take it on the chin, because there might be a nugget in there that's really important that will make your life a lot easier if you listen to it and take it on. So this is such an important subject, really. We're not taught feedback. We don't have a lesson on feedback, do we? We don't start our school career having feedback lessons, and yet we get feedback all the time. So open it up to everyone here, because we've got a really diverse audience, a diverse panel this morning, which is really good because we've got lots of different views from different parts of the world, and we've got that great feminine male mix here. Because ladies, do you like people shouting at you? Do you go to areas where people shout at you? Do you enjoy being shouted at? I don't, by the way. I mean, this isn't a male or female.
Kanchan, you want to go first?
Yeah, I also want to tell you these are few important points which we are discussing. As Bill Gates says, the most unhappy customer is the greatest source of learning. So feedback gives you a opportunity to learn. Now, when a feedback is given, then it should not be taken as emotionally, and you should not maybe ask a person who's giving you feedback in a negative way. Don't speak to him in a negative way. Rather, you find out, you say thank you, because there is an opportunity of learning in that process. And you can always think that as a manager, or as a product manager, or a service provider, where I am wrong. So, and then you should be giving thank you to a person who is giving feedback, and then maybe take time to reverse back whatever the fault is, and also also give information that this is how we have changed based on the feedback which is given by a person. So in this process, what will happen, though you first encountered a negative feedback from your customer, from your friend, or from your boss, but when you correct it, and then you inform these correction to the concerned person based on the feedback, that person feels good, and eventually there are chances that that person will become as your customer, or maybe somebody who look at up to you for further guidance. Isn't it, Farida?
I think excellent point. And to answer Neville's question, whether we enjoy being shouted at, I don't think a lot of people enjoy being shouted at. But feedback is it's a tough animal to tame, honestly, because we all kind of say that we are good to get feedback, but most of us actually are emotional about this feedback. So like Kanchan was advising, that don't take it emotionally, but the fact is that we are humans, we are all emotional. So I have a 3-step process for absorbing any kind of feedback. One is listen. So listen to respond, don't react. Because understand, in a work setting, the feedback is not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And feedback is basically an opportunity for the person to see where there are gaps and understand their developmental areas. So first is listen and understand, don't react, don't get defensive, because you might just put off the other person, and then it is your loss because you are not listening where there are gaps. Secondly, absorb it, understand as to what part of the feedback is something that you can actually work with, what are things that you can do, because ultimately it's about your performance. It's about how you are in the workplace and what you can actually do or tweak to make your performance better. Also assess, because there are two types of feedbacks. One is negative feedback, which is for making you aware of the developmental areas the other person sees it, and one is there are just some nasty people, so that you can always kind of keep aside, because that's criticism and sometimes it might not even be constructive. And as a person, we are able to understand that if we listen, we don't react, and we respond and we absorb. Absorption is the stage where you start evaluating all the points that someone has actually told you. It might be negative, but you need to pick and choose what you can actually work on, you can change, and it can be something that's constructive. It will be useful for you, it will be useful for the people that you work with and the organization you work for, or even in general if you are in school, etc. And the third step is basically follow through. So now you have realized after evaluation that I was given this feedback, it sounded negative, but these are 3 points that I have picked up as an individual which I want to work on. Follow through, have a plan for yourself where you have, for instance, if there was feedback that you are very scattered in your brain, whenever there's a meeting, you are never prepared. It's a very straightforward feedback, it is negative. But the thing is, that, and it will actually be useful. So next time, the follow through means that you understand what things actually you could change in that approach. This is not an overnight process, but it's a gradual process, and eventually after actually following through for a while, you might yourself see a difference. So the three steps which I like to summarize again is listen, absorb, and follow through. So this is my take on it. And of course, coming back to somebody shouting at you, I don't think that's acceptable. In any setting, nobody should be shouting at each other, because we are all professionals, or we are all grown-up human beings, and when someone talks to someone, it shouldn't be shouting. It should be a conversation.
I love that because it's contextual, and that's the important thing. And let's look at listen, absorb, and follow through. LAF. If you start to say what LAF, it's laugh. Have a laugh. Because that's what feedback should be about. Have a laugh, enjoy it, get it forward. So thanks, Fareed. I mean, I've learned something there today, because I can now give someone else. You should have a laugh. Feedback, you have a laugh, mate, and it's nice having that East End accent on it, because they spell laugh, Laugh, LAF, because it's quick and easy and we can all understand it. But just picking on that is contextual. So Kanchan was talking about in a customer service type arena. I mean, we're all customers. I bet we've all walked into a shop really angry about having bad customer service. And yet we're all on here talking about you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be shouting at people, you should be giving feedback to the assistant. I mean, the assistant didn't make that beautiful dress that actually has got a stain on it and should never have been given to you and should never have been put on the hanger. The assistant's just an assistant. They're just there as the front line of that organisation. But how many people do we see in an ordinary week as we go around the shops where someone is having an argument, a real stand-up argument with a sales assistant who is probably paid a lot less than they are? So contextualize things in a way that we really should be thinking about it. And then we'll have a laugh.
So I think I take the opportunity to summarize these very nice advices given by the panelists. But before that, I would like to clarify that shouting is not really a feedback. I just want to draw a conclusion around it. Shouting is misbehavior. So I don't think anybody should take shouting lying down. They can take it in whatever way they want to take it. The feedback is really positive feedbacks are there because many times you have the intuition, you already know what is working, what is not working. But I think people, when they give negative feedback to different people, it needs courage, because giving a negative feedback, it actually would result into snapping of ties, and yet some people give negative feedback. So I think it is our responsibility to break it down. And I will take on from where Farida stopped, which is follow-ups. So I think from my point of view, you take the negative feedback, analyze it, um, see where we are going wrong. Second thing we can do is talk to other people about it, because you never know, you may be doing things which are absolutely wrong and you don't even know about it, and just that one out of the blue person has given you this feedback, maybe you should check it out. Maybe you should find out whether it is reality or not. So you do a little bit of survey, and then having found certain things about the feedback, you should go back to the person who has given you as a follow-up. So I think these are the three steps that we should do uh, as a first, in the first instant. But then the negative feedback can also become a strength. So I leave it open how to make this negative feedback become our strength. And anyone can come and talk about it.
I like to pick that up because I strongly believe that negative feedback is better than no feedback, because you're getting something back. Uh, One of the things that if it's really something that bothers you as a person, ask for time to process that feedback, because if you don't get feedback, you would go on doing the same thing. A lot of people might think, but like CK said, it's a very courageous thing to give negative feedback to someone. So that person is actually taking that step and telling you that there is something that needs attention. Yeah. So absorb it, ask for time. Sometimes there are, if the person is very defensive, sometimes people start apologizing right away. That's not really something that should be the reaction. If you really feel very, very bothered by it, and if you feel that, oh my god, what has happened, ask for some time. It's all right. Just relax. uh, so there is an incident which I'll share. Many years ago, this is a lot of you people watching might not be born by then, but this is very long time ago when I was in school. And I I was always used to having positive feedback from my teachers, because I was one of those kids who was good at everything, at least I believed so. And then one day I had my physical education teacher give me feedback, saying that your stride is long but you don't have speed. Now this is very simple thing, but I actually went into a depression because I couldn't take that feedback. I said, no, I've been winning trophies for my school, and I am good at it. But I was very young, because at that the age of 12 or 13, you don't really kind of understand how to process that feedback. So it's the same thing. Some of us grow up, we still think that way because we can't process the feedback. And it impacted me so much that I actually stopped running. And it went on for a while before I picked it up again, and I picked it back in my 20s. So this happened when I was maybe 12 years old, and till about 24 I didn't run at all. I didn't do any competitive running. So uh, the cusp of the whole thing is that if this feedback is impacting a person negatively, honestly the person giving the feedback is not going to bear the brunt of it. You as an individual are going to bear the brunt of it. So be happy that someone gave you that feedback. It's an opportunity. If it doesn't apply to you, I mean, it's all right. But if you can take something back from that, why not?
I feel
I think that's a
I feel
brilliant example.
yes, it is, and I would like to take it from what Farida is saying. Taking feedback positively is also very, very essential, because many times people don't know that, how to get the information about that particular feedback. So, and they become disoriented, and they don't know how to get data. So that is also very important to really take it positively. That is first step. And second is that get more information, what is wrong and what is right, how can we improve this, and what, because there are always a scope of improvement in any services, or we can even improve a little bit in a product also. So I think to get more information, to get more inputs and get more data is very, very essential, rather than becoming disoriented during this learning process.
Yeah, it's really important that we can get disoriented. You're absolutely right. And the key message that I think we need to be telling people today is, if you're giving feedback, I don't like this positive and negative issue. It's feedback. Why am I giving you feedback? Well, I'm either going to be praising what you're doing. And when we praise people, actually, we praise in public, because that shows actually everyone else how good this person's doing. But we never criticize in public. We always criticize in person, away from everything else. But as I say, we're giving feedback for two reasons. We're either praising you, and one of the best phrases I had from a boss of mine, who wasn't really forthcoming in very appreciative words, but he used to tap me on the shoulder, and it wasn't very often, by the way. He used to tap me on the shoulder. He said, "Well done, Neville." Now that meant everything to me, because I knew that praise from this person was like winning the gold medal. And we all know what that feeling is when we've done something really well. But we don't need that praise from someone else. to be told we've done it really well. We know we've done it really well. So give feedback to yourself, because that's really important. Look in the mirror and say, you did this really well today, and you could improve on this and this and this. Notice that's not negative, is it? So it's how we're delivering it. And remember, we're giving feedback to somebody else. So who's it for? It's not for you, it's for them. So you need to get them in the right mood to accept it. And Farida, as you said, you were in the mood to get something, but it was very negative. And then for 10 years, it was so negative, and yet wasn't that negative really when you look back on it. It was, you can improve this, but it was given to you in the wrong way from a teacher. I mean, that's the embarrassing thing. And more importantly, when that teacher saw the effect it had on you, they did nothing about it. So we've got to remember that when we give feedback to somebody, we've got to think of the consequences. And we need to be there to help them with the consequences, not just to say, well, I've given you feedback and now I'm just going to clear off. So there's in a business context, you're there all the time, so you can actually see the consequences. And I'm going to go back to this, have a laugh, because it's where it should be. In a business arena, we all want to be the best. We all want to not be the weakest link in the team. We all want to be part of the team and pulling in the right direction. And the only way we're going to do that is to get feedback. And it's as simple as that, really. Let's not make it too complicated. And remember, if it's important to give it, find a way to give it in the best way you can.
I also want to add one point is that if you get some critical feedback, so don't take it in isolation, because it can impact you in your necessarily or emotionally. But rather than you can seek help to people who have more experience or somebody who's closer to you. So in that way, you are more sound in really accepting that negative or constructive feedback. That is also one important aspect.
So let me summarize this. So we're going back to the same point where we need to analyze the feedback. We need to do a little bit of survey, do market study of that feedback, and then we have to follow up with the person who has given us the feedback. But how do we utilize this feedback as our strength? So in my opinion, the strength would come from doing all this exercise and then adapting the best method way forward. Because all the feedback, I mean, if you look at the journey of all other leaders, Neville was talking about feedback is the breakfast of champions and so on. So all these champions we have seen, I don't want to take any specific name, but I think they have been criticized almost like 90% in their lifetime, in their career. And this 10% is what that makes them a leader. So I think the leadership journey is based on negative criticism and feedback. And this is how you can convert all feedback. In fact, you should demand feedback. And you should not look at positive feedback because it is already known to you, but you should more specifically look at the negative feedback, because that is what will determine your future journey. Neville, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a really interesting conversation, and we've given people, lots of little tricks of the trade to get out there and do it. I think if you're not very good at giving feedback, start with yourself. Look in the mirror on a daily basis and start the day off with feedback. Feedback is a breakfast of champions. Start the day off. Look in the mirror and saying, today I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And even put a sticky note on the mirror. And at the end of the day, go back and look at the sticky note. Did I do it? Yeah, I feel great about that. And immediately you're giving yourself some feedback. And if you didn't do it, You say, actually, I didn't do as well as I thought I was going to do, but tomorrow I'm going to do this differently. And as soon as you start to do that yourself, all of a sudden that practice will move into practicing with other people. This isn't difficult to do. We haven't been taught how to do it. We've been taught to do science and languages and maths and goodness knows for many years, but we've never been taught how to relate with other people and have a conversation, because feedback is just a conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. And I think that's where we need to start. Have a conversation with ourselves and start to be honest. And then we're in a really good position to have a conversation with other people.
I like to add to this. So George Bernard Shaw actually said that the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it's already happened. Yeah. And I think feedback is the same thing, because a lot of us actually live in our own silos, and and especially now in the in the COVID prone pandemic world, we are all working from our homes, we are working in isolation. There is very little exchange. So if there is feedback, it shouldn't happen the way I took it when I was a child, because it put me off something completely and I was too young to deal with it. But I think any feedback that comes is an opportunity, and now more so because we work alone, since we are working from home and we are not in an office setting, so it's very difficult to even understand the body language of the person who's giving you that feedback. So use that opportunity, don't take it personally. Remember one thing, in a work setting, it's not about you as a person. So if I am getting feedback, and this I as a child, when I couldn't relate to it, it was not about me, Farida, as a person, it was about my performance. And had I taken that feedback, spoken to somebody, I would have been able to improve. Who knows? I could have made sports my career, but I didn't do that. So I think I have learned from my mistakes. And the same thing I would say to the viewers, that if there is feedback, don't react. If you need to talk, respond, because understand what the person is saying. Sit back, take a deep breath. Again, I'm stressing, it's not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And it is an opportunity to actually change some things. It's a developmental area, and it's eventually going to be in your benefit. So feedback is better than having no feedback. Negative or positive doesn't matter, but feedback is important, and somebody is actually put in time to give that to you, so use it.
Good point. Very good point.
Kanchan, you have any last comments?
Yeah, I just want to add that don't dwell on the feedback, rather find out the solutions. That's very important. And take it as a chance for improvement. Take it as a chance, at least somebody has taken pain to really come up to you and tell what other person feels about certain service or product. So take it as if it's a learning, rather than you start arguing and taking time and positioning yourself that you are right or other person is wrong. So that gives a very, very bad impression. So I think you should take up a feedback very positively in a healthy way and try to learn out of it.
And one closing point, and it's picking up again on Farida's experience. She was a child. We all know children, and some of us have got grandchildren. When we speak with them, that's feedback. Just think about what we're saying to our children and our grandchildren, because they believe you. Remember, you're the person they love. You're the person they believe. And if you say something about them, they'll believe it. And it might damage a blossoming career, as we've heard, but you just don't know what you're doing. And this is the problem. We need to understand what we're doing with that conversation. And with children, please be careful, because you could damage a very blossoming career down one arena because you've said the wrong thing.
So I think we had a great learning from the panelists today, and it's a very large subject. It's a huge subject. We can go on. Um, it's a never-ending, and feedback itself is a very big subject. So we have shared certain tricks to handle it, and this is just tip of the iceberg. So if viewers, if you want to know more about it, you can engage with us, and we can take you through the journey of handling the feedback. It is not for the benefit of the people, but it is your benefit, because you know if you are able to take feedback, then you will become a better leader and successful one. So with this, I will end this discussion today. Do engage with us, do write in, and we can get you the right teacher for you to learn the tricks of the trade. And with this, I'll say goodbye, friends. I'll catch you again in the next CEO Roundtable next Friday. Bye bye, all.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And today, friends, we are on a CEO roundtable, and I have been joined by our guests today from different parts of the world. So let me introduce our guest. Our first guest is Mr. Neville Gone. He is joining us from UK. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an in-depth discussion, as usual, on a Friday.
Absolutely. And our second guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. Welcome to the roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. I am so looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
And our third guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India. Welcome to roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and good morning to everybody. Look forward for an interesting discussion today.
Certainly. So I think the entire world has already gotten used to the COVID era. People have started using the digital medium as much as possible. Some are prepared fully, some are planning for it, and some are still not planning for it. So I think the world more or less is gearing up for the post-COVID era. And hence, in today's CEO roundtable, we would like to discuss the next steps. What happens from now on, because now we know that COVID is going to stay. Countries and states who declared that they are COVID free, and suddenly the COVID is returning to those countries and states. So I think our prediction was right. COVID is here to stay, and we cannot stay at home. I mean, we can stay at home, but we need to get our business running. So that is where our discussion point is, and hence the first question is, the business environment is changing at a very fast pace, and the skills gap is also widening at an exponential rate, because there was already a skills gap, and in the COVID era we identified that there are a lot of skills which are required, new skills, and hence that is adding to the skills gap, and that is why the overall skill gap globally is widening now. So in terms of what workforce should do to stay relevant, and how businesses create new job opportunities, identifying the new skilled workforce which is available today. So, Neville, would you like to go ahead with that? What is your response on this one?
A huge question, isn't it? I mean, the first thing is we've been talking about the skills gap for years. It's been accentuated by COVID, and it's been more in the news since we hear about universities not going back to last year's way of teaching. So now there's going to be a lot more remote teaching that's going on in universities, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. What that's meant, and I think there was a couple of announcements over the last month or so that has probably gone unnoticed. One of which is Google are going into the market and doing their own degree course. I don't know if any of you had heard that, but it sort of slipped under the radar. IBM and Microsoft have had all their technical online courses for years, and McDonald's have also had their own academy. So when you see the McDonald's stars, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star, it's because each of their employees have gone through the Google Academy. See, I've already got the Google one buzzing in my mind here. They've gone through the McDonald's Academy. And I, for many years, have said, if you're a young person, go and get a job at McDonald's, because they teach you how to flip burgers, but they teach you the whole gamut of customer service, and you become really good at the customer service arena, because 40% of jobs are in the customer service arena anyway. So we're going through an accelerated pandemic now, I think, in this gap that now people are focusing on. But why they're focusing on it is interesting, because the other part of your question was, where can companies go now? Well, lots of organisations, and I hear it not just on the UK TV, but America and in Europe, and I'm sure it's in other parts of the world, redundancies are increasing. The big retail outlets are now letting go of people. We're talking about household brand names, Marks and Spencer's, which is sort of world renowned, although it's not all over the world, is losing staff. Why? Not because of COVID, interestingly enough, it's because of consumer behaviour. COVID has accelerated some consumer behaviour, but fundamentally that consumer behaviour was already here. So we're in a challenging time, and I haven't, to be honest with you, I haven't got an answer to the question. But what we do know is that organisations need to start to work in reality, and I think that's the basic part of my answer. But equally, let's not be too complacent about this skills gap, because it is almost as big as the Pacific Ocean now. No longer is it the size of the Mississippi River. It is oceanic. So I'll drop that bombshell as we start, because that may prompt a few thought processes going through, and let's hear what everyone else has got to say.
So it's a great answer, and I was using the word called widening, but I think you've put it in right perspective. It is a Pacific Ocean. So Kanchan, what do you think? We have discussed that what are the skills required, and the soft skills are now becoming hard skills. So in the previous sessions we have discussed that. But in terms of the business recalibration, what people should do now so that they can utilize the people who are enthusiastic enough and acquiring new skills.
I have been listening to Nebel, and he has mentioned a customer behavior, one point. And I would like to elaborate on that, because now the scene is that all organizations and company should have, they should think and rethink how to retain the employees. And for that, according to the scenario which is here, they have to train and retrain their employees to retain them. That is one. Second is that they have to be rethinking about how to really capture this negative and turn into positive. Now, when we are talking about turning into positive, that means we should have more of digitization. People should learn more. Now, when Neville mentioned about customer behavior, so the job of BPOs, we have a lot of potential in that sector. So that we should capitalize on that. So I will little differ when we talk about that, though this is pandemic and there are crises, but then how to utilize this crisis for the benefit of the business, that is we have to think about. Now, when we are talking about BPO, then education sector is on is something which have lot of potential and lot of employment. Now, when we are teaching students, then we also have to put forward how to go on teaching to the students from maybe nursery to graduation. What are the modes? How can we utilize virtual reality into that? So all this, if we think and we combine it, that will create a lot of job opportunities for the people. Now gone are the days when we have to be like engineering on doctors. Doctors, of course, is required because health sector is also have booming. We require health doctors and nurses to take care of and take care of patients. So this sector is also have lot of job opportunities. So when now the education system should turn into the ways where we can capitalize on digitalization, technology, artificial intelligence, and come out with more robust setup. And that will definitely create job opportunities.
So, Kanchan, you gave a great answer. You mentioned things like virtual reality and artificial intelligence. And I would like to now turn the focus on Farida, because I think some of these subjects are very favorite to her and she has spent a lot of her time in this industry. But before I come to Farida, I would like to give you little information about what has happened last week in India with regard to the AI. Prime Minister of India had announced that the income tax department will become completely faceless. That means if somebody is being assessed, the income tax officer will not know the person or individual by any means. And suppose the file is being processed, then next time somebody else will process. So the allotment of who will work on income tax SSC files will be determined by the AI. So this is the first time probably happening in the world where it's completely faceless, completely managed by artificial intelligence, and any grievance you have, it has to be submitted to income tax department in a digital format, and the decision will be taken. So the idea is, since there is no human to human intervention, then there is no you can't have a backdoor setup done, and hence you would tend to be more genuine and you will be honest. So they are using AI, and India has so many taxpayers, probably the largest taxpayer community in the world, probably one of the largest. So it's a huge deal, it's a big deal. So what is your take on this, considering that the new set of business are emerging now?
Okay. Thank you, CK. First of all, let me just kind of, put forth some thoughts, because this has been coming to my mind recently with all the people that I've been interacting, etc. Firstly, I question the old normalcy everyone seems to be more, because the neck quick speed of, forever chasing something new, hurting people and planet in the process, lack of trust and empathy for science and for for people should anyways not have been normal. So my first hope, and something that I really think would be great if it happens, when the vaccine is found, or even when we kind of get through this pandemic, maybe the new normal should look like a fair, climate friendly, then the pre-COVID levels. Maybe it's possible in a year, in 2 years, etc. I like to, also just kind of pick up the thread from where Kanchan left. I don't really agree that, there are no opportunities, because when something like this happens and when we are faced with adversity, there are a lot of new opportunities which have come up. For example, uh, all countries, they build resilient, if they had built resilient supply chains, we wouldn't have had this problem. But people focused on building very efficient supply chains, so they did not build resilient supply chains, and that's why we had this problem when the pandemic happened. Masks were not available, prices shot up, etc. And this is something which is drivable from a global level, from the government level. So probably one of the things that every industry, every company within that industry needs to look at is building resilient supply chains. Secondly, consumer behavior. Neville mentioned that consumer behavior has changed, but yes, I agree with Neville, that has been in the offing for a long time. This pandemic just accelerated it. So where are the new jobs? The new jobs are in the logistics side, the new jobs are in the operations, because let's take a case of Marks and Spencers. Most of their buying moved online. Maybe it was lesser, but people have started realizing it's far more convenient to actually order online, because you can try your your apparel in the privacy of your home, probably click a few selfies, look nice, and then if you don't like it, it's very easy to return it. So that consumer behavior is shifting. So what does a company like Mark and Spencer need to build? They need to build very resilient supply chains, a very efficient mechanism, but resilient delivery. If you actually, if you look at the BPO sector, like Kanchan mentioned, that is something where there will be a lot of opportunity, because now, since the behavior of consumer is going from walking into brick and mortar to online, you will need resolution to their grievances, and for that you will need a workforce which has to be trained to actually address that. Education, my 7-year-old child actually is learning coding online with a teacher in another country. So it is this generation, this younger children and the young adults, they are already into that. For them this is normal. It's probably maybe dinosaurs like us who kind of feel that this is not normal and we want the old normal to return, but they haven't seen anything else. They are digitally very savvy, they know this is the medium. And somewhere I also realized that I've personally started getting used to being lazy and working from home, because I love my bed, I love the cushions, and I love having the laptop on my lap. So we are getting used to it. So just to kind of bring all of this together, it's not all gloom. There is still a lot of opportunity, and maybe this world will look better than what it was pre-COVID.
So great. I think everybody has made their opening remarks, and what the next phase of our discussion would be, we can have sort of a debate. And what I think is some of the things which are very, very important for the next wave for any business to grow is, one is digital. Um, AI, for example, you mentioned about, Farida mentioned about, virtual reality, where Mark and Spencer can create a virtual reality application so that people don't have to even go to the trial rooms. They can try using the virtual reality software. So there could be an opportunity in that area. But to support all of that, you need high-speed data network. So in today's discussion, our panelists have said various opportunities. There is a digital platform for education. There is BPO. There is a AI and virtual reality applications which are opening up. To support all of that, we need a high-speed link. So I think these are the things that we can discuss today, and probably in the next CEO roundtable we can go beyond that. So I open these things openly. Who would like to take the next? Who would like to answer the next? Anyone?
I'd
like
like to pick
that.
up resilience,
Okay,
if
go
you don't
ahead.
mind,
Sure.
because we talk about this word resilience, and I've got to be honest with you, I don't think many people really understand it. We talk about disaster recovery in businesses, and we have to use these terms which are eye-opening. Disaster recovery. In other words, I need to get your brain to think about something that is really going to be a disaster for your organization. Well, we've seen it. And I've spoken on supply chain resilience for, I'm 61, so 40 years, frankly. I've been talking about this. And as for the new normal, I've worked in the oil and gas industry for 30 years. There was no normal. Yesterday was different to today, which was going to be different from tomorrow. They call in HR parlances, I'm hearing this term, the VUCA world. You know, volatile, uncertain, etc., etc. Well, again, the oil industry had a VUCA world ever since I was in it. So we have become. Farida said she likes the laptop. Well, you know, it's called laptop for a reason. It sits on the lap, you know. Fantastic phrase, which really should never have been introduced. But we've become lazy. I mean, I think that's the issue. Something's come along that's been an improvement of something we were doing, and we haven't had to think about it. It's just happened. The smartphone, you know, I love my BlackBerry. And then when BlackBerry went bust, I had to have a smartphone. Something happened and we sort of slip into it. And like COVID, something's happening. You know, this has been around now for, you know, certain countries locked down earlier than others. You know, we are a global economy and we're slipping into the convenient arena of, you know, going to a restaurant, you know, going to a wine bar, a pub, etc., meeting your mates. And guess what? The COVID rates are going up. Shock horror, you know? But every government has said, you know, we need to be diligent. We don't have a vaccine. This thing is going to stick around. But for lots of people, we just don't believe it. We're not resilient, frankly. Businesses are not resilient. Supply chains are not resilient. As Farida said, it became efficient, but it wasn't effective. Because at the first disaster, you know, look at the PPE disaster. You know, countries around the world were buying PPE, which was obsolete. Even we have this World Health Organization that says this is the level of PPE you need. We weren't applying that across the board because we were desperate to try and fix a problem. And I see this is where we are currently. There are fintechs, for instance, that are coming out of nowhere. In the laptop arena, they're created out of bedrooms, you know, the dining room table, the kitchen table, maybe in someone's garden gazebo. And all of a sudden it looks like a great idea and the big organizations are buying them up really quickly, almost like the .com has returned, because they're desperate for a fintech solution and they haven't got one. And then they go and buy it and it doesn't work. So I think we're in this knee-jerk arena, and I hate to say it because I see it happening all the time. I love to be optimistic about these things, but unfortunately, people are not being resilient. The C-suite isn't being resilient, and they're not looking at the long-term solution for the organisation. They're trying to pacify their shareholders today. You know, they have to fix that P&L, that cash flow that disappeared for the last 5 to 6 months because of COVID. So whilst I'd like to be optimistic about what's out there, I think we need to give a shock wave. You know, we need to tell people this is a tsunami and you need to get on board. You know, this disaster recovery stuff. We need to be talking that language. Otherwise, people are not going to be entertain the discussion. And let me just raise one specific issue: digital. Now, for the four of us on here, we love digital. Why? Well, we're talking across a digital arena. We talk digital every day. It's just part of our everyday language. Now imagine a very large organization, a global organization, and you mentioned the word in the boardroom. All of the C-suite turn to the CTO or the CIO or the CHTO or whatever they're going to call themselves. They still believe it's technical. It's nothing to do with me. This is a technical arena, your problem, not mine. They're not very resilient, you know? And why is this? And the simple fact is, they're not comfortable talking about digital. They know it exists. They've got one of these. They've all got one of these. But they fear saying the wrong thing. So, digital solution, technical, pass it to the technical arena. Even the dog's woken up to that one because it's really important, you know. So who's going to let the dogs out on that one? But as I say, this is a huge issue, you know. And I think if we just today maybe just focus on this word resilience, because I don't think we are as a nation, as a global nation. I just don't think we are, and we need to become more resilient. Otherwise, we're never going to get out of this. There's 2 pennies for you.
So I think there is a clear requirement for planning the digital strategy, and also, you know, there are a lot of opportunities. In fact, Elon Musk has already embarked on a journey of creating an alternative to 5G. So there is a requirement here for the supporting the whole digital infrastructure, which world is, you know, there are certain people level, I like to just make a point to what you just said. There are people who are still in the 2019 era, but there are smart people who are looking ahead and they are planning ahead. So, but the unfortunate part is those guys are very few. So with this discussion, we hope that people wake up and start looking at embracing the digital world, start planning what to do. And data is going to be the new petroleum going forward. So anyone can take that discussion ahead.
Sure, I'll take that, because this is something which I'm personally kind of looking with, you know, like held my breath. I think ideas are cheap. Execution is everything. Operational excellence to basically get this across. But then there is no choice because it has to happen. We talk digital, we keep talking about getting digitally savvy, but we are the users. So there is a full back end, and that's a huge business opportunity because it's already happening. So like Neville said, that we move from, you know, our Blackberries to our smartphones, something else will come again. When the first, when the first mobile phone I got, I was very excited because, you know, it was a mobile phone. It had a watch. It was in my hand. Today I have a watch. I can actually make calls from here. So I think it's kind of, you know, yeah, all of us, I mean, most of us actually kind of use it in some way or the other. So I think we kind of, you know, just join the journey. Paper money is becoming very rare now because, you know, and again, this pandemic has, you know, given a huge push to digital transactions, you know, contactless transactions, etc. So paper money will soon become obsolete as well. It might not go completely out of circulation, but it will become much lesser, because there is a huge cost in printing money, in getting it across to the consumers, etc. So and what is money at the end of the day? It's an account or a ledger of how much each person owns. Yeah, so that's kind of becoming the new normal as well. So I'm quite confident that 5G is what we are talking about today. It's like, when the first iPhone was launched, nobody would knew we would be at 11, and we would be at a par excellence model of that phone, but there was a lot of excitement. So it is going to happen. There is just no choice. 5G is very close, and then there are huge companies and very capable, smart people who are behind this, who are making that happen. So globally, it will be available, and technology in isolation is of no use until and unless it's available to the masses. So because if anyone is doing business and it's not available to the masses, it's really not useful. So it will be rolled out to the masses. It will become much cheaper to access, and I'm kind of hoping that we move into this new normal, reset, readjust, restart, refocus as many times as we need to. We just don't quit, just keep moving forward.
Yes, I think people like you and all of us here are already embracing the digital world, but I think there are still many people who are still stuck in the old rut. So, Kanchan, we have a short of time, but any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, I think it is mandatory to provide uh, insight of this changing era and provide people to really understand that things have changed. So accordingly, people should be trained by the organization, and people should also understand that they have to train with the changing scenario. So I think that is very, very mandatory. And I agree that all sector we cannot put in digitization completely, but some sectors should be
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is a pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F player.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Do you know today is World Food Day and we are celebrating this, and this World Food Day was established on 16th October 1945 by United Nations. And viewers, the theme of today's, 2020's Food World Day is Grow, Sustain, Together. This is the theme of 2020 World Food Day. To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and education in marketing techniques. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh. Sitesh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day, and I hope the floods have receded in your city, Hyderabad. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. The weather is a little good. But yes, there are some pockets in Hyderabad where people are suffering due to this heavy rain. We have around few 50 deaths also, which I've heard in the morning, and it is tragic.
Yeah. So Kanjani, it's a sad affairs, and I'm seeing the news updates which are coming in, and the topic that we have selected is actually a very sensitive subject, Kanchan, and despite knowing the fact that our farmers and the food growers can create or can produce food for everybody on this planet. When I say everybody, 7.5 billion people on this planet, the food is there. But somehow, due to the distribution, due to the public distribution system, due to the retail supply chains, due to the government policies, and due to some of the big corporates, the way the things are played out, the trade wars, almost like 800 million people go to bed without a food in the night, and that is something which actually saddens me a lot. So on this food World Food Day, I think it is great discussion to discuss about the way we are progressing. Will we be able to achieve the 200 2030 goal of zero hunger? What do you think, Kanchan?
Yes, actually, government along with people, we are working towards that. And in fact, in our old civilization, we always believe in getting good produce, and we always remained with the farmer, because if you see Indian economy based on agriculture, and when
Yes.
you may recall that during British time they have taken lot of taxes from the farmers without any sustainable reform in agriculture, and that has impacted too much, especially when I'm talking about India. But after independence there are many progress, and government and people, uh, they come up with three formulas. One is food availability, food access, and food utilization. And for that, there's a food corporation which was set up in 1964, which aim at safeguarding the interest of farmers and the distribution throughout the country, which was task of Food Corporation of India. So I think that food actually it's a fundamental right, and nobody, not only in India, but nobody in the world should sleep without food.
Correct, Kanchan. Correct. And as they say, a great saying in Hindi says that भूखे पेट भजन नहीं होए गोपाला,
Right.
ले तेरी कंठी ले तेरी माला. So, with a stomach empty with hunger, or with the hunger pangs, there's nothing that can be done. There's nothing that can be achieved. As a society, we have to ensure that everybody has got food to eat. First is that. Second is the nutrition part of it, what the person eats, and how nutritious the food is. First, whether the person is fed. So you brought up a very interesting topic about the World Food Organization. At the same time, in India, we have our National Food Security Act. We have midday meal scheme. We have integrated child development service. Akshay Patra is a great example. Apnale in Mumbai is a great example of food being served. I have seen in Japan the leftover food or the excess food in the hotels and the restaurants are collected by the civic authorities, and they are distributed to the homeless people in Tokyo streets. And that's a great gesture that I have seen. And food wastage is something that needs to be avoided at every cost. Every single grain is important. As our elders have already told us, It is important for us today to tell our children in schools, in colleges, that food wastage is something that is a cardinal sin. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I feel that children should take this very seriously, and this guidance is to be given not only by schools or teachers, but also by parents. If you recall, in olden days, what I have heard is that if any food which is left, it would be put outside, so anybody can come, and a needy or a person who is hungry, he can take that food. And they used to, I mean, family used to make sure that that food which is served for a needy person who is outside of the family should not be like leftover. It should be kind a little more if it is extra. Before eating the food, it used to be taken out and kept outside, and whatever is left after the eating, it used to be kept outside for animals around in the locality. So I think this is a very good pattern which was set by our ancestors, by our people. They knew the importance of food, and they ensured that no food is wasted. It is said na koi to kha le kam se kam, no wastage. You see, so
Correct, correct.
I think it's very, very important to understand the importance of food, because we are an agricultural based economy. And now if you see in the Indian economy, around 54.6% employment come from agriculture. And if we don't respect the farmers or agriculture based products, I think that is a sin, what I feel like this.
Exactly, exactly. You couldn't be more right, Kanchan. And therefore, the World Food Day for 2020 has a slogan of grow, nourish, and sustain.
Correct.
And put together. And therefore, it's a great message. First of all, we need to grow.
Right.
We need to grow food. We cannot be dependent only on a farmer.
Right.
And therefore we need to start growing some of the food as we used to do in our gardens, in our kitchen gardens, in our balcony gardens. We can do. Are we growing it? Because it is not about just feeding. It is also when we grow our own food,
Right.
we realize the value of it.
Very right.
And the second part is the nourish part. So that nourishment is something which deals with how do we prepare it, how do we cook it. In our Indian way of cooking, we know how much time that it needs to cook, how well then it gets cooked. You know, the way nowadays we all use microwave oven, mixies, and all those stuff. But the food is still, we will always say, what my grandmother used to do was the best. She did not have access to all those gadgets, all those appliances that we have today.
Right.
So third part is sustain. And that is sustain part is something that is actually alarming, because one, the organic food is still very expensive. Though 50 years back, it was all organic food, if I remember.
Yes.
Today, organic food is very expensive. And that is something which baffles me. Why? Secondly, the adulteration in the food, that is something, is not a sustainable model. And therefore, how do we find out the quality and we sustain it, and how much water is needed? You know, we used to study about the crops of Rabi,
Right.
Kharif, and those crops.
Right.
And we used to call, Dalhan, Tilhan.
Right.
I mean, the crops of the dals and the oils. There is a whole commodity market around the agriculture. We need to understand that. We need where we are in terms of food safety, not just food security. And in India, traditionally, we have seen the governments changing on the prices of onion, which is interesting. And now somebody asked me in South Africa, how can a government change on a price rise of onion? And I said, well, this is a very long and a story to be told some other day. What do you feel?
Yeah, I feel that basic food security has to be there for each and every individual around the world. And especially when I talk to you regarding India. So, you know, in 2013, Parliament has come up with a food security bill which ensure a subsidized distribution of food to the people. But apart of this, when you raised about the kitchen garden issue, and people should know how this food is being grown. So I would like to add one thing is that in school especially, we have period of PT and games and chess. I think one period of agriculture should be included in this, where people, where students should literally do their agriculture. They grow something. They should be given a piece of land and every academic year, so that they should learn what is Rabi, what is it's like a practical knowledge about agriculture. And in this process, they will value more regarding farmers, the hard work they undergo in producing these crops, and they also will welcome. They'll think that we should not be wasting about.
That's right. Absolutely right. Behind our food, Kanchan, there is always someone who produced it, planted it, harvested it, fished it, or transported it. There is we need to thank them every day. Every meal that we keep in our mouth, we need to thank. In Japanese culture, where I have stayed so long, being so fortunate, there is a phrase, Kanchan, before every meal, there is a Japanese phrase which says itadaki mas, putting the meal in the mouth. That itadaki mas loosely translates into that I thank everyone who has made this meal possible to reach to my mouth. And similar to itadakimasu, we had our own prayers. And in our Western world, we thank God for our daily bread. So it is important, as you said, in schools, this is the best time to let the children know how a food is prepared and appreciated. Probably this could become a practical class with some marks on this.
Right.
And therefore, the World Food Day is also celebrating something. They are putting a hashtag as food heroes. And food heroes is trending today. It shows the commitment by this United Nations body to make this world, this planet, zero hunger in 2030. I'm glad that we are living at this moment, Kanchan.
Yes, I also want to add one thing when you mentioned the ceremony before eating, a Japanese ceremony before eating food. In case we have an age-old tradition of praying food before you eating. Nowadays, what happens? We eat on dining table, and these kind of small traditional cultural things are missing in our own day-to-day activity. But I think it was a better way to really teach children that food is auspicious. We say अन्य देवता का मान रखिए, उसको इनकी अवहेलना मत कीजिए. So these are things already there in our culture and our tradition. And I've seen in my childhood when people used to sit, they used to put water and then used to pray before eating food. So I think that is something which makes every person know that food is very important and it should not be wasted and should be even taken care. So in this whole process, we thank our farmers, we thank people who are working day and night to really get us that food which we eat on daily basis.
That's correct, correct, Kanchan. And this is a great day for all of us around. We need to make this aware with our children, the food kindness. I mean, we all should be doing food kindness through our different charities, through our different NGOs that we all support. As I said, Akshay Patra is a great example in that. There are others as well. And it is also important, Kanchan, to just thank those food providers who helped provide food during this pandemic.
Right.
Our housing societies are having food, vegetables, groceries on our doorstep. In this kind of a pandemic, somebody is producing, somebody is transporting, somebody is ensuring that the packaging is safe, sanitized, and reaches to our hands and doorsteps. A million thanks to those people, isn't it?
Yes, so that ensure food availability, food access, and now food utilization depends on us, how we are utilizing it. So one point is, please thank to farmers and all supply chain and distribution people who are working, making our life easier. And then please think about how to utilize food for ourselves and for others.
Yes, Kanchan, to quote our former Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan.
It was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. We will be meeting tomorrow with another interesting subject. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava who has a deep interest in corporate training and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Every day talking to you seems like a meter ticking on the life, like a taxi meter. So in this COVID and the end of 2020 is just 2 days away. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And see, all these all these last year and all these days are quite crazy days because we are waiting for the vaccine. And see, all our life pattern is kind of upside down. We are not going out. We are not meeting people. We are not meeting our friends, relatives, and waiting for the vaccine. And you know, Sitesh, that there's a dry drill which was conducted on December 28 and 29 in Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, and Gujarat. The exercise was aimed at the testing of vaccination process, including planning and preparation, creation of facilities, users on co-win application, session sites creation, mapping of the sites, healthcare workers, data upload, receipt of vaccine and vaccine allocation by the district, session planning, deployment of vaccination team, logistic and mobilization at session site. So all these is being done because we are hopeful to get vaccination in very, very near future, maybe in the month of January or Feb.
So, Kanchan, the biggest vaccination campaign has already begun, as we have seen. More than 4.6 million doses in 16 countries have been administered already, according to the data that we have from Bloomberg. And vaccination starts in the US from December 14 itself with healthcare workers. And so far, 2.13 million doses have been given out in the United States, which is the most affected country with this COVID. The challenge with the vaccine is multifold. Have the scientists done enough trial? That is what the people are asking. The most prominent one, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, which is being given out apart from the Moderna vaccine. You know, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine was not taken by the executives of the same company. There have been some cases where the nurses, the healthcare workers who took, they passed out and then they regained conscious a couple of hours later. That took the whole hospital by fear. And you know, these vaccines, the way the 64 or 70 odd vaccine trials are happening, they are into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Apart from US, there are other countries also. But the question remains, which I'm asking to my friends and associates: who will be in the priority number 1 to receive it? And who will be priority number 2 to receive it? Will it reach the normal public? Will it be like me, a normal healthy person walking to a clinic and asking for it and getting it? What is the difference between dose 1 and dose 2, and how many weeks? All these questions are something we have already started seeing along lines in front of the clinics. And those are again dangerous signs. With a new strain coming in, that also is a question whether the vaccine that is coming, is it effective for the new strain as well? So there is a lot of fact and lot of confusion. And therefore, it is important for us to find out and follow the news carefully from the right kind of sources.
Yes.
Even when you talk about what we are going to receive in India.
Yes. So actually, Sitesh, nowadays what I feel is based on the reports, the situation is quite critical because there are more than 135 vaccine candidates in different stages of clinical trial, while 44 of them have reached to a critical phase of human trial. Currently, there are at least 91 potential vaccine in pre-clinical trial which are still being tested on animals. Now, when I'm talking about this, again, you see, we are very hopeful about Oxford University vaccination because this vaccine is produced by Oxford University, backed by pharmaceutical giant AstraZeneca, is one of the front runner in the race of producing a safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19. The potential vaccine has been developed using a weakening version of common cold virus and has been combined with a genetic material of spike protein of SARS virus. So you see, we are hopeful for this, and we are also batting for this Oxford University vaccine because I have heard that Pfizer vaccine require minus 70 degree for the storage. Otherwise, it get corrupted. It is not useful to be given as vaccine. So as I told you, things are quite critical and quite worrisome.
Yes, Kanchan, and I'm also quite upbeat about the Oxford jabs, which is supported by our own Indian Serum Institute of India, SII. They are manufacturing, I hear they are manufacturing 50 to 60 million doses of Covishield. But Kanchan, I would say these 50 to 60 million doses, most of the volume will be geared up to be given in India. If it has to be exported out of India, they has to go for some more approvals and checks, which will take another month or so. And Mr. Poonawalla has talked about increasing the capacity to 100 million doses by March after commissioning the third of the plant. And European Union is due to receive its first 12.5 million doses of Pfizer by New Year's Day, just 3 days down the line. And therefore, it is important for us to actually watch carefully the results that are coming out and from the right resources. And there would be a lot of fake news as well. We have to clear what we are seeing and receiving, because we are truly in a fear mongering business also. And that's something we need to separate from the real news. And therefore, these many people are saying that, okay, I'm not going to be part of trial, but I would like to wait and watch. There have been, during the trial, people have put up some court cases because they developed some kind of allergies and rashes. So who is going to get the first one? Dr. Fauci, the chief epidemiologist in the US, he took the Pfizer vaccine on television. So people like those and the big ones, the leaders, they should come on television and show that they are taking it. It brings some kind of a confidence, because the speed at which the research is being finalized is something that also creates a suspicion, rather than a complete going away of this vaccine, given the new strain is also in our picture. So the new year is not going to be a really great celebration, Kanchan, I would say.
Yeah, I feel that celebration, maybe we should feel happy that at least we have a vaccine. But then the after effect of vaccine is still a critical analysis, because what I have heard that the volunteer who took this vaccine, which was developed by Pfizer, and she experienced a headache, fever, aches all over her body after taking one dose, and then there was a severe hangover. So all these are it's said to be a mild side effect, and nobody has come out. The company who are developing these vaccination have come out with short analysis that it is 100% cure, it will 100% cure COVID, because they always say 70% and 30% they say that it's a side effect. So what I, as you told that Oxford University will be selling its vaccination under the name of Covishield in India, and that will be produced by Serum Institute of India. So that is again gives a little hope, because this company, the Serum Institute of India, is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccine by volume. So SLL is currently like overviewing the critical phase second. So I think we sit and see what's happening, and is this will be viable for people, and it'll, I think we may have good days ahead in 2021. We are hopeful.
So
We hopeful actually.
I hope so. I hope so. And that's the reason I told you that I would rather reserve the word Happy New Year and just say, may the new year be good for all of us and to you or in your family, rather than being upbeat. While also it is important to note, Kanchan, that while the vaccines are being rolled out, let's not let our guard down for even a minute. Whenever we are going out and meeting people, we have old people at home, and there are a lot of myth around the COVID, the myth busters. We all need to know the myth busters. We need to spread the myth busters, starting from 5G mobile networks, alcohol, antibiotics, bleach, cold weather, snow, drugs, garlic, hand dryers, a hot bath, hot and humid climate, masks, exercise, methanol, swimming, supplements, shoes. So many of the myth busters. We have to be really careful while the vaccine is available. And it is important also to restrict the travel. You see, the new strain has traveled already to many parts of the world, and it has more potential ability to infect and spread, and therefore we have to be really careful, be doing whatever basic we can do at home while we wait for the vaccines. And we all have to take care of ourselves and our family members till such time, which I think is August, September 2021, when the more producers of vaccines would be able to supply to India. We have to hold on to this fort till at least August, September. And I believe the most vulnerable one would get it in January. And that's the best way to administer it, because it is not possible to give 1.3 billion people of the country in the first 2 months itself.
Yes, and the current tally of COVID patients is more than 1 crore in India itself. And there's another company which is Moderna and National Institute of Allergy and Infection Diseases. They are also developing their vaccine, which is into third trial, and the study shows that there's no side effect of this vaccine on candidates. So I think. Yes, what you said is right. We have to maintain our social distancing. We have to clean our hands on daily basis as the precaution we were taking. We have to continue with that. We have to eat healthy and we have to strengthen our immune system. So all precautions we have to take care, and you have to wear mask to really safeguard your health.
And let's not go out on 31st evening anywhere.
Yes, surely. Celebration at home. And maybe
celebration at home like Doordarshan style.
Yes, like we are talking to each other. And though I
Yes.
invitation last time, but then again, there's a critical situation. So we have to stay where we are and safe and healthy. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. And we look forward for good days to come with this introduction of vaccine in India. We are hopeful.
Thank you, Kanchan. All that ends well, does well.
Bye-bye, Sitesh.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss the legal aspects. And for this purpose, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Hello, Nagesh.
Hi, CK. I hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me again to this platform.
You're most welcome, Nagesh. And let me introduce you briefly once again for the benefit of our viewers. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. And today we would like to discuss about what is going on in our political circle. Today's news, or not really today's, it's been happening for past couple of weeks, the turmoil in Rajasthan Assembly. And today we hear that one faction which came out, which created the whole ruckus, has now looking at going back. So from the legal standpoint, there is a law which is called anti-defection law applicable on political parties, and we would discuss about this with Nagesh today. Nagesh, over to you.
Yes, CK, before I talk about anti-defection law, let me briefly give you the background of what happened in Rajasthan. On 12th of July 2020, the then Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Sachin Pilot, and 8 MLAs went to Delhi from Jaipur, claiming that they have support of a total of 30 MLAs and can topple the Ashok Gehlot's government in Rajasthan. The Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot, called on senior Congress leaders Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Sonia Gandhi to handle this situation, and also accused the Bharatiya Janata Party for trying to destabilize his government. Although the BJP leaders claimed that it is the Congress party's internal dispute and matter, and BJP had no role to play in it, the Chief Minister then held a meeting at his residence at 9 p.m. On the same day. The Congress Legislative Party then issued a whip to all its MLAs to be present in the meeting, which was scheduled to be held at Mr. Gehlot's house uh, on strict action to be taken against Mr. Sachin Pilot and 18 other MLAs. Meanwhile, Mr. Pilot reaffirmed that he won't be joining BJP, and senior BJP leader of Congress, Mr. Jyotir Aditya Scindia, also met him in Delhi on 13th of July. So there were constant accusations from both the sides, from Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot, that Mr. Sachin Pilot has not been loyal to the Congress party, and he has been trying to buy MLAs, or the BJP is trying to buy MLAs of Congress, and they want to topple the government at Rajasthan. But the constant affirmation by Mr. Pilot that he would not be joining BJP was also in the news. But finally, on the say of the Chief Minister, the Speaker of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly, Mr. C.P. Joshi, sent a notice to Mr. Pilot and 18 other MLAs about the dissolution of their membership from the assembly. That is when they used the anti-defection law. But the MLAs who were in one of the resorts at Gurugram were making allegations that they were, along with Sachin Pilot, were not allowed to work. And later, thereafter, the decisions were taken by Mr. Gehlot, whereby the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Sachin Pilot, was removed from his post as a Deputy Chief Minister, and also the head of the Pradesh Congress Committee. And Mr. Govind Singh Dosara was then appointed as president of the Rajasthan Pradesh Congress Committee. And there were two cabinet ministers who went along with Mr. Sachin Pilot, who were supporting him, were also removed from their berths. So a lot of changes were made after this tussle happened between the two sides. And the 21 notice was then given for commencement of the session by the governor. That is what the governor wanted, that at least 21-day notice has to be given for convening the session of the assembly, which again created a tussle between the chief minister and the governor, because Mr. Gehlot claimed that at that point of time, around July 15, he had the majority of members supporting him, and that is how he wanted to prove his majority on the floor of the house. So a lot of uh, game was being played, Mr. Gehlot then was, trying to hold on his MLAs for supporting him. He also shifted his MLAs from Jaipur to Jaisalmer. But finally, on 10th August, the whole drama was concluded or ended by Sachin Pilot meeting Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and one MLA, Mr. Bhawanlal Sharma, reached Jaipur and met Chief Minister Gehlot. So this is how the entire, political crisis that was being talked about in media uh, ended, whereby now both the parties have decided to, come together. And since on 14th of August, there's going to be assembly session where Mr. Gehlot has to prove his majority on the floor of the House. So that is how things have been sorted out before the session could take place. Now, what is an anti-defection law and how did it start? We all must have known about Ayaram and Gayaram slogan, which was coined way back in 70s and 80s when, people, the legislative assembly members or the parliamentarians used to change sides and were, continuously changing parties very frequently, bringing about chaos in the legislatures. As their changing sides would result in falling of the government. So there was a lot of political instability, and it was a serious concern among the political leaders of our country. So in 1985, when Mr. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the anti-defection law came into being by amendment in the Constitution, and 10th schedule was introduced, which came into effect on 1st of March 1985. So for a long time, the Indian political scene was besmirched by political defections. So this law on defection came into being, which finally brought into force the anti-defection law, which would disqualify the members. Now, the purpose behind this law was obviously to curb the political defection by the legislators, and there are two grounds on which the member of the legislature could be disqualified. One, if the member voluntarily gives up the membership of the party, he shall be disqualified. Voluntarily giving up the membership is not the same as resigning from the party. So, even without resigning, a legislator can be disqualified if by his conduct, the speaker or the chairman of the concerned house draws a reasonable inference that the member has voluntarily given up the membership of his party. Now, the second is if a legislator votes in the house against the direction of his party and his action is not condoned by his party, he can be disqualified. These were the two grounds on which a legislator could be disqualified from being a member of the house. However, there is an exception in the law that was provided to protect the legislators from disqualification. The 10th schedule says that if there is a merger between two political parties and two-thirds of the members of a legislature party agree to the merger, they will not be disqualified. So there has been several incidents which has happened in the past, and over the period the Honorable Supreme Court has given various decisions about disqualification of members of the Legislative Assembly. one of the recent and the judgment which is holding the field is the Karnataka judgment, whereby the disqualification of the legislators were stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court, saying that they had not actually resigned from the party. They had not resigned from the party, and so that was one of the uh, recent judgments where Supreme Court clarified that presiding officer who acts has to draw reasonable inference from the conduct of the legislator. So, uh, uh, if I would say this law has actually failed in achieving its goal, and uh, certainly has not been able to curb the evil of defection to a great extent. But of late, there has been a very alarming trend. There are recent examples of defection in state assemblies and even in Rajya Sabha. We have seen that, how the legislators have defected. So this is about briefly talking about anti-defection law, which I think would help people to understand as to what actually happened. Now, if we talk about political crisis in Rajasthan, there were only 18 members, and the claim was about 30 legislators uh, uh, who had gone to the side of Mr. Sachin Pilot, saying that they want to have another party, or they were not joining BJP. Now they were too short of that two-third majority, which gives them protection. So otherwise, also, they could not have been protected had they been a case that they decided to join the BJP party, and rightly Mr. Sachin Pilot did not join the party. Now the notice which has been issued by the speaker, which was the cause of challenge before the Honorable High Court of Rajasthan, was that the speaker had given a show cause notice to the Sachin Pilot and the 18 MLAs, that why they should not be disqualified. Now, the Honorable High Court held that it was a premature decision of the Speaker to give such a notice, as Sachin Pilot did not join or actually resign from the party. So it was too premature to, issue a notice of disqualification to Mr. Sachin Pilot and the other legislators who had kind of, sided with Mr. Pilot. So fortunately, the Supreme Court also did not, uh, uh, you know, uh, choose to uh, consider the plea of the speaker after the judgment of the High Court, which stayed the notices issued by the speaker. So now that the whole uh, political crisis has ended and the legislators have come back to the party, and now probably they would be supporting the larger group of Mr. Gaylord during the session on 14th of August. So I think everybody has, kind of protected themselves. Otherwise, the crisis would have ended in, falling of the government. So I think the wisdom has prevailed uh, with everyone, and probably they would be able to save the government.
Nagesh, you have summarized this event very well. I must say that, as citizens of India, we expect political parties to play politics. So there is no harm in it. That is why they are political parties, because they play politics. Uh, But what happens is that during election, they come out with their manifesto. They say that in their next 5 years term, these are the activities they will take care. These are the things that they will manage. This is how they will work for the benefit of people. Because political parties have to say all that. They are going to increase the employment. They are going to reduce poverty and thousand other things they talk about in their manifesto. After the election, when people choose them on the basis of certain ideologies and certain promises, such things happens where even with a law where you cannot defect from one group to other, these political parties have found very smartly fantastic lawyers who can circumvent all laws that Indian Indian penal code forces them to work. And you see what has happened in Rajasthan. For last 4 weeks, the crime have risen. Nobody is talking about COVID because these 200 MLAs are fighting nail and tooth, and they are enjoying themselves in the resorts. So there's a new term which is called resort politics. So they are having some yoga sessions and all that. But the people who have chosen them to govern the state, what about them? I think they have been made a big fool out of, uh, because of these issues. What do you feel about it?
Well, CK, as you rightly said that the politics. When you join politics, there is different interest which plays, uh, while you are in the politics. Now, what is important here is that when people of this country choose their representatives and bring them to the legislative house, it is their duty that they follow the manifesto on which they have fought the elections. So they must stick to the promises which they have made to the people, and on the basis of those promises, they have been elected, they have been chosen by the people. So this is very important, which everybody must understand. But usually, what happens is that the personal interest also plays some role of those people who get elected. Now, when they get elected into a party, the party has some interest. There are people who are already the leaders, and they try to, you know, sometimes discriminate amongst their own loyalists or the other members who have joined the party. So actually, they don't get the kind of uh, placement, the kind of role which they want to play as the legislators, as they ought to have been given. Because ultimately, when you see, it is the higher command of a party or the senior leader of the party who's deciding everything. So sometimes they do not follow their own manifestos, their own policies, which is very difficult for some people to follow them. So at times the legislators are also in a dilemma as to what they should be doing, whether they should follow the dictates of the party by shutting their eyes, by not seeing the interest of the public, or they should choose it otherwise, or they should resign it or join a party which would support or which is already carrying the manifesto in the interest of people. So that is where the confusion comes. And yes, of course, the third personal interest is everybody who's been chosen at a position wants to exploit that position because for future benefits. As we all say that if you are made something in life, you want to do it for your family and your, generations, your coming generations. So this is how, being the mindset of people. So I guess if people stick to their parties, the manifestos, the policies, we can reduce this kind of disqualifications, and people would then also recognize or would support a party for a longer period and with full force, giving them majority in the house. So this is what people also see, that how those people are loyal, how these representatives are loyal to them, and whether they should be chosen for this coveted post of a legislator or not.
I think if you do the mathematics, it's not a rocket science. There are 200 seats in Rajasthan, and Congress is higher than 50% mark, so that is why they have formed the government. Now, I think there is a bit of miscalculation on part of Mr. Sachin Pilot, because with uh, 18 or 20 MLAs, if he thinks that he can defect, then the other opposition party has only 75. So I don't see any mathematics working in the favor of Sachin Pilot, and I fail to understand why did he take this step. You know, the BJP has only 75 seats. So with 18
I
members,
think, probably he was not actually defecting, but he was trying to make his point that he has not been allowed to work, or he has not been given a position. So I think this was because of the heartburning which he was facing for a very long time. This kind of scenario has been created. So I think now wisdom has prevailed on both sides, and it is better that they come together and work in the interest of the people for which they are being chosen. So that is the bottom line, I guess.
so wisdom has prevailed, as Nagesh says, but I have my own doubts. For how long, we shall see. And we will end this discussion now. Thank you very much, Nagesh, for coming on the show. And we will talk again tomorrow on some other issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital quotient. So in this session, we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today, as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of life are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access his school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So say for example you want to have a cup of coffee with your person, the person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. and the system will be available in future which will provide a huddle session within your system, so on your VPN. So this is how the things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future there will be lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work from home, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to take bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye-bye and see you next time. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today is SOTI Wednesday, and as some of you know, SOTI stands for Speaker of the Year Award. So this Wednesday we will talk about how do you look, and let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. SOTI Wednesday from a sunny London and a sunny India. So, as you say, we're going to focus on how you look. We told people about the setting. We told people about where the camera is. So by now, You've all noticed where your camera is on your screen, I hope. You put your finger over it and you can always find it. Now we're just talking about how you look, because when you come over the first time, people are gonna, that's it. They make an impression. They make a distinction. They make a judgment, really, on what you look like. And as you can see, I've decided to dress up for the beach. I've got my flamingo shirt on. So you can't miss that, can you see, Kay?
This is very interesting, Neville. You have sort of stationary flamingos on your shirt, and whether you are wearing a beach shirt or not, I leave it to the viewers to decide, but definitely you stand out. Definitely it is a different shirt. It's not like a usual shirt.
And the interesting thing is, all of those listeners are going to have, they're either going to really like it, or they're really going to really hate it, or they're going to say, oh, well, it looks okay. But the thing is, it needs to bring out your personality. Flamingos are great because it always brings a smile to my face when I see a flamingo. Because you know how they get the colour, don't you? Because of the shrimps they eat, they're all pink. So eventually that comes into their colour. I didn't know that until a few years ago on a particular quiz that I got wrong. But it should bring out your personality, who you really are. I can see who you are, CK, you know, typical business guy, top button undone, you know, no tie, very smart, casual, as we would say, you know, maybe a bit of dress down Friday going on. But it's your persona, it's how you are, and that needs to shine through on the video that you're going to create. So what do you think of that?
Neville, I think for our listeners and viewers, last week we covered how do you set up your camera and your light and your surroundings. And this week we would like to give them little information on how do you project yourself in front of the camera, because if you're run-of-the-mill similar guy like me wearing a usual shirt, I'm not going to stand out in the crowd of videos that are coming out. So the whole point, Neville is trying to drive today is that, hey, stand out with flamingos so that you are visible. And the content you're giving is also must be interesting, because people have not yet started hearing your content. They're just seeing your camera, your light, your surroundings, and yourself. So I think the important thing is you have to dress up for that particular video, for that event. For example, if you're talking about something serious, something related to education or something related to business, then you have to dress up like a business guy, or you have to dress up like a teacher. But if you're talking about something which is not related to serious matter, but you can talk about astronomy, then you can probably wear a t-shirt with a galaxy picture on it. So the whole point is that you have to set up your infrastructure in such a way that you dress up for that subject. So what do you think about this, Neville? What is your opinion?
It's absolutely right. And remember, you know, when you go for interview, because this is not just about a short 90-second interview that we're, video that we're talking about here, it's potentially getting you ready for the interview. Your brand, the brand of me, as we call it in our programs. And you need to understand what your brand is and how you're going to portray that brand. Because just like anything else, people make an instantaneous decision as whether they like you or they don't like you. And the point is, what you want to do is make a good impression at the beginning and keep that impression going on, so it improves that impression. It's not always the fact that people don't like you and then don't listen. Because although they've made a judgment at the beginning, they're human beings. If you're going to then open your mouth and they actually say, oh, I quite like this person now, shame about the shirt, you know, but then they make an explanation as to why they don't like the shirt. We're human. This is what happens. So here's an opportunity, you know, come on to the SOTI Award and practice until you're perfect. So very simple thing today, you know, show who you are. Put your personality on the screen and enjoy it, you know, smile, because smiling is infectious, isn't it?
Certainly, Neville. In fact, there is one more thing which is also very, very critical for a video, because the window to the world is through this small, 12-inch by 14-inch screen. So I think I have seen some videos where people don't even groom themselves. So apart from looking and having a smiling face, I think very, very important to groom themselves, because this is like a 10 minutes window to the world. And if they are not groomed, obviously you will not look too smart for that subject. So you need to have right combination, right color shirt, or cloth which you are wearing, and also groom yourself properly. If you're a man, you have to shave before you come, and if you're a lady, you have to dress up properly for that particular video. So I think it's important, apart from having these soft skills, but also prepare for it. Prepare for wear the right color of your shirt, and also groom yourself and look, as Neville says, with a smiley face. Always have a smiley face.
Have a smiley face. So
And
simple message today, very simple message. You can only get bite-sized chunks of messages. Now you got to do, go and practice, because practice makes perfect sometimes.
yes, Neville, in fact, next week in Sorty Wednesday, we will talk about the presentation skills. And I expect you to wear a shirt of flying flamingos, because right now the flamingos are stationary. So next week, we will probably see Neville with a real beach shirt with flying flamingos.
We'll see.
We'll see. See you tomorrow, Neville. And thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
And you. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. So today, as you know, we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and he has a deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training a lot of professionals, marketing professionals, IT professionals, and he is a very good orator. He has been doing some radio shows, they are wonderful. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, namaste, welcome. Good to talk to you every day. Look forward for it. Let's start.
Yes, as you know, we had been discussing about communication, and due to this pandemic, there's a lot of communication barrier which has come across because there's social distancing, and we are stick to technology like phones, and we have to talk through phones only. And I have also heard many incidents like depression and concerning all diseases. So what I feel is that communication is very, very essential, and we should try to speak straight from heart rather than hiding it or not speaking correctly or not speaking honestly. So I think everybody should have a habit of communicating from heart and come out with the ideas and desires, isn't it?
Kanchan, you mentioned about speaking from the heart. And I must tell you, the best kind of communication, the best speeches, the best communication comes from the non-verbal part of it, which adds to the glory and the glamour of what is being said by the mouth, by the words. So, as we were discussing yesterday, non-verbal communication across the communities, across cultures, across countries, it is a wonderful part of the communication which generally is missed by when we trying to connect with some people who are outside our cultural boundaries. within our own cultural boundaries in India, as we know, there are every 500 kilometers, the culture changes in India. And therefore, the communication becomes not just the words, not just the grammar, not just the spoken sentences, but it also becomes the non-verbal part of it. And to tell you the fact, there are so many connotations, so many contextual, so many non-verbal eye contact, facial expressions, standing close to each other, and making the different kind of use of face muscles. So non-verbal communication holds a very, very important weight on what is being said. And I always try to give it by examples. As you know, in Japan, where I have worked for a long time, we have seen they do bow in front of someone, and bowing in Japanese culture is showing a mark of respect. In India, we do this, which is namaste, which is we don't even say, but this means a communication has been done. In Japanese, if someone has to say, don't do it, they do it like this. This is called don't do it. They call it dame. Then if something is okay, this is the way they say it in Japanese, okay. They don't say anything about it. If this is like this is more about like money. I don't have it, or I have it, money. I do it for a money. So these are this is just a small sample of non-verbal communication. And all the great speakers, all the great communicators that we have known in the recorded history, they had this gift of gab, non-verbal communication techniques, because like a poet would say, Kanchan, the heart speaks better not in terms of words, but in terms of expressions. And most of those expressions are non-verbal.
Yes.
What do you say?
Yes, very well defined. And I think that if it is a good communication, then it's like a therapy, and people enjoy listening again and again. And if it's a bad day communication, then it leaves a bad taste. So communication is very powerful, and when we are discussing about gestures and the body language, which is an internal part of doing a good communication. So when we are
That's right.
Yes, when we are talking about gestures, would you like to say we had been discussing gesture, but in the Indian context, how we can improve, and what is the best age to put children in doing a good communication, and they should enhance their communication better.
So Kanchan, we teach our children, our youngsters about communicating more in terms of words, more in terms of sentences, more in terms about spoken language part of it. What we really want to do is that we must actually inculcate the gesture part of it in any communication, the gesture, the non-verbal part of it, and trying to bring a balance between the spoken word and the non-verbal part. That is what we need to bring into a daily practice with our children, with our students, with our youngsters. More so in this today's highly addictive digital world, the interpersonal skills, I see there a drop because of the not a single spoken word being used, rather than a written word is more commonplace. Now in written word, someone writes it and someone reads it. And when someone reads, there is no control over the mental image that the reader makes after reading that. So that means the spoken word has taken a back seat in today's too much of digital world, and therefore the youngsters, the what do we call them, millennials or Gen X, Gen Z, it is important for them to learn the language as it is spoken, and a clear distinction has to be made between the written word and the spoken word. And these two are two different realms, and both of them need to be supported with the non-verbal part equally. And that is something which comes with a time, and gesture as part of a curriculum would be definitely an interesting subject and interesting curriculum that needs to be brought into the schools. Probably in the schools, in the colleges, in the universities, I see students getting into this through the performing arts, the theater, sometimes in elocution, which was a debate some time back. But I think that can become a formal subject. Why not?
Okay, so it was a quite interesting suggestion you have put forward. Does culture also play an important role in developing a communication skill?
Yes, Kanchan. I can tell you with my experience from the Indian part, definitely we have so much to basically learn from. As I told you that every 500 kilometers in India, the culture changes. In Japan, shaking a hand is not a commonplace, and therefore a bow, which takes an important part of the Japanese culture. And to tell the viewers and the listeners, it depends on how much do you bow, whether it is a 90-degree or even lesser or even more. Depending on the bow in front of the person shows the respect. If two people are bowing both on the 90 degrees, it shows some kind of a very, very close trust. And I have been told, Kanchan, when somebody bows in front of another person in a Japanese culture, that says that I trust you with so much of integrity that even if you take down my neck, it will be okay for me. I trust you so much. Similarly, in South Africa, where I work, in South Africa, there are non-verbal communication, and one interesting part that I have noticed, they stand very close. And sometimes from the Westerner side, people who come from the West, I come from East, but sometimes that standing too close can become uncomfortable. But that is the part of the non-verbal communication that we pick up as we work nationally in India as well as internationally. And I'm telling you, there are orientation classes by the HRs of the companies, but there needs to be an orientation classes for the students, for the children, for the college-going students everywhere, and not just in India. So even some South African people, when they come to work in India, they need to understand the non-verbal communication part in India. Now in India, this means something interesting. I like it. But for a South African guy, this would be different. For a Japanese guy, they definitely don't understand the shake hand part, which is so common to the Indians as well as the other Western countries, even in South Africa for that matter. So non-verbal communication, Kanchan, is actually an unexplored area, I must tell you. And more, as you said, I work with the radio also and talk to the guests on radio. I realize that in his speaking, there are some non-verbal clues that we give in his speaking by taking a long pause, a small pause, changing our tones, making it much bigger, making it far. So there are so many things which may be put into some kind of a curriculum. And if that happens, I would be a happy man, Kanchan.
Yes, it's wonderful talking to you, and it was so good to take the inputs, which is very, very crucial. We'll extend this topic further tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye bye.
Namaste as another non-verbal communication, and I want to end the note with this part. Non-verbal communication is the authenticity of the personality who can showcase it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stage. Bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Nations. Today, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is an IT professional and is closely related with radio broadcasting. So, today, we are discussing very interesting and very close it is very close to Sitesh heart. So, before I just tell you about the topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav on the show. How are you, Sitesh? Welcome to the show.
ये आकाशवाणी है और अब आप समाचार कंचन से सुनेंगे. How are you this day? It is wonderful to see you.
Yes, it's good. And you know that today is we are celebrating World Radio Day 2021. And you see, radio has been it has played a very important role when we talk about the communication aspect of people, especially in India. Radio remained the most resilient and effective mode of communication, which is still today, I guess. And like majority of information is being received by this channel even after 100 years. Radio still reaches to different uh, uh, geographical places and terrains and connect to people. So how are you today? And let's listen something about radio from you.
Kanchan, radio in our modern India after independence, the radio's importance was first felt in the 1947 15th August when Pandit Nehru made that iconic statement or speech, the whole world sleeps and India rises to freedom. And from the day All India Radio was in existence, radio was the lifeline for all of the homes, the big radio sets, the Murphy radio sets. In fact, the radio sets were given as dowry, if you remember, Kanchan. And listening to the different news of those days and waiting eagerly at night 9 o'clock or morning 9 o'clock. This is All India Radio and this is the news. And that was a very, very captivating kind of voices. Even in Hindi, ये आकाशवाणी है. अब आप मनुष शर्मा से समाचार सुनिए. And the whole country used to be close to the radio sets. I remember during the cricket matches, especially in Australia, West Indies, outside India, people used to keep the radio sets near to the ear, and the commentator would say, इस समय बारबाडोस के मैदान पर एक बहुत ही अच्छी धूप खिली हुई है. And the whole world, whole India would imagine. And this is the sixth ball from Kapil Dev and Sarfaraz Nawaz is out. And the whole country would go for a silence. So radio has been a part of me since probably I started understanding voices outside me that was happening. I grew up in small hinterland in the country, and somehow radio, and especially All India Radio, is very, very close to my heart. And still, when I hear it, and I always try to chase All India Radio with their news app, the Vivid Bharati, and most of the time it is just relishing. I'm sure you have similar things to say.
Yes, I also been associated with radio for long, especially from college days. But you know, Sitesh, the first radio broadcast started in early 1920s in India, and the first program was aired by the Radio Club Bombay in 1923. The radio and its glory remained one of the main source of entertainment information for ages. And you know, the World Radio Day came into existence in 2011 but was adopted by International Day in 2012 by the United Nations General Assembly. And every year, this day is celebrated with different theme. Now, so what you have as any incident you would like to share to our viewers regarding your radio journey on this auspicious day?
So, Kanchan, I got a brush of radio myself when many years back I got a first prize in a story writing competition in a university, and I got an award from the local All India radio station director. And the director used to be the elder sibling of Salma Sultan, whom you know or probably you have met in Doordarshan. And she encouraged me to come to the All India radio station and meet me, and I met her, and then the journey started from there. And this was many years back, and I also got paid for it. You know, that was a icing on the cake. And I said, wow, my words can fetch some money as well. And that was a lifelong relationship with the radio. I was taught about how to do the basic radio recording in All India Radio studios, and from there this journey started. Over the years, I moved to Mumbai, where it was all about digital, not digital, television media back then in 20 years back, and the television media, but radio always remained at heart. And last few years, from 2013 onwards, online radio has caught my attention. I'm very attracted to the radio medium. And I sometimes practice while I drive my car. I practice that I am a radio announcer who is being heard on airports, who is being heard on railway stations, who is here. You know, there is a secret desire that I would tell you, Kanchan, that someday at the Heathrow airport, you can listen my voice and saying, "This is Sitesh, and the British Airways flight 786 lands from Mumbai in another 1 hour." So it is a fantastic journey, and I'm sure you also know about it. In 1980s, many times the top national news used to be known not through All India Radio but from BBC, but from Voice of America. And one such incident is the assassination of our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And this was confirmed by BBC first and All India Radio later. And in those days, I remember also tuning to Voice of America in India at 4 a.m. in the morning to listen to the Bollywood music which was being aired from America. And because 4 a.m. was the night time in the American cities, and they used to play the Bollywood songs. And you know, the Vivid Bharati was a very captivating experience in whichever part of India you stay. And it always gives a goosebumps to listen to the announcers, the programs, the radio drama, not only the songs, but news, multilingual news. And it is always wonderful.
Yes, it was so lovely to hear you about the way you think and you feel about this medium. And you know, that's great that UNESCO has declared 13th of Feb as the Radio Day, because Radio Day celebrated to create or spread awareness about the radio as a medium, providing information on diverse culture and tradition. Since century, it has played an important role in the life of people. And so this year, you know, we are again celebrating today is a radio day, and The theme of radio International Radio Day is evolution, innovation, and connection. So people sometimes say that this is a dying medium, but I feel if you are connected with radio, it has far more reach than we talk about any digital, though digital also have the far reaching connection. But when we talk about television, so sometimes we do get glitches, but in radio you can even listen in very remote areas of our country. So what I feel, and as you mentioned, that BBC has informed first about the assassination of Indira Gandhi. Actually, she was giving interview to BBC journalists at that point of time. So that is that's quite tragic, but this is how information is being circulated. Now on this day there are many changes which are happening in radio technology wise, and people are working to really go ahead and do some innovation on this radio. So what kind of innovation, if you have ever thought, we're looking towards radio?
Well, Kanchan, in 2013, I got a chance to know and work on online radio as a medium, which completely negated any physical radio device or a radio set. That I told in my earlier part that radio was also given as dowry in marriages. Now, the radio sets are very, very rare to find, and online radio completely removes it. Now, in the technologically, I have seen that in online radio medium, you need a streaming server. You can connect that streaming or broadcasting software to messaging applications like Skype, and you can directly connect to a sound engineer who is sitting at another place, announcer is sitting at another place, streaming server is at a third place, and we can do live radio on online. This seems to be very strange, but I was part of a live online radio. In fact, me and you both have been there, and we were part of that radio and a live medium. And from there till today in 2021 or 2020, end of 2020, I also made a proposal to the government of India about why not take online radio to deliver school curriculum. As you have been saying, radio reaches the nooks and corners of this country. Why not online radio be the harbinger or the messenger for the course curriculum? I have submitted that proposal. And if that happens, we can be saved, the government can be saved of high data costs or laying another network costs from a technical point of view. At the same time, radio is easy to use. Today, it is on our phones. We can use the radio from our laptops as well. It can be used through the public broadcasting systems as well. I was just seeing in one of the, I think in the Kaun Banega Karodpati program, that they have put the All India Radio to a village in a tower on top of a temple or some kind of a place, and that throughout the day that runs the All India Radio programs, and the whole village is hearing that. And that was such a surprise that radio is such a dear medium, and it has always been.
Yes, actually, as you mentioned that the curriculum and the education can be also done through radio medium, and I have heard that there are some community radios which are into this education in remote areas. So it's a good idea and good proposal by you. I hope we would be having many more educational programs on radio, since online education is already there, so why not radio? So when I am talking about the innovation, there are so many technology driven software are there in the market, and many people are using these technology of to enhance the radio broadcast, but they are still not available to general public, or maybe they don't have the idea. So what kind of software can be used to really really attach, where they can attach themselves to radio broadcasting. So I think time has come to adopt new technologies to remain, to go to the medium mobility and accessible to everybody. This medium has so far reaching effect, and it can reach you anytime, anywhere. So I think this is something very wonderful, and we have to work towards that.
Yes, Kanchan, and I think our Prime Minister has also made it again popular by Man Ki Baat, which is like reaches throughout the nooks and corners of the country. And I must also thank especially to UNESCO, Kanchan, as you said, UNESCO declared this as a World Radio Day. I mean, what a great thing that they have given me to reach out and reach out to all my well wishers and friends and tell them happy Valentine's Day just before one day. Thanks to
Yes.
you for declaring this as a radio
Yes,
day.
this year we are celebrating 10th anniversary of Radio Day, and I would like to extend this good wishes on this day to all my colleagues who are in radio, and all people who are serving people through this media.
Well, and I would like to remember our great Amin Sayani and his radio broadcast. और पायदान नंबर 1 पर 1972 का ये बेहतरीन गाना शंकर जयकिशन के लिखा हुआ और मुकेश की आवाज में आपको पेशी खिदमत है. Remember those Binaka Geetmala days and Sibaka Geetmala days, Kanchan, and how we were all close to the radio set.
So on this day, this happy day, it was so lovely to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with a different topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and as you know, in this series we are trying to enhance the literacy around the digital issues. And since so many people are now visiting the web and also putting their work on the online on the web, so it is, I think, becoming very important to have the right amount of knowledge, right amount of literacy, and also understanding how and why you should use certain functionality or why you should use certain softwares online. So I think the whole agenda of this series is to enhance the literacy around the digital arena. And in this particular episode, I will be talking about the behavioral aspect of the cybersecurity. So as you know, friends, that the cybersecurity is become an important issue. There are a lot of cybersecurity experts which are guiding organizations, small companies, and even large countries on how to protect your assets. So that is a totally different line of thought, totally different science. We will not be covering the entire cybersecurity aspect of using the World Wide Web, but in this series, in today's episode, we would look at the literacy part of it and how a common man can be more literate and be aware of what are the threats looming around him, and what are the behavioral aspects of the cybersecurity which affects everyone. So that the people who are watching this video gets more literate, more aware of things, and they start following certain good practices and not invite trouble to themselves. So as the cybersecurity subject concerns, there has been several attacks. In fact, the government of India has taken so many steps to prevent misuse of data of the citizens, either by the people within the country or even outside the country, and they have been giving a lot of advisories. In fact, some of you must be getting a lot of inputs from the telecom companies directly, saying that hey, don't share your passwords, don't share your OTP account number. In fact, the banks have themselves started saying that no one will ask for your secret identity numbers. If somebody of bank employee calls you to verify certain things, they will not be asking any personal data, because the personal data is supposed to be entered directly into the banking system. Nobody will ask for this information verbally. So there is so much of awareness being spread. At the same time, the behavior of our behavior, will put us in the threat. So if you look at the cyber security and the behavioral aspect of the cyber security is what we will talk about. So just in nutshell, if you want to look at the definition of the behavioral cyber security, it is the proactive approach to security in which all relevant activity is monitored so that the deviation from the normal behavior can be identified. So to explain this in much simpler language, say for example, if you are using your mobile phone in certain way, but so that is a safe method because you are used to using your mobile phone or your PC or your systems at home in that particular fashion. But if in case there has been a difference in the behavior of your usage, that means for example you have set number of websites which you visit on daily basis, say about 20, but you want to visit something else or you want to use your PC in some other way, that should raise an alarm, and that should be a deviation from the behavior, usual behavior of your usage of these systems. So this is what something that is a behavioral aspect of cyber security is all about. And I'll tell you why it is important to track the behavior itself, because if you can track the behavior of your system, and if there is a system in your mobile device or your PC which is tracking your behavior, then anything out of the blue, the system will be able to track and warn you. So if that step is taken without deploying too many expensive firewalls, antivirus solutions, or anything of the cyber security which cost money, if you just trap the behavioral aspect and out of the ordinary something happens on your systems, that should be a very good deterrent from you getting attacked. So just to take this discussion forward, I would like to say that if there are network behavioral detection, say for example if you are using your network, things like your Facebook or LinkedIn, in certain way you're used to using these things, but there is an anomaly detected by the system. Now what is the anomaly? Anomaly is that you actually spend 90% of your time visiting certain websites, and but certain things which are not usually visited by you is detected by the system. That is an anomaly. So usually if you are an iPhone user or an advanced Android user, you will have experienced these alerts coming to you saying that hey, there is something happening. Did you try to log in into this website? Did you try to log in using this system? Because normally you use some other system to log in into Facebook, but now we have detected that you're using some other system to log in. So things like that. Now there could be a chance where somebody has been able to hack into your Facebook account, but that person who's trying to hack into your Facebook account does not have your login ID or does not have your machine from which you log in. So that is a behavior aspect where the system is able to detect that you usually log in using your home PC, but now you're logging in from some other city and some other PC. So that is a change in behavior. That is why all these systems like Facebook has a built-in security on the behavioral aspect where they can detect how you're using Facebook, how you're using LinkedIn. So this is just one example. So there could be numerous examples of the behavioral aspect. So anything out of the ordinary should ring a bell and should be a cause of concern, and that is why these triggers are there in the network where anything out of the ordinary should be alerted to the user. Similarly, there could be a intrusion which can happen into your privacy. There could be an intrusion happening into your mobile device or your PC from external agency where they are trying to get access to your files on your desktop or on your mobile. Some of these files may be very um personal to you. Some of these files may contain certain data which is related to your finances, etc., and you don't want these things to be made available to a third party. Otherwise, there is a very heavy chance or high chance where the data which has been stolen from your PC or your mobile device can be misused against you itself. So you have to protect all of these aspects. And if there is an intrusion, for example, a few days back, um, somebody was trying to log in into my mobile device from somewhere in China, and fortunately I was able to detect this behavior because I'm in India, and somebody is trying to get access to my mobile device from China using some technology. We don't know what it is, but it is against the behavior because I have never traveled to China. So I think you have to be mindful about these things, and there are systems which are giving you these alerts. So you have to make sure that you don't ignore these alerts and you take appropriate action when such an intrusion happens. That means you should not allow. So the easiest thing to do is, if there is an intrusion which is being reported by your mobile device or your social media account, immediately change the passwords. That is the easiest thing to do, and that will make you more secure. So I think while there is a behavioral pattern checking, so that anything out of the blue is being checked, at the same time you can also keep changing your passwords as and when such intrusion happens, to protect yourself. At the same time, if there are occurrences happening often, then there has to be analysis on the pattern itself. Who's trying to steal your identity, who's trying to log in into the system, and how people are using your data or trying to get access to your data. So these are the things that you should be really concerned about, and you should do an analysis of how this pattern is emerging, and that will give you an input on how or who is trying to get access to your information. And then at the right time you can alert the authorities. The IT Act or IT legal laws in different countries are very strict, and anything, if you're able to detect the pattern and inform the authorities, the law will take its own course and will book the people who are trying to get into your mobile devices and steal your identity. So I think number two is understand what are the patterns which are happening on your devices, and people are trying to get access to your personal data. Now let's come to the advantage, because I think so far we have covered about what is cybersecurity, but we are not discussing too much in cybersecurity because it requires a lot of technical in-depth knowledge. We are talking about the behavioral aspects of the security, and in today's world, if you are using some sort of a system, then you're definitely putting a lot of information, your photographs, your whereabouts, location, uh, on the social media. And if those are the things which are being shared and somebody else get access to your location, your personal data, your photographs, your children information, the whole thing can be misused. So I think the first aspect is to understand what is behavior, how you are using responsibly the social media, what you are putting into social media. Is it very private or very public? it can be shared in public, or if it is very private, you should not be sharing it. So I think that is the first behavioral change that you have to make in yourself. Second is that you have to also understand, in case there is a uh, out of the blue something is happening on your social media accounts and also on your device, you have to be very alert and attentive to prevent that. Number three, if there are pattern emerging of these attacks on you, then you have to understand who's trying to attack, and notice the pattern, and at the right time, once the occurrence are more than 5 to 6 times on the same pattern, you have to alert the authorities. Now let's come to the advantages. See, these are very simple steps. By changing the behavior of your own usage of different aspects of the digital life, you will be able to protect yourself without spending a lot of money in buying cyber security systems. I mean, if you buy the cyber security softwares, some of these things which you have to do manually can be automated, and you will be only seeing different kinds of alerts on your devices. But in case if your workload is not very heavy, you don't need to spend a lot of money in the cyber security softwares, and you don't have to I mean, if you just simply change your behavior in terms of how you use your mobile phone, how you use your social media accounts, or how you use your laptops, what information you share by post or by SMS, what sort of information you share if somebody calls you, and WhatsApp or any messenger services. So if you have some sort of control on yourself in terms of your behavior, you will be able to secure yourself. And watch out, in the end I will say that make sure that keep checking your behavior, and anything out of the blue that happens on your account, on your device, you have to see and examine that occurrence. So with this, let me end my discussion today, and friends, if you want to comment on this, please do. I will take up your comments, and we will talk about some other aspects of digital literacy in the next episode. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and welcome to Akulmach. And there are a couple of good news today. The UK got the vaccine and they have started the vaccination since yesterday. So to discuss further, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, fantastic day. The vaccines have started and we're on the way to recovery. And that's the way I see it anyway. How about you?
Well, in my country, what is going on? There are people who are waiting for it eagerly, and there are other set of people who are just indifferent, and there are third set of people, which is very large. They are sort of negative towards this. They are saying, "Hey, this vaccine may work, may not work. We don't know, etc., etc." So I was thinking about the the science and technology. Way back in 1860, there were very eminent scientists who announced that whatever we could discover, we have already discovered. We are at the pinnacle of the development, and there is nothing more to do. And this was in 1860. And in 1905, Einstein came up with his general theory of relativity, and that turned the whole world upside down. So in 1860, they were saying, hey, whatever we had to do, we have already done. There's nothing more to do. Whereas we again restarted the whole thing in 1905. So I think my opinion is there is no end to any development. There is no end to negative thinking. There will be negative naysayers all the time, but we have to move forward.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The thing about where we currently are is there are still people that refuse to take the MMR vaccine, and yet there's a horrific issue with regards to children getting measles or mumps and rubella, as they call it, MMR, measles, mumps and rubella. That was the vaccination. But the interesting thing for me is, if you were to ask these same people, would you like to go on a trip to the moon? What do you think the answer would be?
They will, very frankly, the answer will be all three options. They will be guys.
Oh, definitely all three options. But for the majority of people that were in that negative arena, and if you gave them a little excitement, would you like a trip to the moon? How many of those negative people do you think would say, yeah, I'd like to go to the moon? What percentage do you think?
I would say 50% of the negative people will definitely turn their votes towards positive.
Well, and so I mean, we're just having a bit of banter here, but the point is, yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of people would say, "Oh, a trip to the moon. Now that's a different opportunity," and yet there are far more risks for a trip to the moon than there are in taking this vaccine. And that's the reality of life. The vaccine has far less risk than getting in a spaceship and going to the moon. It is incredibly risky to go to the moon. Even today, where they can't guarantee that everything's going to work perfectly. When you see those rockets take off, and I know we're now into SpaceX, so now we're into the commercial arena. No more NASA flights. They're buying seats on SpaceX, as you and I have both seen in the past. Even in those control rooms, there is this moment of anticipation, intrepidation of we pray for success. There is no praying for success of this vaccine. The Pfizer one has got 95% chance of being successful. That's massive. So for all those negative people out there, just think about what we're saying. Because the worst case, what I see is nearly 60,000 people have died in the UK, allegedly because of the COVID pandemic. Probably more people have died because they haven't gone to accident emergency when they've been having strokes and heart attacks. I mean, who knows of the secondary issues, the people that have had cancer treatment delayed, the people that have had major surgery delayed because this pandemic has actually taken over our health service, which is allegedly one of the best in the world. So is this a risk? Yeah, of course it's a risk. Crossing the road is a risk, frankly. Certainly crossing the road in Delhi is a risk because, you take your life in your own hands. But at the same time, I take a lot of comfort from the chief medical officer in the UK, Professor Van Dam, who's been on the TV several times recently. He's almost like a celebrity status doctor, really. And he said, as soon as the vaccine is available, I will tell my mother to take it. I will advise my mother to take it. His mother's well into her 80s. And if he's saying, I will advise my mother to take it, and I'm going to take it, then frankly, who am I to say this medical expert that has been doing this all of his life, he's been preparing for this vaccine since March of this year. So he's been following this very, very carefully. The testing strategy, the efficacy of the testing strategy. He probably had a lot to do with the testing strategy. I don't know, but he's a pretty important guy in the UK, and I'm sure he's been watching this every step of the way. And then you've had independent body, a completely independent body that hasn't had a backhander, hasn't been paid by Pfizer to railroad this vaccine through, because they are above that level. And they're coming on TV and saying, no, we've not cut corners. Yes, we've pushed it through, but we threw people at it to push it through. And I think this is where people are questioning, why does it take 10 years for this to happen? And we've managed to do it in not just less than a year, probably about 8 months. And the issue is they've thrown money at it. They've moved the goalpost. They've pushed everything else out of the way. Nothing else has been on the priority list. This has had number one priority, and the likelihood is everything else has just been pushed to one side. That's the reason, and anyone in business knows, if you focus on it for a very short period of time and you throw money at it and throw people at it and resources at it, you're going to get the result that you would do if you spread it over time. Does that make sense? I mean, it makes sense to me.
Well, I think we started discussing about the moon trips of mankind, and you're absolutely right when you say when you throw money in it and you throw people in it. In the moon program, 350,000 people were actively involved to send 12 men on the moon. So I think that is where the reality of the situation is. I think I am fully on board. And if the Indian government says, hey, there is a vaccine available, I will, given a chance, I will go for it. Simply because there is no end to stopping this virus, because we have heard that the virus is now affecting the nervous system. Instead of attacking the respiratory system, in certain cases, it directly enters the brain and affects the nervous system. And so we don't know how this virus mutates. So it's better to take vaccine so that you don't have any sort of conditions against this virus. So I think to answer your question, I will go for it. And the good news is the Pfizer has approached Indian government, and also one of the Indian companies has approached the Indian government to allow them to start vaccination process in India. So the Indian Medical Association is looking into it. The Prime Minister of India has also announced that within a matter of 2 to 3 weeks, we will have the vaccine available from multiple companies in India. And the modus operandi of distribution of this medicine, which is Pfizer one, and also the Indian vaccine, would be given to the frontline workers first, and then it will reach the needy ones. So when we say emergency use, the government actually means it will be given to the frontline workers and people, citizens who are above 60, who are in need of the vaccine. So I think given a chance, I will go for it. I will have my family go for it, whatever it takes, whatever money. If there is a charge for the vaccine, we will go, pay the charge, and get it.
Well, I can't advise you to do what your brain is telling you what to do. I mean, the thing is, I'm just a very logical person, and I've seen and heard, experienced firsthand the catastrophic impact that this virus has had. I've lost people around the world that I've known for years, healthy people in many respects, just old, and their time came up long before it should have done. So for me, bring it on. Give me that vaccine as the earliest opportunity. I'm really pleased that the Indian government and the Prime Minister is moving it ahead, because it's the only way to eradicate this problem. I mean, just think of when you used to cut yourself as a kid. You didn't think much of it. You put a plaster on it, and that was it. As you got a little older, we had this thing called tetanus. And the doctor would give you a tetanus, and then you get a booster. There was not a great deal of proof around how long this, what the side effects, etc., etc. But because the downside was so horrific, tetanus, the problem is lockjaw, as they call it. You know, where you literally your jaw locks. You know, you can't move it. Can't think of anything worse really than not being able to speak. But there's another thing. And yes, of course, all the testing hasn't been done. You know, over here, there's been this issue about pregnant women. And it's quite specific that no, there is no approval for this to be used on pregnant women. And why? Because not sufficient testing has been done on pregnant women. So if you recall, we had the thalidomide issue in the 60s. You know, birth control was an issue, and a lot of women that had, gave birth to these children with significant issues can be traced to the thalidomide pill as the time, or injection. We're way beyond that. We're way beyond that. We haven't got the testing regime that we had then. They don't take those risks, and I'm sure that whole thalidomide arena tightened up the regulation. So we can be thankful to these things that do tighten up. We do learn by our mistakes and our experiences, and in this particular instance, we've been told here that there is such a backlash of the naysayers, because they're out there. They're not just in India, you know, in their droves. They're in the UK. They're in the US, and the main thing here is we've even got the Queen. Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II is going to go on TV and say she's had the vaccine. Now, she's 95 years old, you know, and a lot of people will say, well, if the Queen's had it, I'm going to have it too. So they're trying to bring out all the stops over here to say, please take the vaccine. And the reason for that is the alternative is much worse. So think of it as going to the moon. Yes, please. But the risks are far less.
I think, Neville, I think UK government must be preparing a list of people who would get the vaccine first and second and third. I hope your name figures there as soon as possible. And I'm quite happy for the people of UK that they got the first privilege to get the vaccine. I think we will be the second one in India. And, I think all of us should go for the vaccine. Don't wait for virus to affect you in any way, because virus is mutating. The best thing to do is take the vaccine and pray for the best.
Yeah, exactly. You know, prayer always helps, but please don't over question the fact that efficacy has been pushed to one side because money. A lot of people are saying money talks. You know, people have pushed this through far too quickly. Go and look at the evidence. Go and listen to the experts. And remember, a lot of these experts are completely independent. But listen to the ones that are the experts. And have a happy life.
Certainly, Neville. So we will talk about some other pressing issue. I think today is about the vaccination because it started yesterday in UK. But definitely we will catch up with you next in the next discussion tomorrow. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Goodbye and happy life, as they say.
Thank you.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. I'm privileged to have my guest, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a practicing senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass. How are you, Nagesh?
Hi CK, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good too. There is nothing much happening except that we are enjoying the monsoon. And also, we are on a journey of understanding the human rights. We would like to discuss, something interesting today with you. I think today the topic of discussion would be right to food. So, would you like to throw some information or light on this particular aspect from the legal standpoint?
Yes, of course, Chandrakant. See, basically, right to food is a human right, protecting the right of people to feed themselves with dignity. This means that sufficient food is available, that people have the means to access it, and that it adequately meets the individual's dietary needs. The right to food protects the right of all human beings to be free from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The right to food does not imply that governments have an obligation to hand out free food to everyone who wants it, or anybody has a right to be fed. However, if people are deprived of access to food for reasons beyond their control, for example, people are in detention or at the times of war or natural disasters such as this pandemic, the right requires the government to food directly to the people. The right to food is protected under international human rights and humanitarian law and correlative state obligations as well established under international law. The right to food is recognized in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as there are different instruments which are internationally recognized. So far as India is concerned, Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees a fundamental right to life and liberty. The expression life in this article has been judicially interpreted to mean a life with human dignity and not mere survival or animal existence. The state is then obligated to provide for all those minimum requirements which must be satisfied in order to enable a person to live with human dignity, such as education, healthcare, just and human conditions of work, protection against exploitation, etc. So, the right to food is inherent to a life with dignity, and Article 21 is to be read with Article 39A and 47 to understand the obligations of the government in order to ensure the effective realization of this right. Now, Article 39A of the Constitution requires the state to direct its policy towards securing that the citizens, that is, men and women, equally have the right to an adequate means to livelihood. Article 47 spells out the duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people as primary responsibility. So the citizens have a right to be free from hunger enshrined in Article 21 to be ensured by the fulfillment of the obligations of the government which are set out in Article 39A and Article 47. Now, if we talk about the present lockdown, of course, the difficulties were created because of the people who are basically belong to marginalized groups such as workers, who are daily wagers. Then there were migrants who were working at different places, were wanting to go home because this was the time when this is called the harvesting season for India, and therefore the migrants wanted to go home for this purpose. However, because of lack of transportation, they could not go to their respective natives. And what we observed in the entire country was that the crops were spoiled because of the non-availability of labor and workers. There were uh, uh, there were farmers who could not sell their vegetables and crops in the open market since the markets were closed, and therefore, a lot of supply of food was affected during this lockdown. Now, to kind of deal with that, the Kerala was the first state which started free ration for about 1 month to people who are below poverty lines, and later on, that supply was also given to people from all sections of uh, society, and food kits consisting of different items were distributed after 8th of April. The finance minister actually announced 1.7 trillion rupees relief package to take care of food security measures funded by the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan scheme. And the help was given to the poorest people by announcing the distribution of 5 kgs of rice and wheat per person, and 1 kgs of pulses to every household. So this model by the central government was followed by different states like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and uh, similarly 5 kg of subsidized food grains of monthly ration per household was provided under the National Food Safety Act 2013 for two-thirds of the Indian population. Thereafter, the Defense Food Research Laboratory, which is based in South India, uh, is a food research organization which is solely responsible to feed India under extreme conditions like disasters, conflicts, and space missions. Uh, so they have been working day and night to feed especially the health workers across India with nutritious meals. So these were some of the schemes that were introduced during lockdown by the government to deal with the sufferings of people, which at this time uh, was obligated on the government to provide food as we are in the unprecedented times of COVID-19.
Uh, I also did a little bit research of my own. So I would like to just inform you about that. So when the COVID was on and the lockdown was on across the country, I think the government, uh, in order to uphold the right to food law, they did some changes. I think one of the major changes they did is remove the Mandi Act, which was imposed during the socialism era of 1970 India. So they got rid of the Mandi Act and they opened the market so that the farmer, like for example, you mentioned that the farmers were not able to sell their produce. So government ensured that farmer is free to sell his produce at whatever price he wants is suitable to whoever he wants. In fact, the India was in such a state earlier that the farmer from one farmer cannot sell his produce to another farmer. They were barred to do that. So all that is gone now. Why I'm bringing this point, because I have been contacted by a few of the middlemen. As you know, Nagesh, we are in business consulting business, and because of this removal of the Mandi Act, the people who are actually selling at the mandi, that means they were getting produced from farmers and then selling it to consumers, are suddenly feeling out of job, and they have become very, very rich. So some of these guys have contacted me by looking at my website, and they are now saying what we should do now. So, the things are totally changed. While the government is pro farmer and they are upholding, they have uphold the law of right to food. The other point I like to bring to your notice, as per my research, is that the land is limited in our country. It's a limited land. The land cannot increase. So whatever we can do scientifically, like for example, you mentioned the research institute in South India. Whatever we can do, we can predict the rains, we can modify genetics, we can do water harvesting in a proper way and all that. The growth, unlike other industry which can go to double or 3 times, 4 times, the growth in agriculture cannot exceed beyond 3%. So suppose we make a 1 or 2% growth as compared to previous year, it is considered miracle. So we are actually grappling with this situation where one side is that markets are getting opened up and there are certain people who are getting jobless who are sort of middlemen. And other side is that the production on the agriculture side is not huge as compared to other industries. For example, if you invest in a scooter industry, you can make a projection that, hey, I'm making scooters in India and I will sell it to Taiwan. So you can immediately double or triple your projections. But in agriculture space, which is actually producing food, the maximum growth by God's grace cannot be more than 4%. So I think these are certain things that the government is grappling with. And why I'm bringing these two critical points, so that you can then talk about the food security bill that government has brought in and how humongous the task is, considering these limitations or blockades that we have.
Yes, definitely. You see, the government's endeavor in these times have been exemplary. I mean, they have tried their best to feed the needy in this unprecedented times, and it has opened up with a lot of schemes. As you said, that the certain systems have been abolished because of the fact that people were not able to get access to the produce, or the farmers were not able to sell their produce in the markets. Now, the system, which has been there since a long time, saw a change because of the fact people were unable to have the access to these markets, and also that due to the due to the lack of harvesting of crops, because of the shortage of labor and the machineries, the actual crops were spoiled. We understand this position that the government has an excess of food grains with them. There is plenty of food grain which are stocked with the government, and therefore there is no dearth of the provision for food for people. But unfortunate part is that how does that food reaches to people who are affected? So that system needs to be improvised. That system needs to be, thought about, so that in times like this, the food what is available, which is in plenty. We have a good harvesting season last year, and even this year we could have had a good harvesting season, but for the fact that the harvesting could not take place, but for the fact the produce, vegetables, etc., could not reach the market, the supply chain got disconnected. And therefore, the government has now have to concentrate on developing a system where such blocks can be overcome.
Nagesh, I think I've heard that the government has also started the e-market. I don't know what it's. I think it's called e-NAM or something, which is a portal where they can start finding the client. But I think the challenge today is that the things are happening very rapidly. While the food security bill is there, in fact, the food security bill that Indian government has started is the free rationing till November end. Like you mentioned, that 5 kg of rice per person and pulses, etc., given to 800 million people from starting from February to November. Now, feeding so many people, 800 million is equal to 2.5 times the population of the European Union. So it's a very huge.
Yes.
It's a huge program. At the same time, the farmers are facing an issue where they are suddenly exposed to this new marketplace, because earlier they knew whatever meager amount they will get because the amounts were fixed. Now the amounts are not fixed. So they have to learn to adapt to the new ways. That means finding new marketing strategies, finding new clients, how to sell. Even though ENAM is there, but they have to be taught how to use it. So I think the farmers are doing their job. I feel the government is also doing their job, but there is a need for somebody who can handhold these people and make use of these technologies. So I think that is where we are in terms of food security that we have in India.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree that, of course, the system is in place, but how to make effective use of the system is what we need to work on. Definitely, there are programs which are there in place by the government to look into the shortfalls or shortcomings we had during this pandemic, that how well we can distribute the food to large number of people. We already have a PDS system in place, but to cater to such a huge population, it's a humongous task. And how well we can do it, we need to have some time. We need to have some more technology, which is more friendly to people who are not used to it so far. And therefore, this is how we can develop the system after this experience, what we have gone through.
I think there is opportunity for people who are actually working as a middleman, is to reinvent themselves and become trainer for the farmers and helping them sort of a sales guys to help them sell their produce in a different way. So I think the opportunities are also opening up. People have to now think very fast and smart. So I think that is where we are, even in the area of agriculture. So it is great pleasure talking to you, understanding the legal side of the whole thing, Nagesh. It is my personal pleasure learning from you.
Absolutely. It is actually mutual. So we are sharing our experience. So there's nothing what is being taught, but it's a conversation which is simplified to understand what things are and how best we can use them. So it is wonderful being with you, Chandrakant. So look forward to explore some new things tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. And tomorrow we will discuss some other aspects around the human rights. So until then, bye-bye.
Bye. You take care.
Thank you. Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have been joined by very eminent leader of the industry, DCF Ventures CEO Lakshmi Putluri. She has been well known in the industry. She is also well known as an angel investor and also former co-founder of Jabong. Welcome to the show, Lakshmi.
Hi, CK. Thank you for having me on the show.
It is our pleasure, Lakshmi. In fact, today is day 15 and the entire India is under lockdown. In fact, many countries globally are under lockdown. What is the kind of impact you see in your neighborhood and your community that might have caused some sort of problems or issues with the people?
Okay. I wouldn't say necessarily problems or issues, but obviously there is, complete silence. You can, imagine it almost seems like, the place has come to a standstill. So that is, for a city like Bombay especially, it's never happened. So that's something which is unusual. Although I'm sure, the communities are all, making the best of, the situation in terms of adhering to all the guidelines, making sure, social and physical distancing is practiced. And also, engaging actively and making sure you spend quality time with your family members. That's one. So from a community perspective, of course, this is something unavoidable. But the good thing is, of course, I think, and we've been seeing a lot of these posts, like Bombay has seen dolphins emerge near the sea and the parks, are seeing a lot of the wildlife that's enjoying this, I think, change. So that's a good thing. And we just have to keep our fingers crossed that slowly we will, find a good balance between keeping in mind, the environment as well as bringing our lives back onto track before this isolation and lockdown.
Lakshmi, I think Indians are by and large very innovative, and almost like 99.99% Indians are following the government guidelines. And they have been very innovative in order to follow the guidelines and also solve the problems. But having said that, that's on the personal side. There has been a little bit of a standstill situation where there are certain businesses which are not able to take any further decisions. So do you see from your point of view any adverse sentiment which is creeping up into the business?
See, I feel like the more positive conversations are always going to be good. Absolutely. I'm sure at the back of everyone's mind, this is an ongoing thought process. There are probably, every business is going to be impacted. There is no doubt. We're talking about, 1 month of complete lockdown, and then post 1 month of lockdown, there's going to be things that have to come to normalcy. And it's a full life cycle, right? Like it's going to have ripple effect across from top to bottom. Our businesses are going to be impacted, thereby people are going to have different environment in the whole job scenario. Although I hate to use the word downsizing and layoffs, the businesses have to do certain things to survive, and that plays over at all levels, right from a restaurant that's hiring housekeeping staff. There's going to be changes, and so that is going to play on people's sentiment. And I'm sure people are trying to be very positive. Businesses are being for a month right now, I think everyone is mentally prepared, like we'll take this and we'll try to support, ensure that no one faces any serious impact. That said, no guarantees for anyone. And so yes, there is a little bit of sentiment change, and I hope that we'll be able to bring that back as soon as we can. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job already in terms of ensuring, the lockdown is well adhered to, and we do, have hope of coming out of this very quickly, even compared to some of the more so-called developed nations, as we see, are struggling dealing with COVID. So I'm waiting for things to kickstart as soon as we can, and as we, hopefully all our positive sentiments together can, help kickstart along with the support from the government as well.
Lakshmi, you are such an experienced person. You are having 2 decades of career behind you. You're well known in the industry. From your point of view, do you have an opinion about what a government of any country, any nation should do after the lockdown is lifted in order to improve the sentiment, in order to improve the business?
So I can't speak from perspective of all nations, because every nation has a very different DNA, different kind of setup and all that. But given that right now we can talk perhaps a little bit about India as from ensuring containment. I think we are doing a phenomenal job as a country. Every citizen is playing a role. And likewise, while we do expect the government to bring in a lot more stimulus, because we've seen like the US has announced a $3 trillion stimulus, and we are 4 times larger than US, so the stimulus has to reflect that kind of a boost and a positive sentiment. And I do hope that we'll start seeing more positive stimulus and positive some policy support that we will get from the government, that will also naturally play into the business sentiment and boost the business sentiment, boost the people's emotional quotient, and on the mind space and mindset. So that's something that I cannot put a number as to what is that number that India should bring forward as a stimulus, but I am sure that they are working on something bigger and larger that is going to be announced shortly and announced soon. Apart from that, I do believe that as citizens, we all will also play a certain role. For example, encouraging a lot of the small businesses in and around. So, for example, like Singapore right now, and of course, the kind of sanitization levels there and the kind of adherence will probably be different. But Singapore is actually encouraging people to order outside, and asking people to order outside and support restaurants and other businesses there, right? So that's something like maybe we may not choose to order outside, but there are small businesses in and around us where we should support, and right from staff in each of our immediate ecosystems, how can we support them? I think that's a small role as citizens we all can play. And then the government will come in, and I'm very positive that they will come in and play a role which will be very positive to business, positive to small and medium enterprises, which are going to be a little bit far more hit than maybe the larger organizations.
Lakshmi, you have raised a very profound question here. So, do you see the change in business process after this lockdown situation is lifted? Do you see a new way of doing business which will emerge after this lockdown is lifted?
So, the first part of question was, can you just repeat the first part? Second part I got.
So it is just one question. Will the business process will change after this lockdown?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it change. In fact, I'm part of a few other business, groups where, it's mixed background. Like I come from a digital background. I've seen even when I worked at IBM between 2002 to 2006, IBM was already 50% work from home at that time, right? But a lot of the businesses that don't come maybe from a tech background or come from more traditional businesses, think agri, think, energy companies, even government employees, a lot of them are just experiencing the digital transformation. They're understanding that work from home can be possible. So I think that shift, both from a transformation on the digital front, which is happening in sectors like education. Clearly, we've just seen, all the institutions are quickly ramping up to be more digitally ready. And we are also seeing many of the traditional businesses who've suddenly been dislodged and, now having meetings online. They're actually starting some of the more essential service businesses functioning at higher productivity levels as well. And these learnings, I think, will play into how businesses will revisit what they do post-COVID. This will also help them, enhance their bottom line, some of these learnings, going digital, and optimizing this. Hopefully that will be a very positive shift, helping businesses with some of the cash flow crunch that they might, have thought they would face.
Excellent words of wisdom, Lakshmi. In fact, I personally get a lot of value after talking to you. I think there is a clarity you as a leader, you're giving to our audience and our viewers that, there's going to be a bit of a change in the way we do things, in the way we do business. I think that is going to change forever. So I just want to tell you is that, Lakshmi Putluri, you have been a great inspiration. It was wonderful talking to you today. And I think we will find another opportunity very soon before the lockdown is lifted to talk to you again, to see or to take your advice on how things are in the neighborhood, any new things that are happening in the industry. It was wonderful talking to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, CK. Very nice talking to you as well. And thank you for the opportunity. Hope all the viewers of your videos and series enjoyed the series. And stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Vikas Bansal, who has 2 decades of corporate experience. He's worked with many brands across India, and now he's helping a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and budding professionals in their journey. He is actually playing a role of mentor and coach, and we are very happy to have him here to discuss about lockdown. Welcome to the show, Vikas.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. You share your name with a very famous personality, right? So,
Well, I think there are many. Which one you're talking about?
no, I'm talking about the boss of TCS as of now,
Oh, okay. Okay.
or the Tatas. I wouldn't say TCS here because we remember him as the boss of TCS, but now the boss of Tatas, right?
There was,
Chandra.
when I was in school, there was a notorious character also with the same name.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful.
So, Vikas, I'm very happy to talk to you today, and we are on day 12. We've already crossed
Yes.
2 weeks,
Yes.
2 weeks, and we have few more days to go. So, what is your experience so far? Would you like to share? Because I think you're joining us from Delhi or Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
How do you see this lockdown affecting you in particular and your neighborhood?
See, I would say everything has a silver lining. Though when I first heard the news of a lockdown, it seemed as if the world had collapsed. So I am not the one who likes to sit in my home per se. And over the last 2 decades, though I've had a mix of roles. I mean, right from sales and distribution to let's say having a small role in finance to strategy and planning, analytics. So I've been on the field and I've been in the office, but I feel more comfortable in moving out and talking to people, conversing with people. So the first news of this lockdown, when Prime Minister spoke of this initiative, first obviously you had to reconcile with the fact that this is something which has happened. As a human being, many times we fail to reconcile to the reality. So I believe it took me about a day or two to realize that this has actually happened. And this is something beyond me. I really have to live with it for the next 3 weeks at least. So that's the first reaction which I had to overcome. My first resistance, my own resistance, which I had to overcome in the first 1 or 2 days. That something actually happened and I need to abide by that as a law-abiding citizen. So I believe the first 2 or 3 days was still pretty good. It was like an extended weekend. So you come back from work and you suddenly are announced an extended weekend. So first 2 or 3 days, you kind of end up consuming a lot of food. You end up watching a lot of TV, reading a lot of newspaper. I mean, so first 2 or 3 days were pretty fine, kind of an extended holiday. But then again, the reality starts biting you. You can't be doing that every single day. So I believe by the end of the third day, I realized there has to be a proper regime. I still had about 18, 19 days to go. So that's when one sits down and realizes that there's more to life, what can be done. I mean, I'm confined to my home, but that's a great learning opportunity as well. So I believe the paradigm shift happened, Chandra, somewhere on the third day, when I realized I had this time to myself. Though obviously, I mean, me, my wife, my parents, my kids, I'm sure my wife takes care of but we're all chipping in. So I believe when we sat down and thought about what could be done, what could the kids do, what I could do. So I believe the third day was the day which really changed my life. And it's been a great journey after that. I mean, I have really, if I could use the word, I have really enjoyed this time. Enjoyed as a period of self-development, enjoyed as a period of really getting back or really getting back to a lot of my friends and acquaintances. A lot of those people who I could not reach out to, not because I never wanted to, but many of these people were really keeping busy all this while. So as of now, I have this period wherein, so if I call you up Chandra, I'm very sure if you're not in a Zoom call, which most people are as on date, they're actually happily waiting for somebody's call. So you're free to call them up. So I mean, it's been a really good time, I would say, since the third day. So last about 8-9 days has been really good, really productive for me. That's what my thing is.
So so what I'm getting is a lot of positive vibes while talking to you. But one thing which I get after you spoke is that I think things are going to change forever. The way we do business, and how do we talk to people. So do you have any observation on how things will pan out once the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I believe, and I had an interesting. So I posted a video on similar lines this very Tuesday. I mean, about 5 days back, and I actually spoke about the scenarios which would unfurl once this lockdown is lifted. First, I'm a firm believer that whatever changes are happening in our environment that we see, some of these changes will definitely become permanent. Not that we were not conversant with technology, right? I believe some of us are fortunate to have an access to this technology that we're using right now. So we were pretty conversant with this all these years. I mean, we've had all these Skype calls and WhatsApp video calls. So, but many of these changes will now start becoming permanent as a routine feature in our daily lives. So, and I also spoke about something in my video where not that, so once the normalcy returns, which it will, let's say a couple of days or a couple of weeks on the line, we will still start frequenting malls. We will get back to our sports events, get back to movies. I'm a big fan of movies, right? We'll get back to all those activities. But I believe the frequency just might reduce. So if I was a person who used to watch 12 movies in a year, I'm talking about going to a theater and watching a movie, right? If I was to go every single month, I don't know. As of now, I feel I just might cut it down to about 6 movies a year. I don't know. I mean, that's what my feeling is now. So some of these outings just might reduce, is what my feeling is. And then technology. So I use the word where technology, I would say, will no longer be an enabler. As of now, we always see technology as an enabler in whatever work we're doing, in trying to increase. So technology helps us to increase our efficiency, is what we look at. I believe now technology will be an integral part of our lives, not just an efficiency tool. So these are some of the things which I see happening even after the lockdown ends. Now, for some of us who have kids, I mean, believe me, their life is really going to change. They're all getting pretty used to this technology stuff. I really, though I'm not a very firm believer in kids going through Zoom classes, right, and schools engaging with them over technology. But it again hardly matters whether I'm a believer or not. This is here to stay. I mean, most of the schools that I know of in Delhi NCR, I don't know about the other areas, but most of the schools in this area have really geared up, and this could be a boon for students because you have all kinds of breaks up in North India. If you're conversant with, you have sometimes an extended summer break because of the adverse weather. Then you have now a new pollution break. For many of our audiences who are living in the other part of the country, they wouldn't understand what this pollution break is. But we have this annual, a few days of pollution break. Then we have an extended winter break again because of adverse winter conditions. Technology will really come to our rescue now. So I believe some of these things which we're getting used to are really going to be a permanent feature. That's what my belief is.
So I think you raised very pertinent questions. I think there is an immediate opportunity for uh, homeschooling kind of an application where students can study as they were doing normally in the school. Similarly, there could be an opportunity for innovation with regard to the office-based solutions. In fact, if I want to share some experience of my own company, because we work in the startup and the SME arena, and we are sort of 80% online even before the lockdown. So it took us
Okay.
hardly one day to transition everybody on virtual office. So,
One.
so that's let me share my experience. What is happening is, I see all these people working from home because everybody is working, because we don't want to, being a small company, we don't want to let go the revenue. So now, as a team leader, or as a leader of the company, I am exposed to the personal life of the people, because not everybody is fortunate to have a home office kind of a scenario. So they are
Sure.
converting bedrooms and whatever area, convenient area. So I am not only exposed to their work, which I was earlier doing, I'm also getting exposed to their personal life. So I think as a leader, I have to be, within quotes, I have to be uh, adjusting enough to get exposed to that. And then there are requests coming that, hey, I will work for 8 hours for the company, but I work 4 hours because the young parents don't have any avenue to leave their toddlers out. So they will work
Right.
4 hours in the morning, then they'll take a break because their wife they have to look after their children, and then they'll work another 4 hours. So a lot of these permutation combinations are now, at least as a leader, I'm getting exposed to. I'm sure a lot of people, other people who are in a different scenario, who work in a different kind of industry, or who work in a different segment, there may be a lot of inputs coming in from this experience.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned about you having a sneak peek into your associates' lives per se, you mentioned about that. So, in fact, I read a very interesting article written by Nikhil, one of my friends. He posted it on LinkedIn a couple of days back, wherein he used the terminology of not working from home, but working at home. And I also kind of narrated the same in my video, which I posted. It's a different scenario. I mean, as you rightly pointed out, some of us who are fortunate to have a separate space, we've converted so I have converted altogether a room in my house. So I have slightly a bigger house. So I have converted an entire room to my office. But for people who didn't have spaces, I mean, I know of my friends who really literally converted one of their bedrooms, right, to an office. So kind of no longer working from home, but working at home. You need an office at home now. So again, a paradigm shift. Yes. So incidentally, what you just mentioned.
Right. So I think it is very enlightening to talk to you and get this perspective. What is your advice to some of the viewers of this particular show? Because I think the lockdown is not going to stop at 21 days. Presumption is it will continue for some more time, or it will be released in phased manner.
In phased
Because,
manner, yes.
because pandemic is upon us, it's not going to disappear just like that.
Absolutely.
What do you think we should do as humanity, and so that we are streamlined in the positive direction?
See, I would say this is again. So the current situation is like we are at war with someone, right? So we definitely will have to be confined, as you rightly pointed out. Even if the lockdown ends, it'll end in. So we'll have a phased end to the lockdown. It'll not be a 0 and 1. It'll not be a digital kind of an end to a lockdown. So again, I would say, what can we do to improve our value per se? So that's what my only message is to anybody who's watching this video. See, again, this is the reality. Come to terms with the reality. That reality might last another 9 days, might last another 12 days, 15 days. We're still not sure about how many days we're still going to be in this space. So what can be done? So I would say, first of all, take out some time and enjoy. You know what happened, Chandra? So when this lockdown started, everybody was kind of enjoying for the first 2 3 days. But now I've been calling up a lot of my friends who still happen to be in corporate jobs. Thankfully, I'm out of a job now. I run my own venture like you do. So people who are still in jobs, I don't know if you've experienced this. Since last week, they extremely got busy. Everybody's kind of on a call since morning till about late in the evening on a video call. I don't know how productive is that. So are you literally getting consumed in too much of work? You're not being too productive. So take some time out for enjoyment is what my message is, first of all. It's a golden opportunity spending some time with your family. Are you dedicating some time? Now, I have two kind of grown-up kids. I wouldn't say exactly grown-up, but yeah, in high school kids. I'm possibly making a point to spend some time with them even in front of the TV. I mean, we have two epic serials being shown. I mean, am I doing something? Can I do something to inculcate some good values in them? Possibly I can make them sit in front of the serial, in front of the TV when you have the Ramayana and Mahabharata being telecast. So, as parents, do we have some responsibility towards our kids, except for asking them to attend their maths and the science classes? So, I mean, this is the time to really do things which you've not done. Can you pick up a small book which you always thought about reading? You will definitely have an access to that book online. Can you actually watch a movie which you always wanted to? Can you actually do something which you always wanted to, but you're still confined? And you can do, which you can manage within the confines of your house. So, I mean, this is the time which will pass. But what is the value add that you do within yourself, within your family, or even within your peer group? And again, I spoke about something in my video. Can you actually call up some friends? As I told you, I've been calling up 3 to 5 friends every day. I mean, I'm not saying message them. Can I talk to them? Everybody is available right now. Can you talk to 3 or 4, 5 friends? Can you talk to somebody who you spoke about 2 years back? I mean, there's a lot to do. And believe me that these new connections which you're establishing today will help you, will come to your leverage in the long run. So I mean, I'm saying do something to keep yourself engaged, and there are enough and enough things. Just summarize, do something for enjoyment, do something with the kids, call up your friends, and obviously carry on with your routine work. So there's a lot to be done.
There's a lot to be done. It's a great pleasure talking to you, Vikas, today. I'm sure we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you once again. We've got a few more days. I think the lockdown is continuing. And before the lockdown ends, we'll talk once again.
Thank you.
And be positive, be safe.
Thank you. Thanks, Chandra.
Bye-bye for today. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today is Sorty Wednesday. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gunt.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Sotty Wednesday. Doesn't this come around so quickly? And today we've got a really interesting sort of people that we really want to be coming into this program. So, who are we going to focus on today?
I think you're attracting a lot of focus today, Naval. You're wearing your famous flamingo shirt.
Famous flamingo shirt. Oh, there's a bit of alliteration going on there. Famous flamingo shirt. Yeah, well, you've got to stand out in the crowd. And one of the groups that really do need to stand out in the crowd now are all of these coaches. There's thousands, if not millions, of coaches in the world today that are trying to move into more coaching. I mean, everyone needs a coach. Let's face it. We all need coaches. You're my coach. I'm your coach. I've got hundreds of coaches, whether they know they are or they don't know they are. But the point is, we all need a personal coach of sorts. And part of being a personal coach is just to get more clients that like you. And the main thing about coaching is people choose their coach. Now, a lot of people don't understand that, but this is a marriage in many respects. You know, because if you don't like your coach, guess what? The likelihood is you won't get on with them and you won't do anything with them. So people choose their coach. So how are they going to choose you? How would someone choose you, CK? You know, you're a smiley face, you're digitally presented. You sit there daily and put a big smile on your face and so everyone can see who you are. They can see in the background what company you're associated with. All of these are your brand. I mean, that's how you promote yourself. And this is a great opportunity for all of these coaches to come and present their brand. Get your name out there in a global, sorry, not a global competition yet. I'm going to get ahead of myself here. SOTI is just a national competition currently for all Indians, but it is all Indians everywhere in the globe. So what have we got to say to these people? Why should they be on this platform?
Neville, there are coaches. There are many coaches of different kinds. There are management coaches. There are career coaches. There are physical trainers, and there are probably more types of coaches available. And the issue we have at hand is that, I would like to choose my coach based on if something he can value add to me. I mean, if he's going to just do the same thing which I already know, then the coach is not valuable for me. So I would like to rather work with a person who can help me. And that is why an individual like me would hire a coach and pay for it. So that is the issue number one. That means I have to have sort of a faith on this knowledge of the coach. So that is the issue number one. Issue number two is in post-COVID era, you're not going to meet any coach. You're not going to interview face-to-face anyone. And then there are so many of them available now, as you said, millions. So there are millions of coaches. It is very hard for a client to choose the right coach because he doesn't know where to start. So these are the two major challenges. And number three challenge is the coaches needs to get out there and promote themselves, because otherwise, if they are not able to do that, then they are not reaching the right clients. So these are the three challenges the industry coaches are facing today, and they are not realizing properly. Some are realizing because they are coming on digital platforms of different types and kinds, but then there are many still they are just waiting for client to talk to them. But how will client react to these coaches, because they don't even know that, number one, can I have faith on this coach? Number two, is he visible enough? Does he have the knowledge? And number three, how do I find him? So I think these are the three parameters that anyone would look for when they are selecting a coach.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is we select a coach, we choose a coach. And what we need to remember is that the market is growing. We've got lots of female entrepreneurs coming onto the scene now, which is absolutely fantastic. We're getting a real amount of diversity. And it's not surprising that males choose male coaches mostly, and females choose female coaches mostly. So there's room for everybody now in this wonderful arena. So here's an opportunity to get your name out there. Come and present yourself. Be part of the SOTI Awards. Improve your digital skills. Get your name, your face into the marketplace where it can be seen by lots of people. As you said, CK, we can't physically go anywhere at the moment, and it's going to take some time before that type of business networking, I think, really takes off again. So in the meantime, and more importantly, to get ahead of the game, come on board with the SOTI Award. Oh, I'm a poet. Come on board with the SOTI Award. There you go. That's not bad for a Wednesday. But really propel yourself out into the audience. And the thing is, we do that for you. So once you're on the platform, we'll be telling everybody about you. So we're making it so easy. So the rules are, if you're between 20 and 30 years of age, and if you're an Indian anywhere in the world, you can come on and be a candidate in this award process. We look forward to working with all of you. But today, especially you young coaches.
Absolutely, Neville. And I think I like to just add a few things here. One is that the age has been changed from 18 to 40, so that there is enough bandwidth.
Oh, wow. I'm behind the game here. Right. 18 to 40. Wow. We've really sort of blown the minds of people here. That's fantastic. Good job.
Thank you. And why we kept this age group? Because there are equal opportunities for everyone to participate in the SOTI Awards. And today's tip is primarily for the coach or coaches of all sorts, whether you are a career coach or management or physical trainer or any sort of coach. Even some there are coaches which are training you in how to keep your psychology in control. So there are all kinds of coaches, and this is a platform which will allow you to come in front, make sure that you're made visible for without spending any money. You don't have to spend money on social media. You can just come and popularize yourself on this platform. So I think the tip is very clear, because in SOTI Wednesday, we have talked about how to set up your technical stuff like camera, background, light. We have talked about how to present yourself, how to make a pitch. We have talked about how to gather more number of likes. What are the tricks to make sure your video is popularized? And today's tip is specifically for coaches. This is a platform for you. Please come, register, and compete with the rest of them.
Yep, fantastic. And now we've expanded the age group, which is even better, because 18 to 40-year-olds. I still can't apply, by the way. 61. When are we going to do the 61-year-olds? Anyway, that's for another time, maybe.
Let me answer this. See, we want people to compete. We don't want people to just have a cakewalk. I'm sure if you are participating, you will win. So we don't want.
I need to blacken my hair a bit. Maybe I can pass and take the glasses off. Maybe I can pass for a 40-year-old. You never know. But anyway, in all seriousness, this is a serious competition. We really do want all of you to improve your face-to-face skills so that you can look into the screen, look into the people's eyes, and get yourself into that marketplace. So whether you're a young person, looking for a job, this is a great interview opportunity. As we've said today, this is huge opportunity for all you coaches out there, men and women alike. We actually will propel you into the arena. And with our current content and our current reach, we've got up to 1 million people that we're reaching on a regular basis. So that's putting your face in front of 1 million people. And as we grow, that could be 2 million, 10 million, 100 million. You never know where this is going to go. It's part of the reason why we've started the SOTI Awards, to get people to be digital, smile, get more opportunity, get a great job, get more contacts, and live a great life. There's nothing wrong in that, is there? So come on board with the SOTI Awards. I love that. I'm going to put that in a tweet somewhere. Come on board with the SOTI Awards. Hey, here we go. And we'll see you next Wednesday.
Absolutely. And thanks for so nicely summarizing this today's topic. And I wish you all the best for today. We'll catch up tomorrow, Neville. And with audience next Wednesday on again another SOTI Wednesday.
See you tomorrow, but see the rest of you next week.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from United Kingdom, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Bright and sunny London, as ever.
Good afternoon.
And
And good afternoon. Yes. It is good afternoon to yourselves. So the beauty of international date lines. And today, what we thought was we'd do a bit of a follow-up of this, catastrophic impact on some businesses where a number of apps have been banned by the government. We don't need to go into the reasons why, but they've been banned. So now what we need to do is to deal with it, deal with the consequences. So TikTok, WeChat, there's a few direct organizations, small businesses, large businesses, that have really been focusing their advertising money through these two particular apps. So what are the direct implications for these people?
Neville, there are huge direct implication. The direct implication is to these companies in a lot of revenue, not only from India, but the neighboring countries also. The videos were very popular into Indian market. So all of those are not playing anymore. In fact, the biggest superstar on TikTok is from a neighboring country, and he is not an Indian. So his videos are very popular here, and his business is going out of the window. So TikTok is losing revenue. The small artists or artisans or whatever the small real-time music or videos these guys make, they generate revenue using TikTok advertising channels. So their revenue will disappear, not only in India, but also in neighboring countries. And there are a lot of film stars. They have their own fan followers on TikTok. So they have fan followers on different media, and TikTok is also one of the fan followers they have on TikTok. So they are going to lose all their fans on, especially on WeChat and TikTok. And I think the direct implication is the enterprises. They lose a big chunk of advertising credit or branding credit because TikTok had 800 million subscribers within India itself. So 800 million subscribers is like twice the population of European Union. That is a kind of segment, the merchandise revenue in terms of branding and advertising, these guys will lose. So there is a huge implications.
You're absolutely right. And this isn't just India centric, because there's a lot of people that use TikTok around the world that rely upon these 800 million users in India for their audience, their market. So I've seen the noise, and it is noise because this is not good news. This is almost like feedback from a guitar that goes through the amp. It's wow. It really has reverberated around the world. But the point is now it's happened. Will it come back? We don't know. We're out of control of this particular arena. This is down to a government's issue, government restrictions. So the knock-on consequences for any business now you need to start to think about the consequences of these things happening that are completely out of your control. Just like COVID was completely out of your control. You didn't know it was coming. You didn't do either. So what we need to be doing is focusing on our business processes. So as a small business, just look at your business processes. What are you doing? Where are you doing it? How are you doing it? More importantly, what third-party software, what third-party trust, reliance that you have in your business that allows you to do what you do. And the obvious one in this digital arena, this video type arena that TikTok operates in, is go to YouTube. Look at what YouTube offers. It's been around longer, and there's more comfort potentially around using that particular product. So now just look into it. So if video is really important to your organization, you may be using Zoom, you may be using Skype, you may be using anything. But what if one of those went down? What is your backup plan? So if you make a plan, then you can execute the plan. in order of preferences. So just like COVID was a huge shock to the world, TikTok is a huge shock to the advertising world. So let's just think, let's take a step back and look at our businesses, look at how they operate, who we rely upon, who we trust, what's an integral part of our organization that we need to make sure we've got an alternative. And it's as simple as that, really. So this is a shock that's reverberating around one particular industry, but the knock-on effects are everywhere. Ultimately, there's a consequence of it. It could be your child that, you know, likes doing TikTok videos or using WeChat or one of these other apps that have been banned, and they've had their world taken away. Well, just look at what happens to them. And you don't want your business to go into that black hole. So take a grip, just take a step back, relax, look at the alternatives, and have contingency plans. It's good disaster planning anyway. And I know, CK, you know, if one server goes down, you've got automatic backup plans. When the electricity goes off, and it goes off, you know, far too often in your country in certain areas, there's always a generator that kicks in. There may be a 5-second delay or a 5-minute delay, but there's always a generator backup somewhere. So other people are thinking about it for you. You need to think about it for yourself. So just be a little bit more resilient and don't go into panic mode. Because there's no point in going into panic mode.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, you know, we can suggest certain alternatives to some of these people. And the very fact that TikTok was very popular around the world is because most of these Chinese mobile phones came preloaded with TikTok app. So people are, you know, spending not too much of money, and they get a whole lot of Chinese applications like WeChat, TikTok. So it was learning by buying the mobile itself. So that is why it became very popular in, you know, in the villages and you know, in the outskirts of the country. And the other alternatives are still there, but you know, it will require a little bit of efforts of downloading new apps. For example, YouTube can be a very good video platform, and it also has a lot of advertisements. So not as friendly as TikTok, because the ticket size for TikTok was very small, whereas YouTube ticket size runs into thousands of hours of the viewership. Only then they start making money. So I think the backup is there, but at the same time, TikTok not being present will create a vacuum, and I'm sure there will be some Indian player who will jump into it within few days. So technology behind TikTok and WeChat is not rocket science. It can be replicated. So I'm sure there will be some entrepreneur somewhere in India across the length and breadth of the country, and very soon we will have a replacement.
Well, like anything else, you know, we haven't seen competition come to the likes of TikTok, and I'm sure lots of people have been thinking about it. But like anything else, once you get that brand name out there, the barrier to entry is really high. But there's no barrier to entry now. You know, here's a great opportunity. If I had a software company, I know what I'd be going to do currently. So come and, in fact, if you're an organisation out there which is looking at this arena, come and talk to us, because we'd like to know, you know, what you're doing and how you're doing it, and you know, perhaps even promote you. So the message of today is be resilient. Build resilience into your business, because actually you never know what's going to happen, which is completely out of your control. But there's always a backup plan. You might want to call it plan B, plan C, plan D. As far as I'm concerned, it's always plan A. You just need to be agile and move around it, because then it's always plan A. It's nice and simple. As I say, be resilient. That's the message today. Don't worry about things happening out there. Just be resilient.
Thank you, Neville. And as you said yesterday, never put all your eggs in one basket. I think that is so true. I think it's a learning for most of the entrepreneurs. We will catch up with you tomorrow, Neville, on another edition of Top Brass. Bye-bye.
Good speaking with you, CK. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Naval Gunt, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Naval.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation, where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Naval Gunt to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, we're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently, and I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got 3 types of actions that people are taking, 3 different behaviors. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organizations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in 3 buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
They are saying, please join us as agent through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville, or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are 3 type of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction. Because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop, because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now, is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know it's going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS, epidemic, it's the same, vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of, trust that this will come through very soon. and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future, but there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because schemes like furlough or the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever, and more businesses will close down, because without revenue it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that there will be new opportunities, and I think one thing that I like a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think let me invite our third guest for this discussion. Is Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers is in denial, and there are opportunities available in some other arena, but the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little a positive approach towards this, because in previous months we have seen the most job loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view, because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity, and they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So, Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill. But I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in that denial mode. I think they, as per the Naval's category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. They are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with the technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Neville, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented. You might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is a takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. The education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers. There you go. There's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life, actually, since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations, that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly, but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online, go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking. Because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation, because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. You know, perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, you know, let's call it, you know, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading, start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects, and certainly don't follow government leaders, because frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea. Some of them, they're feeling their way. And I feel for them actually, because again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves, not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I would like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So, sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically, when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now, that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks, and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed, and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind, go to respected resources, see what is it that can leverage your skill, because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like for, countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind, there will be opportunities. It's dark, but then, waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner. As from the panelists we realized but nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida, and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is of course Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmach.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you all again.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava with deep interest in corporate training. He has an experience of working across continent and is closely related with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It has been a long time that we have spoken on the contemporary subjects and I miss it. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. And as you must be seeing the news, and you know that the farmers are doing a Bharat Band today, and as the farmer protest in the national capital, and that enters 12th day, the representative farmers organization handed over a letter to the government listing their demand, including a special session of parliament to repeal the three farm laws. And the leaders have claimed that the new farm law would pave the way for doing away the minimum support price MSP and will leave the poor farmers on the mercy of big corporate. Now they also want to fix the MSP. Suppose if the price is rupees 100, they want to fix it 150. So all these are happening. So I thought let's discuss this topic today. What is the real reason behind this agitation of farmers?
Yes, Kanchan. So it is actually fortunate or unfortunate rather to see that the farmer, the growers of the food, our annadatas are protesting, and there is a counter thought which says that if farmer is protesting, who is creating the food for us? So there was a time in India when our respected Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri had said, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. And from those days, India being the agricultural economy, we have always respected the farmer's profession. But given the, different aspects of the farmers in every part of India, it is important to understand the real pain points. And I think the government's motive in this is a transformation and a transition from the practices. But as you know, Kanchan, the change is the most hated word.
Correct.
So all the places where there is an established pattern of doing things, nobody expects a change, and especially when somebody's whole layer or a job or a prospect of earning any money is going away, it is bound to hurt, and
Right.
it is hurt badly.
Right.
And therefore, it is important to see where it will go. However, there are some contours that the government can manage in much better way rather than the way it is being managed from a media angle. Because most of the people on the media, they don't seem to understand the depth of the challenge. They only either see it as a politicized issue, or they don't see it at all a farmer's issue. So I'm seeing, people are returning their Padma Shris, and Bollywood actors are joining, sports people are joining, and people are making statements. So the narrative that is coming out of the farmers protest is something that needs to be carefully handled, and not, I would say, like in public administration, you cannot use the hard fact when the emotions and of the people are involved. And what would you say when Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau comes and speaks for the protest? And this makes it suddenly an international issue. So, what is your take on not only the politicization but also the glamorization of this protest?
Yeah, I feel that this is entirely inland agitation, and if farmers are having some issues, I think they are reaching out to government, and government is also facilitating the meetings, and they are discussing this issue. But I don't think so that any international person has any right, any a person who's outside of India, especially the state heads, have right to really interfere in this matter, because government's intention behind this is to make a uniform market arrangement for agriculture commodities across a country, to enable farmers to get their better option while selling their produce. Satish, all these practices, these are old practices, and they are there in existence from British Raj. And now, what I have read or what I have heard is that the farmer was not allowed to sell their crop to their neighbors also. So they have already appointed middleman. The one farmer will sell to that middleman, and then things will follow upwards. Now, farmers will be getting a very small amount of the cost of the crop, and then over the period of time that increase. So the beneficial were the middleman, and what all people are saying, all other people, not the farmers. Now for this, they now what government has said that there no longer there is no need for a farmer to really visit mandis repeatedly, because there's no middleman. And besides this, a long wait in mandis, farmer had to come across with many problems regarding quality of their produce. And after this amendment in the mandi act, now farmers can sell their crop to private traders, and from their home itself, sitting at their home, they need not to travel. Even they can contact the international buyers also. So it is easier and more profitable for farmers to sell their crops, and the option to sell produce at the support price in mandi will remain just as it was as it is with the farmer. Now, what I feel, the glamorization and all other, I'll put it as a anti-national kind of act which is going on for people who are glamorizing this cause of farmers. Because I also heard that more than 1 lakh farmers have signed and given this in written that they support government act, this farm act. So I feel it's entirely, and whoever who's coming from outside and supporting this farmer act or whatever agitation, or the head of this agitation should say no. Because I've also heard there's Khalistanis board, there all other stuff is pouring into this farmer agitation, rather than really discussing the real point, the farmers' benefit.
Correct, Kanchan, and that is what makes it little not interesting but saddens, because if there are genuine issues, then it seems that the politicization and the glamorization is taking away the genuine issues and then focusing on something else, probably a bigger narrative that is somebody is trying to hijack, you know. But that is also a fact that almost 30 to 45 farmers organizations have also joined and the protest. So it is important to understand then, as I said in the beginning, the fact plus the story plus the way it is being peddled and the way it is being narrated, and whether it is reaching to the right set of ears within the government. Now, the stark facts, in one of the debates I heard that 70% of the minimum support price MSP allocation that goes to just two states, that is Punjab and Haryana. But then one professor actually said, but because that 70% of the country's food production comes from Punjab and Haryana. And then there was an analysis of it, which doesn't prove it. So the statistics which was coming out from the 2017 and 18, let's say about the wheat, the largest contributor was Uttar Pradesh, followed by Punjab, and then Madhya Pradesh, and then Haryana comes at the fourth. Rajasthan, Bihar, Gujarat follow it as fifth, sixth, and seventh. That shows that Punjab and Haryana together contributed only 28.28% of the total wheat production in 17 and 18. So the MSP that needs to be distributed, if it, as per the government says that it is going to stay, it needs to be distributed. It cannot just be allocated to just two of those states. And especially that's what we see, most of the farmers protesting are from those two states and not other states. Similarly, on the rice or the paddy, what we call, the largest contributor of rice or paddy is West Bengal with 13.26% for the same period, 2017-18, followed by Punjab is number 2, Uttar Pradesh number 3, Andhra number 4, Bihar number 5, Tamil Nadu number 6, Orissa 8, Assam 9, and MP at the 12th position. So Punjab is number 2 and Haryana is number 11 in the rice and paddy. So again, there is not a very, very clear or a justified MSP projection or budgetary condition. So this is something that needs to be understood from a larger data perspective. But again, in our country, the data, somebody needs to either sugarcoat the data or sensitize the data. And I think both are bad. Neither sugarcoating is bad, nor sensitizing is bad. Somebody needs to take a balanced approach. And for that, dialogue needs to happen. Ministers need to sit with the representative organizations, and the dialogues should happen in a fair and a transparent manner. Probably this all can happen on a national TV. And why not? Where the ministers, there is nothing to hide. And if there is nothing to hide, why there can't be a national debate? But the debate needs to bring in the right decision makers to the people who are on the protesting side. And then incremental changes need to be brought in. I hear that government has principally agreed with those 3 laws and not implementing on a big bang approach, but in a slow and the phased manner. And I think that kind of dialogue and that kind of a story going out into the international media makes the case for us. We all are trying to struggle to come back as a country on the economic front. Any such thing which helps or hurts the farm sector is going to help or hurt us international ratings also. So I think the current dispensation of the government, as well as the protesters and the people who think that they are representing the protesters, they need to think from the India's image perspective rather than just politicizing or glamorizing it. What do you say?
I really feel so kind of funny that only few states are in the agitation. And I've heard that Mamta said from West Bengal that she supports this agitation, but she doesn't allow any agitation in her state. Likewise, many other opposition parties, they are pouring in Delhi and supporting the farmers, in this agitation. But in their state, they say no, we don't want agitation in their state. So again, I think that is a hypocrisy, because what I feel like, I'll take an example of a state, Madhya Pradesh. And Madhya Pradesh is the first state in the country which has made amendment in the Mandi Act in the interest of farmers. And this amendment will directly benefit the farmer. Now they can derive maximum benefit of their produce. For this, they will no longer to visit mandis. And then on the other hand, the commission agents have got freedom from the license raj. And on the other hand, it's also opportunity for farmers to strengthen their financially. So all this is being done in, according to my understanding, to strengthen the financial position of farmers. So whatever agitation are people who are into this agitation, I feel more of those people who are a middleman. So they don't want to really go away from that system. As you have rightly pointed out, that any change, if is done, people do come out and agitate. But I think people, especially farmers, they have quite a big understanding what government is doing. And if I can read out something, because this government is doing a lot of for farmers, and they want to strengthen the farmers' position, because India is an agricultural country. The all support, economic support is being done by agriculture. So government want by 2022 to double the salary of farmers. So that in this process, government is doing too many things. They have introduced Kisan Pension Yojana. They have done Kisan Train. They have done Ayushman medical support for Kisan. They have also done Kisan Samman Nidhi, which is around 6,000 rupees. Then they have also done Bijli and Pani ki Vyavastha, health card. So all that will benefit to the Kisan, along with other people also who are in this agriculture or in village sector. So what I feel is that whoever is doing and misleading people across India, I think they should think once what they are doing.
Kanchan, yes, I agree. I completely am with you on that. And during the debate that I referred to, I also heard a renowned farmer leader from Andhra Pradesh, Sri Chengal Reddy, saying that there are fruit and vegetable producers of are there, producers of chili and spices, pulses, oil seeds, tubers, rubber, cotton, sugarcane, and others. They are also farmers too. And it is not only about the wheat and the rice production. Therefore, only Punjab farmers cannot hold the country to the ransom. But as we are seeing in the protest, that Diljit Dosanjh has joined it for the protest, Khalistani flags, as you said, and that shows the connection between the Canadian Prime Minister's statement, for which Canadian ambassador was also asked to explain his position to the Indian Foreign Affairs Ministry. And Vijender Singh, the great athlete and Olympian, has joined the protest. Prakash Singh Badal, probably I heard that he was considering returning his Padma Shri. And then there are many others who are talking about, that politicization is something that is irrelevant. And the other thing that is very important to understand is that when you say government is trying to do good things for a farmer, let us understand how much educated the India's farmer is today. They need, India's farmer is not all the rich farmers. There are poor farmers, there are unrepresented farmers, and there are farmers who will need cooperatives to talk on behalf of them. And therefore, we will always have farmer organizations. We will always have farmer leaders, And we will always have politicians who have made their careers out of the farmer's life. And therefore, to the end user, end farmer, it is not easy for the farmer to read and understand the policy, the details, the law. Ultimately, the farmer has to carry his crop to somewhere to sell it. And that somewhere, whether it is an APMC, it is a mandi, or it is direct to our homes, is something that a farmer has to arrange a lot of logistics to reach out. He has to do a tie-up, and therefore the farmer needs to be educated. And I see that in all of this protest, where the farmer is getting educated about these complex laws, policies, logistics, supply chain. It is not just about production. Farmers generally are not so much educated in the country, if I see the larger population. So there is always chance of misrepresenting them, or misquoting them, or even going up to like cheating them, or short selling them, as they call it. So there is something that there has to be a farmer education which needs to be reached out to the farmers in the gaon, in the village, in the chowpals, to tell about them. And that's something I would suggest the government needs to do, to reach out in every state, and the farmer bodies through which they can reach out to the farmers, probably a national Doordarshan channel to explain the situation. I hope Doordarshan ka DD Kisan channel is doing it. I'm sure. I hope it.
Yes, I think there's government should reach out to the farmers, and I think they should educate if they are poor farmers. But what I feel is that farmers are maybe 50% of farmers, they know what about the bill, and they understand it fairly well. And whatever agitation is going on, I think they are not the real farmers somehow. This is my feeling. And because what I feel is that this is an alternative system which is being created by government, and when the system comes into existence, a new competition will rise in the trade of agriculture commodity, and that will benefit farmers. So when all this is happening, and government and all people or intelligent people, they have put together their minds and drafted this bill. So I think I don't see any specific farmers coming out and really agitating, because most of the farmers are happy, as I have mentioned, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who has done a charisma by connecting all farmers with the global marketing by making amendment in Mandi bill in one stroke. So this is how. So people who are coming from Punjab or little bit from other states. So I think it's more political than it is related to farmers' benefit. And when I feel that some non-social elements also there, like Khalistan and other stuff, and political parties are opening their kitchens, and they're making, they're taking a whole sense of any agitation which is related to farmers. And I think that is a disrespect to farmers. So that I really feel very strongly about this agitation. And I think farmers of India are capable to put across their demands. They need not to agitate, do all these stuff on agitation like this on roads, that too, and chilly winters, and when there's a corona crisis. So that is my take.
I hope so, Kanchan. And while we spoke about the politicization and the glamorization, I also want to point out it's also important to understand the corporate benefits by the national top level corporate houses versus the international corporate houses as well. And therefore, it is important that farmers benefit, the end mile benefit has to be taken care, and someone has to stand for them. And who that would be is something that we need to really find out, debate, and enable the farmer. And another thing which I would like to end our conversation today is that it is still, I have not found in India farming as a great career choice. Whereas in the rest of the world where I have worked, people want to go back to the farming despite living in the city with their corporate jobs. They very happily take up a farming job and farming work. They go and work in the farms. They have their own farms. But in India, farming as a career choice, the day it will happen, the farmer will automatically be educated and knowing what is good for them.
I'll put your last point in a way, because there are many changes happening, especially in youth in India. And I found many people from IT sector, especially they have given up their career and they've bought a land and they are doing fairly good in agriculture. But this message is a very crucial message, and people should join this sector, because we are from village. We our culture come from that, and we are agricultural country. So we have to take this seriously. A part of this, I really feel that government and this people who are represented of farmers, so-called farmers, they should sit together and they should discuss, and let's see, maybe tomorrow or day after they should end this agitation and do something productive for the country and for themselves. It was nice talking to you, Satish, and let's meet tomorrow with another interesting episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he is as a radio personality. A part of this, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing and IT professionals, and he enjoys his career, his hobby too much, and I know that. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good day, Kanchan. It's a nice, cloudy, and good temperature in Bangalore and pleasant weather out here. And therefore, it's a great to talk to you again. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm quite fine because weather is good and people are just little coming out, and so we are communicating. In this middle of this, I have heard demise of our dear President Pranab Mukherjee, and it was kind of sad news which we Indians received, because he was 13th President of India, and he had a career which spread over 5 decades. And the kind of impression he has left on Indian politics is immense, because his way of working is entirely different than those of contemporary which were there with him. And he remained a finance minister, he remained a defense minister, and you know that he started his career as a professor of political science in Kolkata. And then suddenly we heard about his demise. He is a Bharat Ratna recipient. So it was little sad to hear about his demise, which is a bad.
Yeah. Yes, Kanchan. I have summarized his passing on in terms of a great loss to the current Indian political setup. the vacuum that has been created by his passing away. One of the tallest political leaders that we have seen, and a leader who was one of the best persons which India did not have as a prime minister, is my reading about Pranab Mukherjee, or we fondly have called him Pranab Da. And as you rightly said, 5 decades of a political career, it needs not only the energy, but also a belief in the democratic system of this country to be at the hem of affairs as a finance minister and a lot of other ministries that Pranab Mukherjee was part of since 1969, when our late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi brought him to a Rajya Sabha ticket, which is also an upper house in the Indian parliamentary system. And he became almost number 2 man in Indira Gandhi's cabinet. With his wittiness, with his depth of knowledge, with his enthusiasm, with his empathy towards the policy matters of the country, he was known by his political friends and foes as a master in any subject in the policy matters. The great part about Pranab Mukherjee is that he was equally respected by his government as well as the opposition. So he was able to cut across the political spectrum, which helped our democracy in some of the very, very crucial times when we had a series of prime ministers between the legendary Congress party and the BJP. We had a string of 5-6 prime ministers in VP Singh, in Deve Gowda, in Chandrasekhar, and then of course Rajiv Gandhi. So they were very, very ably supported by Pranab Mukherjee. But my always feeling, a peculiar feeling about the Indian politics, and I don't want to call it a beauty, because some of the great leaders, great thinkers, visionaries could not get into the top job in the controlling power where they could have steered forward our country into a transformational age. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel that he is a leader which is way apart than those of leaders in Congress in his time, and he has a lot of intellect to really solve. He used to be a problem solving for most of the situation which was faced, especially by Indira Gandhi. And after the death of Indira Gandhi, there were some differences, and then he came out of the Congress for a small part of time, and then he made his own party, Rashtravadi parties, Samajwadi Party. But then again, I think he loved Congress too much, and he went back to the Congress. But the important part is he has a keen interest in economy of India, and he always, in fact, he has written many books on economy of India and the national building, national building books in his career. Apart of this, he also been nominated as the best finance minister of the world by Euromoney in 1984. So these kind of appreciation he has been given in his career, and I feel his demise will leave a lot of vacuum even in current polity, because he is a person who can give advice to the current dispensation when required. He is always, in fact, I have seen few clipping of 2014 when first time Narendra Modi was elected and went to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gesture of Pranab Mukherjee was very, very welcoming, And it doesn't, at that point of time, I was not able to find out that being in a congressman, I respected and welcomed Narendra Modi at that point. Whatever clipping I have seen, I found out this. So I think he has that quality to welcome the point of even opposition also.
Right, Kanchan, and more and more tributes have come in, and from the all walks of the political spectrum. Kanchan, the facts are there for everyone to see in his political life of 5 decades. I noticed some of the very interesting personality traits of Pranab Mukherjee, which also reassures my belief in our strong democratic system. He, as you said, he had little differences after, with Rajiv Gandhi, after the passing of Indira Gandhi, where he assumed that he is the number 2 in the cabinet and therefore he should succeed. And that nothing, that was not a very blatant sign of his coming, because before Pranab Mukherjee, we had a Congress leader called Mr. Gulzari Lal Nanda, who had assumed a prime minister's position in the gap after Pandit Nehru's death and also after the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri. So that's where the little bit of differences of opinion they were observed in the Indian political life. And it is said that because of that, he was always, shunned out of this key position in the Indian politics. But despite this, he was never instrumental in blocking any prime minister, whether it was Rajiv Gandhi from his own Congress party or the opposition parties, and that is the hallmark. If you ask me today, it sounds very cliche that at a given point of time between, I think in 1982-84, when he was finance minister, the Reserve Bank of Governor chairman was Manmohan Singh, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who used to report to Pranab Mukherjee. But if you see the turn of events, when Manmohan Singh became the prime minister, it was Pranab Mukherjee who was reporting to Manmohan Singh in the government. And both men have equal respect for each other because they were not thinking in terms of who is reporting to whom, but they were seeing that their each other's strength is finally, ultimately going to benefit our India. And therefore, they stuck together. So in a way, I can always think the relationship between Pranab Mukherjee and Manmohan Singh specifically can be compared with what we had during Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel, and later we saw in the lives of Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Alke Advani. So that is the hallmark of Indian political system, where when it comes to the core of running the country, politicians have come together, they have supported each other, they have supported the hopes and aspirations of the country, and they have steered forward of our nation. And we should be proud of our political system at the top level. And you would be surprised, Kanchan, that I have heard many good things about our Indian political system outside India, but probably fail to see it while we see it from inside. What do you say?
There are many good things when we talk about Indian polity, because we choose our leader from our board, unlike in US, which is where we count on percentage. We directly choose our leader, and that is a very good democratic right every Indian is having, and I think everybody appreciate our freedom, our democracy. Part of this, I think Pranab was a great democratic. He had a great democratic ideas. He believed in freedom, and we will miss him dearly. Uh, I think it's a great loss.
Definitely, Kanchan, we will miss him, and the country will miss him. The parliament will miss him because, as we see today, it is very, very rare to find such kind of leaders who have a backing of their own party as well as the opposition system to take steer forward the country on a political matters, especially when it comes to the international relations. And therefore we need more and more leaders. I mean, opposition doesn't mean that you have to oppose everything of the government. The opposition also means that you have to stand with the government in those matters where the country is going through a critical phase. And very, very few leaders understand that. And Pranab Mukherjee was surely one of those leaders, and that is one of the reasons I believe he was awarded with Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award of the country. And while he was president, he was completely away from the party where he grew up, and he was not seen as a president coming from just one party and working for only one party. And that's the reason you said he was very happy to give the oath to our new prime minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and the relationship they shared, I believe that should be written in as a hallmark in our political books or political students. And that is something. He also broke the ranks with his own party where he grew up when he went to RSS in Nagpur to deliver a lecture. So these are very, very rare political personality we are talking about. And I think the country as a whole is proud of Pranab Mukherjee and will always remain indebted to his political acumen and his political responsibility.
Like you said, you mentioned parliament, he remained leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. So I'm sure that parliamentarians will be missing him, like all of us will miss him. So it was a great loss for us. So I'll end today's program now. We'll meet again tomorrow with another topic. Remembering Pranab.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. We've got an exciting show for you this morning.
Yes, Neville, it is quite exciting and especially for Indians because India got independence about 70 years back and we sort of followed certain laws which was created by the British when they were here. Many have been changed now by the current government, but the biggest reform in the education sector was pending. So the big news is that there has been a reform, or which is basically being announced as we speak today, about a new reform in the education area.
Well, we need reform in education. As you well know, CK, I'm always outspoken on the education arena because it's such an important platform for young people to learn to live independently, because ultimately that's the purpose of education. But let's look at the reforms that India have come through and see whether these really are reforms or just more of the same. So, shoot, what's actually happened?
So, Neville, since you're a citizen of UK, I just want to take just a few minutes to explain what was happening for last 70 years and why these reforms are earth-shattering. The Indian education system follow a system of 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2, so that the students are never out in the field and look for a job, because either they find a job but they will not find a good job, so they keep studying till the ripe age, of middle age, almost like 30 years. So if you're doing an MPhil or a PhD, you're like 35 years, and after that you start looking for a job. So this was a situation here in India, and that created a situation where the other means of career were not considered important. Somebody wants to become an artisan, somebody wants to become a carpenter, somebody wants to become a painter. The parent of the kids for last 70 years never said or never encouraged their children to pick up those professions. Because if you're not studying, you're nobody. Yeah, and if you study, then you will probably become an administrative officer, or you become a police officer, or you become some sort of an officer, because most of the jobs in in 70s and 80s were with the government, not with the private sector. So this was the cause of this kind of education system, where the students keep studying for most of their life, and when they come out, they will get some sort of a job and they get qualified. So, and if you're not able to study, your life is ruined. You have nothing to do. And if you have nothing to do, you will end up doing things like driving a taxi. And taxi driving as a profession is not considered a great profession. Unlike if you go to US, the taxi driver earns as much as a software engineer. But here, this was a situation for last 70 years. Fortunately, the the attitude towards sports changed, and parents started encouraging their children to pick up sports if they are bright in that. So that arena is recognized, and that portion of the society is encouraging children to pick up sports. If they are good in hockey or soccer or cricket, they are encouraged. But what about other professions like carpenter, a mechanic? These are all high-tech jobs, but people don't consider them as high-tech. So that is why the reforms which the government of India is talking about is changing from 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2 system to something else. And I wanted to update you, because you're not an Indian. I just took a little bit more time to build the whole scenario so that you are clear from where I'm coming from.
No, it's really important. And the interesting thing is, you go back into beliefs. Beliefs that one job is not worthy and another job actually is highly worthy. And the interesting thing, I think, that in the backdrop to all of this is, it's good that the education system's reforming. And as you say, this is real reform. They're still focused on academics being the important thing. In other words, get a good degree, get a good job, which we could question, frankly, as we always do. And we'll talk about that perhaps a little bit on a roundtable discussion, perhaps tomorrow or a later date. But the thing is, all of these things are founded in beliefs. Now, pre-COVID, you have to question where these reforms have come. My guess is they were already on the way before COVID even hit. But the interesting thing is, COVID probably hasn't changed the reforms. And yet the world has changed fundamentally. Most kids around the world, young people, up to the age of 24, 25, university students, are not physically at university or at college or at school. they're still working from home or working from anywhere, as I prefer to call it. You know, the WFH is WFA, work from anywhere. You know, doesn't matter where you are, in the garden, in the you know, the local sports arena. It could be anywhere, frankly. It doesn't matter where you are. But again, I think we're missing a bit of a point here. The World Economic Forum regularly publishes the top skills that are required for people to succeed in the future. You don't see any of those top skills academic. You see them as being communication, how to negotiate with people, how to work in a team. But once again, reform or otherwise, these are the fundamental skills that are going to be important moving forwards. And let's also recognize that the world is a small place now. You know, despite the fact it's difficult to travel because of COVID, you know. So you can't just jump on a plane to New York as you could previously do. But if you go to New York, you look at the quality of certain people's lives, there's actually not much difference between a highly qualified software engineer and a taxi driver. One doing a job that is really wanted in AI, you know, blockchain or what have you, and another one that's doing what a lot of people would say is a very simple job, driving you from A to B. But their annual income could be approximately the same, $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year. But it's not the same in India, is it? Your taxi drivers are seen as being, you know, cheap, you know, dirt on the bottom of your shoe in some respects, because I've been there, you know, I've seen how people treat other people, which is appalling in some respects. But that's life, you know, that's the way things are. But if a software engineer was there, they'd be almost treated, you know, much, much higher. And if there was a doctor, my goodness, yeah, everyone would pay, get out of the way, you know, make way for God, effectively. Because it's the academic arena that's far more important in your country. But we need to really start to educate others, you know. It's not as important as it used to be. And we need to tell parents it's not as important as it used to be. Not in my time, you know, at 61 years old, nearly 62, my parents said, get a good degree and you get a good job. That contract wasn't true then, even with 1% of people going to university. Now, 52% of 18-year-olds in the UK go to university. So it can't be true now. If it wasn't true then, it's not true now. We're not creating as many graduate jobs. But we are creating jobs where people talk to each other, communicate effectively and appropriately, respect other people, you know, can work in a team environment, know what it is to keep your mouth shut, you know, but equally open your mouth when you think the team's going in the wrong direction, you know, and you really want to say something, well, get up and say something. So it's fascinating, you know, when we talk about reform, I was hoping you might be saying that there's some reform down the connectivity to future business where young people are going. But, you know, the point is, this may be the first step. You know, once you've had this type of reform, maybe there's another opportunity to move more reform. What do you think?
Neville, let me explain this a little bit more. See, what used to happen is even though you are studying very hard and you're scoring a lot of high rating in your exams, after 10th standard, everything is all India basis in India. So very early on, there is nothing called local. You know, once you are in the 10th standard, your final exams will be an all India exam. So the students get used to this all India term very well. And this is India we're talking about. There are millions of people, you know, everywhere. You know, you look around, there are millions, maybe billions. You never know how many. So in a small tender age of 14, 15 years, they are exposed to all India exams. And now somebody wants to study science, say for example, whether he will get a science, he or she, will be determined by his position in the all India exams, because the seats are in the next class, which is 11th standard, are limited in science and in commerce and in humanities. So suppose somebody scores 95%. Now 95% is not a low score out of 100.
No, it's huge.
It's a huge score. But the problem is there are maybe 100,000 people with the same score, right? So, and you have only 1,000 seats in science. Now somebody wants to very badly study science, but he may not get it because he will be part of a list. And it's a list will work. Once there is a list, it works on the process of elimination. So even though you score high marks, but you will not get to study that subject of your liking. And then the whole mindset is spoiled because the pupil will be forced to study something else. His mind and his aptitude is not meant for that. So this was going on for last 70 years. And you rightly pointed out, the COVID has made this change. I firmly believe and I fully agree to the words that you said. Why? Because we all knew for last 40 years, the system is not going to work. It is not doing any good to citizens of India. There are a lot of voices coming out from the society that, hey, we need to change. We need to respect other people. Although it is not that bad, as you mentioned that, we treat other people like dirt. It is not that bad, but it is definitely not very good also. We have to treat every strata of society equally. And the measure of equality is basically how wealthy they are. So since they are not wealthy, we don't treat them nicely. So that has to change. And there are internal voices from the society which are coming out for last 50, at least I can hear right from my childhood, there has been a proposal to change the education system. Finally, when the students are not going to school during the COVID era, government found an excuse because, now they can quietly change everything and make it better. So I think I fully agree to what you said. It's the COVID which is responsible for the reform.
Well, let's hope that these reforms are really welcomed and they're accepted. Again, I mean, it's early days. Your system is different from the system that I'm used to over here. If someone brought a reform in over here, there'd be a backlash, and the teachers would revolt because they haven't been engaged with it. It's been a top-down process, no involvement, no empowerment, etc., etc. But let's hope that yours is different to that, and people get after it and really embrace it. But I think we also need to recognise this is a global world too. So there's huge opportunities for people out there. Think of the education system as part of your CV, but also think of the other bits of the CV that you're going to need, because employers want can-do people with soft skills in their toolkit. They want people that can talk to each other like this. We're running the SOTI Awards because we want to create good public speakers, people that can be articulate, have got clarity and consistent and get the message over. The other thing is that we haven't talked about today is entrepreneurship. But of course, the Indian government isn't alone here. They can probably talk about entrepreneurship, but they don't know much about it, unfortunately. Because if you've always been a minister and always moved into that government arena, entrepreneurship never really has entered your thought process. The thought of doing it on your own, stepping out into the unknown and doing something creative on your own probably isn't really something that sits very comfortably with the government arena. But and I'm not joking here. I might be smiling, but I'm not joking. We need more entrepreneurs. So let's hope that these reforms really do make a difference. And let's get the parents to start think about what the reforms are for their child. for their 5 or 6 year old, what is the workplace going to look like when they're 25? Are you helping them prepare for that part of their life? And remember, in 20 years' time, you're 20 years older. No? And just like most patriarchal society is, children eventually take care of their parents. It's certainly part of the religion, the culture in India, and part of my culture as well. So I'm looking forward to when my kids look after me. But it'd be a long, long time away. So it's a fascinating subject, CK, today. It's a tough one because education is really, really important to all of our future. So let's hope the government have got it right. Only time will tell.
Yeah, so from the face of it, it looks like it is right from my point of view, because you don't have to really study for 10 years and then compete in a national level exam and then somebody else choose your stream. So the new system is 5-3-3-4 instead of 10 plus 2 plus 3. So very early on, the aptitude of the students will be identified and they will be put in the right stream. They don't have to study the same thing what others are studying. So I think the reforms are quite logical. But as you rightly said that, we have to see how it pans out. So I think that is very true. But on the face of it, it looks nice, nicer than what we had earlier.
Well, like anything else, a reform is only good if it's an improvement. So let's hope that it is an improvement. You know, you're a very logical individual and you've got young kids. So I know this is a vested interest in yourself, you know, because you're looking for your children's future. So if you think it's a logical move in the right direction, I'm sure it is, you know. So time, as I say, time will tell, but let's get behind it and help it work.
And you mentioned something about politicians. So I just want to just end our discussion today by just making a few more comments on that. For last 60, 70 years, the Indian political class, unfortunately, after British left, became a dynastic politics. So that means it became a profession. So father is a minister, the son is bound to do what? Only politics. I mean, they can't do anything else. They can't become an entrepreneur. They can't become an educationist. They can't become social servant. They have to replace their father. If he's a minister, the son will come. So it became like a dynasty in a democratic country. But for last 20 years, we needed political reforms, but people have chosen, because this is democracy, they have thrown all dynasties out. And now the ministers, I'm just saying that because I wanted to clarify that point, that we still have about 40% dynastic politicians in our government, but 60% are professionals. So they are doctors, educationists, people who have done something for society, people from military who knows the operations. So those kind of people are coming, and that is why these reforms you can see, because they want to really do good for the country.
And that's great, because that's evolution. You know, ultimately, in some respects, there's nothing wrong with following in your parents' footsteps, because actually, if you've lived and breathed it, you know, just like the monarchy in the UK, you know, the Queen lived and breathed, and look what the turbulent times she's been through and how well she's respected across the world. So some dynasties, you know, need to continue. But when you're looking about the health of a country, the future of a country, I do believe it needs to have the heart and soul of the country. So you need to have doctors and nurses and accountants and other people with, you know, architects, engineers, to come into that political arena and say, do you know what, this is what's happening in my world. This is how we need to reshape it. So, yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a matter of evolution. It won't stop after you and I are long gone, because that's what happens with life, you know. The planet will always succeed. It's a question of, are we going to treat the planet with respect or contempt? So, but that's another subject for a different day. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Good luck with the reforms, and I hope your kids are going to benefit from it.
I'm sure. And we will catch up again at the CEO Roundtable level, and you have a nice day.
And you. Take care. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Rise. And without further ado, let me welcome my friend, my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, how's the morning today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. The morning's a little overcast here. We've come through some warm weather recently, and it's got a little chilly, but that's good news because we Brits can't handle the heat. We haven't got air conditioning, you know, and these central air conditioning era and fans in the ceiling and goodness knows what else. We're not really accustomed to it. But I tell you what we are accustomed to, and that's business resilience, because it's all about business resilience these days. But I've heard a few murmurings from India over the last 48 hours that a few apps are going to be deleted sort of overnight. What's going on?
Yes, Neville, it's not only 48 hours, it's like less than 24 hours. So Indian government has announced 59 apps to be banned. And these are all Chinese apps. So a cumulative subscriber base for all of these are over 2.5 billion subscribers in India. TikTok is one of them, which is a major one. And then there are UC browsers, there are UC News, and there are a lot of Chinese news agency applications, a lot of others. 59 apps are being banned now as of last evening.
Wow, I mean, that's got huge implications in the customer service type of arena. I mean, people love TikTok over here, the silly little dances that go on that make people's day. Quite where the value is in TikTok, I never really know, but my children enjoy playing with the app. But let's look from, as I say, business continuity side is where it came from me, because, you know, just like these online programs like we're using here, I mean, those are at risk. And if you put your business plan around using these digital programs, whether it's apps or an online Zoom type meeting, and you put all your eggs in one basket, and that basket is taken away through no fault of your own, where are you going to go? How resilient are you? Is your business now defunct overnight? I mean, is anyone talking about that in the arena? I mean, you say it's 24 hours, so it's come a bit of a shock to some people, I imagine.
Yes, people are getting into all sorts of debates, and they're talking about these aspects as well, but not in too much of a detail, because what happened was the cheap mobiles were preloaded with these apps. So a lot of people who are at the lower segment of the society were the consumer for TikTok primarily, but most serious application is Zoom, and I'm sure a lot of businesses are dependent on Zoom. And what I heard in the news yesterday, that Zoom is also on the cards. The government is reviewing, because Zoom is an American company, but they are sort of evaluating. There is a significant Chinese ownership in the Zoom company in San Francisco. So I think that would be a big impact if Zoom is also banned.
Well, I'd say, but I don't really want to get into politics here, but let's talk about the business side, because now we need to give some business owners some serious advice, because the thing is, this is out of your control. So don't even think that you can control it. And the first thing you need to be doing is not be panicking. So you're either going to be in denial and say it's not going to happen, or you're going to be panicking around, how do we get around this? What have I got to do? Can I get Zoom from a different arena? Do I have to go through Zoom in India, et cetera, et cetera? That's panic mode. You need to look at where you are and look at the opportunities. look at the alternatives. There are alternatives in this arena. You know, we've been using Skype for years, so maybe that is an alternative. You may have said, well, Zoom's far better. It's got far many features, far many benefits. But the point is, it may not be there tomorrow. So now you need to make some contingency plans. There's no guarantee that it's going to go. So the thing is, don't be in denial that it's going to stay. Don't be in panic mode that you now need to, you know, run around like a headless chicken. Just take a deep breath and say, okay, what can we do if? What will we do when? And now go and see other things that are out there, because there are lots of other programs, just like Zoom, that perhaps haven't got the accolades that Zoom have. And now's the time to just go online and just lock into them. You know, WebEx has been around for years. I'm not suggesting go to WebEx, but look at what WebEx is. Look at WebEx competitors. Look at Zoom competitors. Because Google is a wonderful place. All you've got to do is Google it and find out what other people are using. You know, and believe you me, it may not be on the first page of Google. It may be on the second, third, fourth, or 10th. It may be you can ask one of your colleagues, what do they do? What package are they using? It may be that if they're using Zoom as well, you can join forces and go and investigate other packages together so that you can come up with a better solution to what you've got. But remember, it's still here. Nothing has happened. There's been a lot of music in the newspapers. I call it music these days because I don't like calling it noise, because when it's noise, it tends to irritate. We forget that in the media, some of it is good news. So it shouldn't be irritating. So I like to refer to it as music. But each to his own. Maybe if you like that, you can start using the word. But what do you think? I mean, we're using Zoom here. I know you're not in panic mode because you've already been investigating other opportunities.
Yes, Neville. Fortunately, we were never dependent only on Zoom. We had invested in G Suite, and we have 5 licenses of Hangout, which are absolutely bundled for our use. So we have a backup plan already. So we are not panicking. The only difference between Zoom and Hangout is that the Zoom has a little bit more feature, but we have to now do a little bit R&D to use Hangout just in case if Zoom is not available. So our business will not get impacted. So we already have a backup plan. But as you said rightly, there are other apps. Some people may be using the browser, some people may be using apps for scanning documents, signing, etc. So there's like 60 apps which are Chinese origin have been banned by India. So I think while we have backup plan for Zoom and video conferencing, we have to still find out what are the alternatives for other apps.
Yeah, I think this is business continuity at the end of the day. So what's your business resilience? And going back to where we started today was, if you put all of your eggs in one basket and someone doesn't just take the eggs away, they take the basket away, then you've got a big problem. But don't panic. I mean, that's the message. Don't panic. There are alternatives out there, but you won't find them if you're panicking. You will make bad decisions if you're panicking. Equally, if you're in denial, then if something then happens, you're not prepared. And that might push you even further in denial. And for weeks, you could be without a business. So just be smart now. This is the best advice we can give. You know what might happen. Have a contingency plan. And I'm not just talking about these apps that are going to be taken away from you. I'm talking about the rest of your business. Do you have business continuity options wherever you are? Do you have backups in your IT systems? You know, if you're all of a sudden there's a crash at your website that you don't own the software or the hardware, but you've got a service provider that's providing it, have you got a copy? Now, I know the contract will say that it's their responsibility to put it back, but let's face it, this is your business, it's not theirs. Keeping a copy of your current website so that you can immediately upload it is not a huge cost. You can keep it on 1 or 2 or 3 backup files. And remember, don't store all your backups in the same cupboard. What happens if that cupboard gets flooded? All of your backups have gone. And we say this not to make fun of it, but believe you me, people do that. They say, oh, I've got backups. And you find that they're in the basement and the basement has been flooded and they've never checked it. And then the backups don't work. Just think that this is business continuity. This is your business. Yes, you've contracted out accountability and responsibility, but fundamentally, your business will suffer if you don't take simple actions. I take a backup all the time, and it's only because I made a very big mistake once and I didn't have a backup. And boy, recovering a week's work from scratch with no backup is not a very pleasant sight. You would not like to have met me in those days. But once you've learned the lesson, hopefully you only learned the lesson once. Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
Yeah, so I was just making a point that while we make our BCP plans, but I also feel that taken out of this application, I think this is going to create a vacuum for some days. Well, people will start searching for an alternative, but I think the alternatives now find place to fill in those vacuums. So I think the human ingenuity is very, very good, and alternatives will automatically emerge, seeing the opportunity which is available. So I don't think anybody needs to panic, but they have to always look at the alternatives.
Absolutely. And it's not, as I say, it's not just about these apps. It's about look at the alternatives in your business. It might actually give you some idea of where you can create a new customer profile. Because once you have this business continuity process that's going through your mind on a regular basis, because like anything else, if you do something regularly and you do it well, it becomes a habit. And that's really good in the fact that it's good habit forming. So you will continually be aware and think about things on a regular basis. There's no harm in that. You're not going to spend the whole day thinking about this. You might spend a couple of hours today because it's spiked. But that means a couple of hours today, maybe an hour and a half tomorrow, maybe an hour, on Friday, and it wanes away because you're making decisions. And once you've made the decision, park it and off you go. But remember, never put all your eggs in one basket. Always have a contingency plan. That's the message for today.
It's a very good message, considering the hot news is that the India bans 60 Chinese applications. So I think it's very apt. So Neville, pleasure talking to you today. Tomorrow is Sortie Wednesday, and viewers should watch out for the Sortie Wednesday, where we will talk about presentation skills while making a video. So do tune in, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. and the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve, as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So, what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So, we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now, it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player. These are the two major qualities which are required and which are very critical for India to develop. In addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills, which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player. And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK on this bright Monday morning, Mr. Naval Gone.
Well, I don't know about bright Monday morning, but hello, CK. Hi, everybody. It's chilly here. Winter's coming. So just in a matter of days, we've gone from a heat wave to about 14 degrees. That's 1-4, not 40. So hopefully it won't be chilly in your offices today. So now's the time to sort of brush off those summer drolls and get out there and really revitalise your organisation. But what's new in the world today? What's new in India, CK?
Well, I think this is a month of August, and usually kids used to go to school, and because of COVID, the kids are still at home. They are not going to school. They are studying online. So I think that is where there is some development with regard to online study medium in India. But what do you feel about that? You know, I'm sure in UK as well, student must be going to school in August.
Well, they've just started to go to school in Scotland. First day back, I believe, is today. And they'll be going back to school in England and Wales and Northern Ireland in the next week or so. And it's interesting, really. I mean, young people need that camaraderie. They need that network of friends for their social development, if not for their academic development. And they've missed it, frankly. I mean, we built up a brilliant relationship over Zoom because we've never actually physically met. But I look forward to that day when we do meet. But we're adults, we've asked each other those difficult questions over Zoom, perhaps, that no one would normally answer. But kids are black and white, It's a yes-no arena for children. And they do need that comfort blanket of meeting up with their mates. And school is that brilliant place where they can do that on a regular basis. So they've missed out. They've missed it out big time. I just hope that once they do start to go back into school, they adopt the simple things, wash your hands, a little bit of social distancing, although with young people, there's not the fear, the threat of the real problems that COVID have got for adults or people that have got respiratory problems. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. But I think on balance in the UK, the Chief Medical Advisor said that it's far better off children go to school than are kept away from school, because I think of this social connectivity that we're all missing. So it's sad that India hasn't gone back to school. But like anything else, we can offer our help. Akulmach, MindFit, YP2G can offer our help with teachers out there that really want to help that social interaction get going, because we're all about attitude change and soft skill development between us. So there's great opportunity if they want to reach out, and we're more than happy to help them along the way.
In fact, going to school for kids is very essential because it's an overall development, and they meet their mates, they fight with them, they have friends, they have best friends, and then they breakups and those kind of things. So I think it is part of learning, and we are able to talk conveniently because we have gone through that experience. So I think it's important for kids. Unfortunately, we are not open yet. The graph in India is not flattening. It is still going up. Almost every day, 60,000 new COVID patients are getting added to the tally, and India became the third country to cross 3 million COVID mark. Although recovery rate is also highest in the world, it is 72%. However, India being a highly populous country, I don't think the COVID is going to come in control quickly here. So I think it's better that the kids stay at home. But this has created an opportunity. There are online players who have gotten a school education certificate from Government of India, from the Education Department. And now some of these big guys are offering same level of education, and you can buy as a parent, you can go to their website and buy these courses, and for every class there is a separate price list, and you can buy an annual program. And the best part is that you can have a teacher also training you, and you can select what teacher you want. And suppose you don't want the teacher, you can deselect and find another one. So they have a set online e-learning mechanism which is based on the standard subjects, and they also have the teachers, which is the operational side of it, and they're bringing it all through the net. And the cost of this kind of education is almost like 1/10 of a private school. So that is something innovative things that are coming up in India.
Well, it's not surprising that other people are entering the marketplace, because unfortunately schools are closed. So that camaraderie that you as a parent and I as a parent would want our child to have, we pay extra for that. There is the state school arena and there's the private school arena. If you can afford it, then my choice would be 99.9% of the time send your child to a private school. But that's my personal choice. And clearly, therefore, the online now has opened up to an economic model. Let's not make too much about this, really. Education, there is a cost of education. Some people can see it as a profit center. These private schools see it as a profit center. They may not be seeing mega profits, but the point is that they do see a profit. Otherwise, they can't stay in business. Education, whether it's run by the government or run by the private sector, is a business. And frankly, in this arena, I think we're seeing a change, an opportunity where those that couldn't afford the private education, as you say, it's 1/10 of the price. And it's great to be taught by really good teachers that your child chooses. I mean, the interesting thing is, you take your child to school and you don't have a choice of teachers. The teachers are there. So this is a whole new avenue that's opening up. As whether it's got legs, as we call it, whether it will be the way going forward. In some respects, it doesn't really matter, because people are trying new things, and you and I are all for people doing things, maybe doing things differently and getting hopefully better results. Of course, if we're going to do this and we don't get better results, then we better stop doing it pretty quick, and get after what we're really in the education world. We're on about improvement, but in betterment of the individual, not making money out of the individual. That's very much secondary. The irony here is, of course, if someone's really improving and lots more people are improving, guess what? More people will come to you. It'll be like that electromagnet that you've just turned on and you've increased the power, and all of a sudden people come to you because you're getting a better result. So I'm all in favour of this. Frankly, a lot of people would say, oh, no, that's not a right way to go. Education should be free. We've got to do something different now, because unfortunately, as India's found, schools are closed. So we need to get schools open. if that means virtual open with more entertainment online, better education as a result, because kids love watching TV, don't they? They love they love laughing at the TV, and the daft thing is that whilst they're looking at these things, they are actually learning something. Quite what they're learning, we don't know until you ask them the question. But we all learn something from watching the TV.
Yeah, they do. And the best part of this system is that the teachers are not getting employed by the platform. And the way it is working is that the teachers have to record their, a video, a private video of how they teach the children in an online arena, send it to them. They will review, and if they like, they will give a call. If they don't like, don't bother to even contact them. So it has become like that. It is so competitive for teachers. And then,
well, I suppose, but in some respects, is that a bad thing or is it a good thing? I mean, what it means is that we're recognizing that education now is far more than throwing things at young people and saying, here's some knowledge, I'm going to throw it at you, I'm going to explain it in this way and in that way, and eventually you'll understand it. That's what happened to me at school, and it was a way that was acceptable then. Is it acceptable for the 21st century? I don't think so. There must be a better way. All of we need to be progressing. I mean, you have GCSEs, you have the equivalent of O levels that we have over here, and I ask maths, because my specialism was maths and economics. I ask maths teachers quite regularly, has education improved so that at 16, when you sit these exams, you're more advanced? And the answer is no, we're still teaching the same things at the same age. And I've just got a question, whether that's right, whether we need to be teaching all of the same things again. Now, for instance, does a hairdresser need to have calculus? And the question is, well, what's the reason for calculus? What is it about that? Because around the world, they say you must have maths, you must have English, and you must have a science. No, we need to be asking the question, why? What is it in there that is so important for everybody going forward?
well,
A bit of a bit academic for the morning, especially a Monday morning. So maybe we shouldn't go down that route. But go on.
I can quickly one sentence reply is that this kind of maths and science people or the students study in the school in the younger O level, as you said, or the middle school here in India, is really the information required to live life. It's the physical science. So if somebody doesn't know how to do simple math, they'll be a total failure even as a hairdresser.
I totally agree with that, and we are focusing on maths because it is such an important part. But what is it as a physical science that we need to live a full life? Well, we need to know how to budget, how to live within our means, how to forecast, how to save, how to fill out a tax return. But they're not learning how to fill out a tax return.
Yeah.
They're learning how to do calculus. So I just have a question, maybe for all you mathematics teachers out there, is there something we can do within the curriculum that has got far more meaning for someone going forward? So in other words, we have elements of a maths O level, which are absolutely everyone's got to do. But rather than doing calculus maybe we do tax returns. You know, rather than doing simultaneous equations, we might do budgeting, you know? And maybe we're saying, you know, this is a financial element of maths that's coming in. Well, yeah, probably is. You know, maybe we need to have a financial course or a, you know, a life skills course that everyone has to do. You know, that includes, you know, how to run a budget, how to build a relationship with people, even over the digital airwaves, you know, what's going to be important for your future. It's a, you know, it's an interesting challenge to the educationalists out there, but we've had months of COVID. I'm sure someone somewhere is thinking about this. And certainly if we're not thinking about it in the education arena, the private sector will be thinking about it. Believe you me, I've seen it already.
Yeah, so the next step is once the teachers are registered as online teachers in these platforms, then there'll be a rating system. And then as a student, say for example, a parent buy the package, annual package, then they can see all the teachers and then they can search what they are looking for in a teacher, attitude or education, rating,
Yeah.
all.
TripAdvisor, you know, I like this hotel because I like this teacher because I didn't like that shop because we are in this world of I'm going to value you. I'm going to have my say about you. It was bound to happen. You know, we've become used to it, you know. Amazon, did you like the book? Tick, yes. Cross, no. Here's a book we can recommend. You know, you can imagine, you know, did you like this teacher? Here's another teacher we could recommend.
Yeah.
I'm laughing about it, but yeah, the fact is that's what's going to happen. Do we want that to happen? Is that the way we want to go with education? I'm not sure the answer, to be honest.
Well, let me complete the last part. How teachers are going to make money or how they're going to get paid is that how many sessions they do. So it's basically their success is determined by how many students they have. So they can make millions or they can not make anything. So it's up to their ability, which was not the case earlier in the school.
No, it wasn't the case earlier, but equally, just because you like a teacher doesn't necessarily mean you're getting good grades, does it? There's an issue. So, you know, all of the popular teachers may not be getting, you know, the better grades, you know. Oh, I like that teacher because they're very softly spoken. They don't push me.
So you can change your teaching.
Exactly. No, I'm just saying, you know, that like any system, there are real benefits and there's questionable issues regarding it. But it was bound to be the way, you know, vote for your teacher here. I mean, even in the professional world, you know, they have the Teacher of the Year award, you know, just like we have the Speaker of the Year award, SOTI, you know, because we love these type of competitions. And then we're in a different world. We're in a very different world today. But hopefully it's progression. If it's not progression, we need to nip these things in the bud and do it differently.
So I'm just wondering if this takes on, because right now there are two players and these two players will have early mover advantage, definitely. And the schools are now scared to ask for fee. So I think in our case, the school continues, the online arena continues, but moment they ask for the fee, we will, you know, shift immediately because, you know, that is a better online mechanism. So we'll shift there. Now, if these platforms takes off, then the schools who are making millions of dollars here in India, they will have to find alternative business plans.
Well, I think what you hit the nail on the head here. I mean, this is about perceived value from parents. Let's say, I mean, what's the absolute number of kids in private school in India? Any idea, just roughly? I mean, out of 1.4 billion people, of which 60% are under the age of 30. I mean, we can probably come up with a number.
Maybe 200 million, maybe 100 million.
I was going to say it's in the tens to hundreds of millions, and then the tens to hundreds of millions are really, this is a choice now. What the education establishment, what any small business needs to recognise, that this is a choice that someone's paying you over and above the system that's sitting out there, the state system. They want value. They want you to deliver the best education for their son or daughter. And under those circumstances, you're in a different arena. This is not about education value. This is about value for money. And that is a very big step from what is the value of education to a child, and whether I'm going to pay, 100,000 rupees a year or 400,000 rupees a year, that's a 300,000 rupee increase. That's now I'm thinking, can I afford that? Is that a value? What am I getting for it?
Absolutely. That's the question.
It is the question. I'm not a great believer in that in education, as you well know, but there are points where everyone will be in, and I will be in the same situation. If I had very young kids, that were in the education system today, I would be looking at, is my child getting a good education?
So let me explain a little bit more, just a few more sentences, Neville.
Sure.
See, the education is absolutely free. It's been made absolutely free and standardized from this year across India. I have informed you about this earlier also. So all that course is available in a portal which is run by Government of India. All these different businesses are doing is getting that free course, packaging it, and then offering it to people, and for that they are charging it. So if you don't want to send your kid to a school, you can jolly well go to the Government of India website and access all the course.
Yep.
For free.
Yep.
So
in many respects, what they've done is they've got the raw material, they've packaged it in a very clever way, let's say, but more importantly, they're giving you a coach. And they're letting you choose the coach, which we would call a teacher. So is that capitalism in a good way, or is it capitalism in a bad way? In some respects, it's good, because like anything else, and most government schemes are not brilliant, let's face it, around the world, are they? Someone's packaged it up better. And then they're offering something else. That's why we've got so many accountants around the world. You have to have an accountant. So you, as an SME owner, choose the accountant you go to. Their training, the quality of what they do, your tax return, is going to be very similar from one accountant to the next. But you're paying for the relationship with that accountant. So should education be the same? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I've got itchy fingers on this particular one, because, as you said, our belief, your belief, my belief, education should be free, free for all. Everyone has the opportunity. The best teachers, and we need to pay the teachers to be the best. I think education is we're on a tipping point here. I hadn't heard of the Indian model being looked from a capitalist arena until you and I started to talk. Is that the way forward? One might ask,
Well, that's a question, but I'm just waiting for now the price war to happen between these platforms. So there are going to be more, and gradually, the price will crash, and who knows, it'll become free in future.
Well, you see, the interesting thing is, I mean, you immediately, as that SME owner, you're in the price war. You know, I mean, you've got 2 young kids, and it's in your interest to have the best teachers for the, you know, for a fair price. But we're in the fair price arena as opposed to what's the best education. And I think those two questions are very different. And the jury's out. So we'll see. I don't think we would have been here without COVID. So we can thank COVID for another thing, you know, challenging the way we do things. Will that make it better? Who knows? Time will tell. And the worst thing about that is it's going to be a long time before it will tell. And sadly, the part about this is we're looking at a generation that might suffer. Because if we make the wrong decisions here and the ability of these young people is diminished because of the wrong decision, then we're going backwards, and that's not fair to them. So we need to really make sure we're getting this right.
You have a point, Neville. My father was never looked after by his parents so closely as we were looked after. And my father and mother, I mean, they were not so protective when they were growing up. So they were doing things very early on, and they became independent very early on. I mean, my dad was in hostel at the age of 12 or 13. You know, he was able to leave the house, and he was studying out of hostel. And, you know, whereas I stayed in my parents' house till the age of 20, 22. And I was protected, but I was still not protected as the current generation. If the current generation, I mean, the kids have to go down for cycling, the parents have to go down with them. They have to probably cycle with them. They have to play with them. Whereas in my generation, my parents were not watching for that 2 hours for that play time. They were doing their own things, and they have given this time. You know, this is your 2 hours. Go and do whatever you want. So we were doing all kind of things. So we were learning. So I think, you know, what you're making a point is relevant, is very relevant, but I think we are all losing it as generations are passing.
Well, again, society has a lot to do with this. You know, the changing arena in society. When I was a kid, our back door was always open. And people would literally walk in off the street. You know, kids would walk in, neighbours would walk in. If you needed a cup of sugar, you went next door, you know, or you ran out of milk. I mean, that was the society I was brought up in.
Right.
Is it the same society today? Well, in some areas it is, you know, because that's how they've maintained those, I suppose, that trust, those values. But in other areas, it's not. So the environment is changing. The question is, are we overcompensating?
Time will tell, as you said.
Time will tell. Anyway, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Such a deep discussion on a Monday morning. But I hope everyone's enjoyed it. Maybe it's got them to think about their particular situation, because that's important. It's not about anybody else, it's about you. So make the best decisions, get the most out of life. And good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Neville, and you have a nice day. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Journeys, Today, I'm very pleased and honored to bring you a very distinguished personality who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia, and he is the elected secretary of World Council of Boxing. Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Clement Dunn.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nice to meet you. God bless y'all, and I hope y'all having a wonderful day. I am honored, CK, to be on your show and everything. It's great meeting you and everything. I'm very honored.
So I think our viewers would like to get inspired by your story. You are a very disciplined human being. You are an athlete. You have a great exercising routine, and you also compete. So why don't you tell about your life story and share some good inspirational story with our viewers?
Well, I'm James Dunn. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia originally, but just relocated down to Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm going into a whole different field of work. Um, Born and raised Roanoke, Virginia. Um, Played sports, track, football, and baseball. Played sports just 2 years in high school. I played semi-pro football. Um, Pretty much, I'm a jack of all trades. From electrical, from whatever you know. I done firefighting. Um, Pretty much, my story is, I've been through struggles all my life. Ups and downs, challenges, and been through. I done been homeless before and everything. And I just want to let everybody know, they'll never give up on your dreams and everything, because what I'm saying, it's always hope. Life is what you make it, and that's what I want to tell everybody. Recently, last year, the end of last year, I got nominated on the executive board, the Hughes the Third Enterprises, which is Miss Geraldine Hughes. She worked on the molestation case for the attorney on the defensive side for the Michael Jackson case when they tried to say he molested the little boy, and she nominated me. And right now, she's done a book called Redemption, and she did a documentary called Redemption. You can find her book on Amazon. She nominated me on her executive board. Right now, we working on the about to be give it start working on the movie. Then I got nominated with BMM AFU, which stands for Boxing MMA Fight Union. Mr. Charles Russo is president. He pretty much nominated me as North Carolina State Chairman. Then Miss Geraldine got me on a conference call with Troy Edwards, which he built his own brand, 3HP Marketing Promotions. He's doing the soundtrack for Redemption and a lot of other soundtracks and working on a lot of other things. He got a lot of things going on and coming. Um, Troy Edwards called me around January and wanted to nominate me with his staff for 3HP as his A&R promoter. So been working on promoting and things like that. And then recently, beginning of this year, they nominated me again with the BMMFU as vice president of talent support, which I recruit talent all over the globe and United States, international. I could recruit boxers, managers. Pretty much, they reach out to me because of my title, but I also reach out to them as well. And I got nominated this year too with the World General Council of Boxing as committee secretary, which secretary I keep track of all records and files and everything that's going on with the boxing and the boxing union and things like that. Just keep records of everything and keep track of everything and keep everything in file and everything. So I've been working on things with that, and then I built my own brand from ground up. I've been working on, which is global and is in the market with Denisa. She pretty much started her own Hoinser. She's got CEO of Hoinser's magazine. I'm global partners with Hoinser's magazine, and I'm a brand ambassador. And my brand, I'm building my brand. My brand is Done Right Promotions, which is a brand for the sports entertainment, and you know, pretty much for pretty much kids and whoever want to wear the brand and support the brand or whatever. But I created the brand, and I'm the owner of the brand, the founder, and I'm pretty much gonna start going. Maybe I'm gonna go to some schools and stuff like that. Maybe hand out some shirts and stuff for the kids and things like that. Because I'm big into like donating, and like big into like homeless and cancer. I lost a lady I was with for 3 years. Back then, years ago, she had breast cancer. So I'm a big, huge supporter of breast cancer. Homeless, I support the homeless and veterans, things like that. Um, USO, I donate to USO. I donate money every month to the USO. I'm big on nonprofit. Big on nonprofit, and that's my plan to go around and make donations and help out nonprofit organizations and things like that.
Fantastic. You had a fascinating journey, I think very inspiring. And you work with the boxers, and you also are recruiting a lot of boxers. Would you like to share some of these traits that you're looking for in the budding boxers?
Repeat that again.
You are working for the Boxing Association, which is also looking for the boxers. So what is the big quality a boxer must have?
Basically, what I do, we a union. BMMF AFU is a union. It's a union we started, to help out boxers. What we do, we make sure the boxers have insurance. We make sure they have life insurance benefits. We have our own events we do, and gonna be holding. But is COVID stepped in, and we had a lot of stuff coming up last year got canceled. But you got to go by government rules and certain things on airlines, and getting fighters, because we globally, so we got fighters all over the world, so getting them here and getting them back, a lot of things we work off the government, and it's a lot of rules, and what I'm saying, you got to go by. And we here to support the boxers 100%. That's what we do. We're the law of the boxing, and we here to stop a lot of nonsense, because a lot of boxers get treated wrong and stuff like that. You got managers and promoters treat boxers. Some of them treat boxers fair and good. Some of them don't. So we here to find out all the negative and all the crookedness going on in the boxing, and we're gonna weed all the negative, everything out of that. You know what I'm saying? So what our goal is, that's what we do, man. We here to support. We here to support and we the law. We here to stop all the nonsense, and everything. That's what we here for to do.
Very good. And the people who can associate with you are from the United States, or they can be from anywhere in the world.
We got them all. We got boxers from United States, UK. We got we got them all from all over. China. You know, Britain. We got them. We got them. They all over the world. This a global. This a global union. Global boxing union. It's a global boxing union.
So how do you engage with these boxers which are in China or UK or Malaysia or in United States? Do you have a website for registration? How does this start?
A website. Basically, they like I said, they reach out to me. Anytime you're in the boxing field and you promoting and you a manager and everything, your title, we normally reach out to their managers, promoters, and we normally their commissions, and we normally reach out. They reach out to us, and if they want to decide or their manager or whatever, bring them on with the union. We bring them on. We bring them on with the union, and we pretty much sign them up and get them in. And once they get in, we're gonna take care of them and make sure, we're gonna put them on there when we have our sanctioned events, our fights and stuff like that, fight cards, and you know, let them fight on the fight cards. We're gonna pay everybody fair, equally. Ain't nobody gonna get cheated, things like that.
So is there a joining fee that your organization charges from these boxers?
And repeat that again.
Is there a joining fee that is charged for providing these services?
Nah, it's not charged. It's no fee.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So what is the plans
Like I
forward?
said, we here to support the boxers. We here to look out for them. Make sure we here to support them. That's our job. We here to support. Support.
Understand. So what is the plan looks like in 2021? How do you see restarting the fights this year, considering the new administration is there in United States, and at some point in time the lockdown may be lifted? Are you preparing for this?
Oh, right now it's looking good. We had a lot of some. We had some stuff. We had some stuff promoted and pretty much started, but the COVID, like, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things going on with the COVID in other countries and things like that too. Like, we still playing everything by ear. You can have and schedule events and put things together, but also things can come up too. And if we might have a date on a event, but the date could, because of that, could be pushed to. We'll still have it, but it can be pushed to a later date. But it's nothing we can control with whatever the government dishes out. With the COVID, it's better to be safe. You know what I'm saying, than anything. So basically, we got things happening and things coming up and things in the making, but at the same time, you got to go by the government rules and the government laws and stuff like that. In the COVID, we had to having this big issue with the COVID and stuff like that. So basically, we got to wait on, so a lot of stuff we've been having, we just waiting and everything, but we still, it's all in the making and everything is happening. We might have to push maybe back some events back, maybe a month back or something like that. Like if it's March, you might have to push it to April or something like that.
Sure. So in terms of the future of boxing, where do you see the sports going?
Can you repeat that again?
The future of boxing, Does it look very bright, or people will stop doing practice because of COVID, and they will take some time to get in shape? Do you see some challenges in that area?
I think other than the COVID, I can't really say nothing about that because the COVID is a COVID. But people are still trained. They might, train. I mean, gyms and stuff is back open right now. People still doing like training and stuff like that, but you still got to be cautious. Certain stuff you do and this and that. You can't really say much. It's a lot that you can't really say because you don't really know. We don't we you plan things and you know things, but with this COVID, you don't know. You don't know if it get worse or it can clear up. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know. So basically, right now, it's a cautious thing. Boxing is looking good and looking great and everything, but with this COVID, you never know. That's with anything out here, not just boxing. That's with anything, jobs or anything. Anything that's going on in this world right now, this COVID. You don't know. Entertainment, anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't see any new movies also coming in, right? So we are all waiting for these new movies to come in theaters, but we don't know when they are going to get released. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we about to start working on some things and stuff. We got some things in the making. I can't really say much more or say really anything, anything else about. I know we got a lot of things coming close and in the making, and a lot of things get ready to happen. And you know what I'm saying? I just can't say more, you know what I'm saying? But we got a lot of stuff coming.
So I think it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, James, and learning about the fight and the kind of work you do for the boxers, and you help them in terms of having the fair remuneration being given to them, legal support, and you work across the world. You have UK boxers working with you. You have Chinese, Malaysian, all over the place. So I think you're doing a remarkable job. You are already have done so much for the boxing community, and above all, the boxing as a sport inculcates the discipline in people. So would you like to give your last advice to youngsters about how to be disciplined?
What with the boxers and the discipline and everything, basically I just tell the boxers stay healthy. That's the main key of boxing and everything. Stay healthy. Make sure you eating right. Make sure you dieting right. Stay training, but be safe. Try not to get hurt. Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? Basically, watch out. Watch out for this COVID and everything, because if you get that, it can harm you too if you get, if you got a fight coming up and you get sick or COVID, anything, you know what I'm saying? Just be safe and everything, just stay healthy and be safe. That's the main thing right now in this whole world is being safe and staying healthy. That's the main key of life. Being safe and stay healthy and stay disciplined.
Absolutely. This is a very powerful message that you have given us today. Stay disciplined, stay healthy, eat right, and never stop practicing. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today. It was my personal pleasure talking to you, James, and I would like to interview once again after a few months or so when the situation looks better and more boxers are coming to you for getting associated with the World Federation of Boxing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's my honor. Once again, my honor, and appreciate the interview. And you be safe and everything out there. And God bless you and your fam. And you know what I'm saying. Stay healthy, yourself too. And yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day and week. You know what I'm saying, weekend and everything. And God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, James. You have a good time and stay healthy, safe, and disciplined. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know that we are on a journey of understanding the human rights, and for this I have my friend Mr. Nagesh Sood joining me from Ahmedabad. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much for inviting me over.
It is our pleasure, and for the benefit of viewers who are tuning in for the first time, let me introduce Nagesh very briefly. Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known human rights activist across India. And today we would like to discuss about right to assembly. And it is something which is very sort of ignored, but many people don't know what is the law around assembling into a sort of a forum. So I think we will hear from Nagesh next.
Yes, CK, today we are going to talk about freedom of peaceful assembly. Now, it is sometimes used interchangeably with the freedom of association. Actually, it is an individual right or ability of people to come together and collectively express, promote, pursue, and defend their collective or shared ideas. The right to freedom of association is recognized as a human right, a political right, and a civil liberty. The term freedom of assembly and freedom of association may be used to distinguish between the freedom to assemble in public places and the freedom to join an association. Freedom of assembly is often used in the context of the right to protest, while freedom of association is used in the context of labor rights, and in the Constitution of India, it is interpreted to mean both the freedom to assemble and the freedom to join an association. Continuous existence will be troublesome if a man detaches himself or stays disconnected and totally separate from the people residing in the society and also from their actions and activities. So the necessity compels man to live together and form relationships with other individuals. He will find himself incapable to satisfy his day-to-day needs and other necessities if he restrains from interaction and networking. So he will be remaining and unsatiated if he does not have the cooperation and coordination of his fellow beings. So it is very important that a man involves in some kind of a group or association or a club, etc., which would assist him in communication with the others as well as help in self-awareness. So the participation in different organizations or groups will aid any individual in keeping himself updated and informed with regard to the daily happenings and instances occurring in the society. So when we talk of this right of individuals under the Constitution of India, the right of freedom of assembly as well as the right to form an association is enshrined in the Constitution of India in Article 19(1)(c), which guarantees to all its citizens the right to form associations or unions or cooperative societies. Under Clause 4 of Article 19, however, the state may, by law, impose reasonable restrictions on this right in the interest of public order or morality or the sovereignty and integrity of India. Now, the grounds on which this freedom gets restricted is sovereignty and integrity of India, that is to safeguard the sovereignty of the country. The freedom to form association can be restricted. This freedom will also be restricted if it causes any disturbance or affects the oneness of the country. Public order to maintain safety, public peace, order and tranquility of the country, the right to form association can be restricted. And the third restriction is morality. This freedom can be restricted if any of the individual's activities involve indecency or obscenity. So the right to form association includes the right to form companies, societies, partnerships, trade unions, and political parties. This right is guaranteed, is not merely the right to form association, but also to continue with association as such. The freedom to form an association implies also the freedom to form or not to form, to join or not to join an association or union. I would give an example of a case which is Damayanti versus Union of India, in which validity of Hindi Sahitya Sammelan Act 1962 was challenged as violative of Article 19(1)(c). What had happened that the challenge was made by one of the member of the association, saying that the act has changed the composition of the association and has introduced new members into the association. As a result of this alteration was that members who voluntarily formed the association in the beginning were compelled to act in association with other members in whose admission they had no say. So the Supreme Court finally held that this act was violative of the rights of original members of the society to form an association guaranteed under Article 19(1)(c) of the Constitution of India. Now, if we talk about right of association in armed forces, one of the cases is OK Nair versus Union of India, wherein the question arose whether civilian employees designated as non-combats, such as cooks, chowkidars, laskars, barbers, mechanics, bootmakers, tailors, etc., who were attached to defense establishment and were non-combating, whether they had the right to form an association or unions. Now, the Supreme Court in this case held that these arms, which were part of the armed forces, were part and parcel of the defense establishments and would be again the members of armed forces within the meaning of Article 33, and therefore they were not entitled to form trade unions. It is their duty to follow or accompany the armed personnel on active service or in camp or on march. Although they are non-combatants and in some matters governed by civil service rules, yet they are integral to armed forces, and consequently under Army Act, the central government was competent to make rules restricting or curtailing their fundamental rights under Article 19(1)(c). So there has been restriction in a number of cases in freedom of association. One another case is Haji Mohammed versus District Board Malda, wherein it was held that a restriction requiring a teacher to take prior permission to engage in political activities is a reasonable restriction, because it aimed at preventing teachers from getting mixed up with political institutions. And for a teacher, he is not merely a citizen, but he has to be under certain terms and discipline of the employment. So these are some of the cases which highlight that under the Constitution, of course, there is a freedom of citizens to form an association, or there is a freedom of assembly, but at the same time, it is the duty of the citizens to ensure that in due course of formation of a particular association, as well as during the time span of membership, harmony, discipline, and order continues to persist in the society. It is important to take into consideration that same does not give rise to breach of public peace. The citizens, while exercising this fundamental right, should also see to it that there is a stability of the society. So the state, that is the government, will interfere if at all such political parties, trade unions, clubs, groups, etc., by their activities try to disrupt the peace or disturb the unity among everyone. So it is also necessary that the formation or participation and even continuation of different associations do not act as a barrier or an obstacle in the progress and development of this country. So this is the law which is prevalent, this is the right which is there recognized under the Indian Constitution and in the world over, so far as freedom of assembly or forming of association is concerned.
So this is great information, Nagesh. In fact, it looks like, as a layman to me, that this is a baselining right which gives, or ensures freedom to everybody living in India, and also ensures that this freedom should not be misunderstood when it comes to extraordinary situation which is related to the country and certain occupation. It should not be misunderstood that you have the right to assemble at your whims and fancies. So I think it's a very good information that you have given. I'm sure the viewers will understand this and also exercise this right cautiously depending on their situation. You would like to add some closing remarks?
Yes, you see, I would like to give an example of what happened in JNU. You see, while we are discussing this topic, uh, we have all seen that how the protests were made in JNU. Now, after knowing about this right of assembly and forming an association, when there are certain restrictions which can be imposed by the government, we have to see whether there is uh, any morality which is questionable, whether the protest affects the environment, the tranquility or the peace, and what is the agenda of the association. So, in all, when there are restrictions which can be imposed by the government has to see whether this sovereignty and integrity of India is in danger or not. Now, in JNU protest, of course, the restriction which has been imposed or restriction which the government has sought to invoke is that there were certain slogans which were being made by the students, uh, which is like this, kind of calling for disintegration of the country. And it was also affecting the sovereignty and integrity of India. So that is how, this was one of the ground on which the restrictions were imposed by the government while the students were making protests in JNU. So, the understanding and the right always have restrictions which has to be checked, that whether there is a public order or public peace is being violated, or if there is immorality uh, present in that kind of association or assembly, or there is a breach of sovereignty and integrity of India. So that is all which I want to add. Uh, so far as the right to assembly and right to form an association is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. I think this is a very informative session we had today. And many people may not even know what are their rights and what are the duties and what are the cautions they have to use while, you know, just assuming their rights. So I think this is very good information. We will meet again tomorrow, Nagesh. And until then, I say goodbye to you.
Thank you very much. It was pleasure being with you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Indian Constitution Day. And we will talk about the Constitution. But before starting the subject discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK, and happy anniversary, Indian Constitution Day. And I think a lot of people outside of India have got an idea about what this is. But why don't you go into a few details? Because it's such an important day in the country's development. But there's links that we can look at in your company's development. So we're still saying with the letter C, country and company. But let's talk about India Constitution Day and see where this has come from, because I think there's some great analogies that we can pick up here in our own business.
You see, Neville, India is a very new country. Even though the civilization has been around for thousands of years, but India as a country is a new country, and the Indians got an opportunity to get together, put their minds together, and get the best of all humanity. So the Indian work on constitution started in 1946. It took them 4 years, and there was a committee which was driving the whole initiative to create the world longest constitution. Indian constitution has 90 pages and it has 145,000 words, and that makes it very long constitution with 395 articles. But
wow,
it's a very well organized, and they have taken the best of breed at that point in time. And I will come to that, why Indian constitution is very important for the global economy also. So it took them 4 years to write the entire constitution. It was ready in 1949. The final review was done, and it was then launched on January 26, 1950, making India a sovereign country. What is important in Indian constitution is it gives freedom of federalism. So the inspiration the forefathers got was from the United States, where the federalism was very important for freedom, because those were the days of colonies, and the federal structure became very important. That means, for example, if you look at India, there are 29 states. So India as a country, considering the federal state of the union, it is much bigger. It's twice the size of European Union. So you can imagine, if you compare European Union, it has France, Germany, UK just got out of it. But there are different countries speaking different languages, having different legal structure. It is the same way Indian country operates, that 29 states have different language, different legal structure, and different processes, different government. In the end, they all report to the central government. So there is a freedom of federalism which is incorporated very deeply into it, and that gives freedom for any country who would like to join the union. It is allowed. Say, for example, in future, some other country says that, hey, I would like to join Indian Union, like Oman or UAE. There is enough freedom given as long as the people of that country, follow the Indian Constitution. There is no problem. They can operate independently as a federal state within Indian subcontinent. So that is a very important aspect of Indian Constitution. Number two is the equality and liberty. The equality and liberty, the inspiration came from 1946 Constitution of France, and that was majorly driven in the Constitution. So every human being born or citizen of India is absolutely equal, whether men or women of any religion, speaking any languages. And that gives a good push to Indian society as one nation, because you can actually bring your own culture, you can bring your own language, yet you will be equal like anybody else. So that gives a lot of freedom of equality and freedom to follow your own religion. Then, the constitution should not be scribbled in stone like 10 commandments. So the inspiration was from South Africa, where the amendment to any article of constitution was allowed. So the power to change constitution was given to the parliament or the assembly. The assembly can form the laws, can be discussed in legislative assembly of state, and the state can implement their own specific laws, and the parliament can create the countrywide law system, and they can also change the constitution. And the fourth most important thing is uh, the legal system. Judiciary has been kept out. Very, very important aspect. It has been kept out from all elections, all legislative powers, all parliamentary powers. So the legal system is totally independent. That is why in Indian subcontinent, the judiciary is called the second pillar of democracy. Because if you have a problem with the government, you can always approach the court and overturn the government ruling. So that is very, very important. And number five is freedom of speech. So this is a mantra for the Indian people. They can write anything. They can comment on anyone. There is nothing called like monarch. If you go to some other countries, I'm not naming the country, but you can talk about government, but you can't talk anything about against the monarch. Um, so all that is not applicable in India. You can criticize each and everyone. You can joke on everything. You can make cartoons on anything. So it is completely free, and that is why the press is completely free. They can make any comment on anyone, ask any question freely on any channel, and that becomes the third pillar of democracy. So these are certain things which are part of the constitution. Constitution is very long. We can't discuss all of it, but I think we can get inspired because our founding fathers got inspired from the world's best, and they created this constitution, which is very flexible, yet it imposes rule of law, and they got it from the UK. So since I'm ending my monologue on UK, you can take over, Neil.
Well, thank you, CK, for that walk through history, because a lot of people don't know where these things come from. And you mentioned a couple of times here, and you started it off with best in breed, because that's what we should all be doing, looking at the best in breed at the time, not adopting it 100%, but seeing whether or not you can improve it. And I'm sure there was little twists of improvement that the Indian government at the time, we're talking last century, we're not talking thousands of years ago, but we are talking last century, over 70 years ago. And that the important thing here is that they took what was working around the world. Now, at the time, they didn't have Google. They couldn't go and cut and paste at the time. You know, there was no PC where they could literally edit, copy, edit, paste. So they literally had to create this from scratch. But they took the best of breed, which was out there around the world. And this is where we can make lessons today. So I said at the beginning, we can take lessons into our own organization. And just like the Indian Constitution, it was to develop good governance. Now, governance is a long word, really, and a lot of people don't completely understand it. But in your organization, you need good governance. You need freedom of speech. You need your employees to say what they like and what they don't like. You want them to come forward and say what's good about what we do, what we can improve, and perhaps where we need to diversify. This is good governance in any organization. And so today, with this very special day in the Indian history, any Indian company, now take a look at your own governance. Are you doing what you say you're doing? Are you giving equal opportunity to everybody? Not just the C-suite, you know, the chief exec, the COO, the CIO, the CTO, and the EIO, as someone might have called a boardroom, to everybody in your organization, because they all contribute. They all add value. If they don't add value, they wouldn't be employed. It's as simple as that. So just work through your organization, however big or however small you are, even a one-man band, you can start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, am I doing what I'm saying? Do I say what I do? It's a simple equation. You know, the mathematicians in the world would love it. You know, the philosophers in the world would love it even more. You know, be who you really are, and that's who people see you as. And it's as simple as that. And this is where this governance arena, this constitution actually gets very personal. So here's an opportunity. Take the personal day. Is it a holiday for this huge benchmark in your history? Is it a national holiday?
It is not a national holiday. Today is a day when the constitution was finally approved, but what was not implemented in 1949, which is 26 November. It was implemented on 26 January 1950. So today is a constitution day because it is finally ready, but we don't have a holiday on this day.
Well, that's an important time because it was finally ready for people to understand. So again, in a company, you've got a document which is finally ready to promote not just to your organization, but outside your organization. So just imagine the marketing document that's taken weeks or months to prepare. Now's the day to get it out there. So take a leaf out of this very special day in the Indian history and start doing things that are simple. Use the prompt of these national events to look very locally, very specifically in what you do and get the benefit out of it. And the nice thing about these national days is you don't have to remember them because everyone tells you about them. You can read them in the paper. So it should be that little prompt that just jogs your memory. So this is great for the Indian nation. What does it mean for me? How can I take that and improve it in my organization? And tell the story about where this has come from. Just as we've done today, this is a story. It's history. So it's a his story. Okay? It's gone. It's past. It's fact. Use the facts and develop them within your organization. This is so simple and a simple message from today. And I'm so pleased that we can share it with everybody on a very special day for 1.4 billion Indians, wherever they are around the world. So let's get on with it. Let's go and have some introspection about what we do. Use this day as an opportunity for change, because that's how we improve.
So Neville, you mentioned a very strong and powerful word called introspection. And here how I will introspect myself. See, what happens is that the people which are in power, they actually draw power, and they actually think they are the gods or the ruler or the monarch of that land. So Indian constitution does not allow that. There is no absolute power center in India. For instance, the governance is under the Prime Minister of India, which is selected by the people of the entire country. All 1.4 billion citizens of India will vote for one person. Whoever wins becomes a Prime Minister. Yet, Prime Minister does not have power to control the armed services. That is a precedent. So the chief of army or air force or navy is the president. So he is another power center, but he is not absolute power center. And so his prime minister is not an absolute power center. Uh, Chief Justice of India, which is the head of all judges across the judiciary, is also limited power. I mean, Chief Justice can remove the Indian government. The Chief Justice has the power to remove the Indian government from the power itself. And so, there are many examples like that. So Indian constitution does not allow any absolute power center across the board. There is no power center in India. So bunch of people have to work together. So you mentioned word like introspection. I think that is the introspection. Why in a company, why we always look at power centers? We always look at, hey, you are so and so, you have so much power in your company. Whereas the Indian government is not driven by that policy. They don't believe in absolute power. Second thing I would like to get inspired is the federal structure of the subcontinent. So you have your state being governed by a local government, which is also elected by people, yet you become an Indian. So it is a perfect example of distributed workforce. You see, Indian subcontinent is not governed by New Delhi, the central government. It is governed by various 29 different governments. So it's a perfect example of distributed workforce. Yet in companies, in private sector, we find it so difficult to distribute our work. People want to see employee sitting in front of their own eyes on a desk in his office. They have no faith on a distributed workforce. So I think these are the two critical points I will draw for today from my own constitution.
No, that's brilliant. And the nice thing is, as you say, we can draw the best from the best and implement it into our own organization. And I hope the people listening today can see the analogy between one and another. They are one and the same. So in the country, the prime minister is elected by everybody. A chief exec actually is elected by the shareholders, which are everybody, so, and that's in a large organization. So there's a lot of similar things going on here, but one thing that you picked up on is the power base. A lot of the problem we have in the world today is because you've allowed the power base in your organization to get out of control. Take back control. Move it forward for where the purpose of the organization was when it was first founded. And I'm going to leave you with a little simple message here. And we all know about Henry Ford and how creative he was, creating the first production line, in essence, in many respects. And the Model T Ford came from his thoughts, and he created a good team around him. He was a bit of a dictator in many respects, but he did come up with some great phrases that have lasted the test of time. And one is, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. So on this very special day in India, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're absolutely right. But get into the can, because now's the opportunity for introspection and a bit of change. And it's one small change makes a big impact, as we say in the MindFit world. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you today on this very special day. Thank you very much for taking time out of your calendar. And I hope everyone's listening and just literally just have a look in the mirror, because that's where you start.
Thank you very much, Neville. It was a special day for all Indians, and hopefully our message and your wisdom goes through, and some of the people start doing introspection who are in the arena of SMEs or chief executives. I think it's a great day for inspiring not only Indians, but anybody who wants to read the Indian Constitution and get inspired.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you tomorrow in the roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you too. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was a early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation, and so he mentioned few things. He mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important, because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying. We're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects, so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front, front window.
That's right. So Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch. Make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great. And, maybe that could be adopted around the world, although we're on different time zones. But we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. That's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Great.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think, thank you, Neville, for, telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think thank you. I would like to say first thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the show. And we want to discuss about some breaking news, which I heard today morning, and it's about the Indian government announcing launch of a budget app. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. An app, CK, from the government. My goodness, this really is 21st century. So what's the scoop? What's the news on this app?
Well, we are going to start the budget session on 1st of February, where the India's 2021-22 budget will be presented by our Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Sitaraman. And, she will be talking about all the 50,000 commodities, including defense and transportation and education and whatnot. So everything will be discussed in this budget and presented. IMF announced that India is going to show growth of 11.5%. So from almost negative growth to 11.5% in 2021, I think this budget is very exciting. Every Indian is looking towards it, how this is going to help us in our growth. This is very, very important. And the Finance Ministry announced that they will be launching an app. The app can be downloaded now. It's available on Android and iPhone, and you can download it. Any Indian can download it, but the budget will not be available until Mrs. Sitaraman finishes her speech, first introductory speech in the parliament. As soon as her speech is over, the budget can be downloaded. And all the 14 sections of the budget will be available for review. Anyone who is interested in reading about the budget, there is no need to go to the newspaper, go to the website. you can get it in your mobile. Just download an app, and it will be secure, it will be actual, and the way they are announcing in the parliament, the same thing you can review on your mobile phone. So I think it's a big deal. First time in our history, at least, we have seen such a thing being done, so that everybody is more aware about what is being presented.
That sounds absolutely brilliant, and there must be some underlying reason. I mean, why an app? Have they created an Android app and an iOS app? Did I hear they've created both apps?
They have already created the apps, and those are already available on the stores, Android Play
That's
stores as
great.
well as iPhone stores.
That's really good, and as you say, it's a way to get the message over without anyone interfering with it. So without the newspapers putting out their interpretation. So we're seeing the facts live for once. So rather than, when we have a budget in the UK, all we hear is the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The speech is released, so it's a hand copy that's released to all of the news agencies, and of course they can put their own interpretation on it, but it's a hard copy. I'm sure they've probably got digital copies these days, but we see all of these journalists with literally thick hard copies carrying around with them. You need a briefcase to carry it around because it's so thick. But I can see this is a great move. I'm really excited by the Indian government going into the world of digital, because it reaches such a wide audience. So what do you think the reasoning behind the app, apart from all in one place? Why do you think they're putting it out in an app?
Well, usually, when people follow budget, these are already very fiery debates, which happens for next 15 days after 1st of February. And it's an annual budget session of the parliament where the budget is a main agenda, besides everything else. But the objective of this session, usually before March, is to finalize the budget, because our financial year starts on 1st of April. So the budgets are announced before that, and all political party break their head, all the leaders, and then pass it from the parliament so that it can be implemented from 1st of April. There are whole lot of confusion created by the opposition all the time, and it's not new. It's been happening since last 70 years, where the interpretation can be A, B, C, or X, Y, Z, and then the debate starts. There is debate inside the parliament, there are debate on the TV channels, and there are debate on the streets. So I think this is a very good move to prevent all of that confusion, because confusion can be created by misinterpretation, or sometimes deliberately omitting few words and creating a confusion. So all sort of things happens. So I think I really appreciate, as a citizen of India, that now all of those via medias are gone. You can read the budget directly without going to any website or newspaper interpretation. You can just do it from the government.
That's brilliant, and I think there's probably another underlying reason why the government are putting it out in this 21st century technology mode, an app, and that's to reach the young audience, so that the young audience will download an app. They'll more happily download an app than what's a news channel. And it may be that they could interrogate that app and be more engaged in the politics of the country. So I actually think it's a really smart move. And fundamentally, what is an app? So let's just look very, very simply at what an app is, because it's a form of communication. It's a push form of communication. So when you download the app, it's all there. Everything's there. It's formatted in a way that you want someone to see it. So I'm guessing that you can drill down into the subjects. And if you get bored with one subject, you can drill across. And so let's hope it's a well-designed app so people can move around it. And the main thing here is it's to get rid of all of the false communications. So on the basis that it's secure, so we need to make that leap of faith so no one can hack it. It's a simple form of communication where the hope is everybody gets to see the same information. But as with apps, we do know apps are only available on smartphones. So there's the downside to this, CK, isn't it? How many people have got smartphones? Are the aging population of the country, typically they may have a smartphone, but will they be conversant with apps? Would you think they'll be wanting to look at this through an app?
Neville, I'm reading the article which came in the paper today, and I'm thinking that they have taken care of every possibility. First of all, the app will be available in multiple languages, at least bilingual, so people can choose what language they want. So it's English or something else, so they can choose that. That is the first thing. Second is it's not only the current year's budget; they are providing last 15 years of budget being available, so you can drill to even the retrospective budget if you want to see retrospective what is how the government has started things and what is the state of affairs now. For last 15 years those budgets are available. You can literally go and do a lot of research if you have an app. The third thing is nothing is downloaded on your device. It's all coming from the Ministry of Finance website, and so it's a central location, and hence I don't think this is prone to multiple copies being floating around. The source will be the same website. So now you see it is available on smartphones, it is available on iPads, it's available on Samsung pads or whatever, and also through web pages. So, and having one data source. That is how they are planning to launch this.
Well, the fact that they're putting it all in one place and trying to get people to focus on that one place is fantastic. Really, it's a way that you want to hear communication. You don't want fake news to be given to you. And let's hope that all of the elderly population get engaged with this as well. Because if we can get people into using apps, then there's other opportunities, like welfare, well-being of elderly, that we can also get them to use in an app too. So it's fascinating news, really. From my point of view as an accountant, I love to see these things because you can really drill down and drill across, and you can see the trends, and hopefully there'll be a few graphs on there. I'm not an Indian citizen, so I'm not too sure I'm going to be able to download it, but you never know. I'll give it a go. If it's available, I'll have a look at it. But it is definitely the way ahead. So congratulations to the government of India for making this huge leap of faith and looking towards engaging more with the community, more with its citizens, because that's where we get real democracy. More engagement, more transparency. So fascinating subject for today, CK. I hope everyone. When's this app going to be available? Do we know? You say, is it available to download now?
It's available to download now. You can download it, but it will not be active till the later part of February 1st, because I think the data will be uploaded only after Finance Minister finishes her speech. So after that, the data will be available. But and all Indians should be able to download the app from the app stores. But Naval, let me also make one point here. You see, the budget, usually Indian budget I can talk about, is usually runs into thousands and thousands of pages, at least 20,000 pages. It's like one big book which is published every year, and nobody can read the entire book. By the time you finishes the book, I think the year will be over.
It's the next year.
Right. So I think advantage is that, for example, I will not be interested in reading the whole thing. I will like to know what is relevant for me. So if you have an app, then as you said in the beginning of our video, that you can pretty much search what you want to look at really. So instead of wasting time and going through, hey, where is what I want to know about budget, and totally clueless, which page it is. First you have to go to index and all that, and then index will be also running in 10 pages. So it's very tough. Here, if you have an app, you can simply type what you want to search and the app will bring it up for you. So I think it's a very good move by Indian government, because now you mentioned elderly. elderly would like to know what is the increase in their pension ex grata. I think that is what they are more interested about. We are interested about, hey, how much income tax we have to pay, what is the corporate taxes, and like that. There are different category of people like to know different things. They are not interested in aerospace budget or defense budget. Why we should read about it? So I think that is the biggest advantage this app offers, where I can actually read what is being proposed and passed by Indian government relevant to me as an individual.
It's brilliant. I mean, in my corporate days, I would call that line of sight. So I've got a clear line of sight into what I'm interested in. Of course, lots of people are going to be interested in all of it. So again, hopefully it's in a good summary format. I've not seen the app. You've not seen the app. So, it's going to be interesting to see what it is. I mean, the success of it, interestingly enough, is if lots and lots of people download the app. That's easy because that's not bandwidth. But as soon as you start to use the app, presumably it's going to be bandwidth. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the website, as you say, where all of the data depository is going to be, whether it really gets hit hard. Because frankly, I would love it to crash. And the reason I would love it to crash is because they will then know they're succeeding. They will know that actually, and people will know they're succeeding as well, because all of a sudden, if websites crash, you do know that lots of people are interested. So in some respects, people would say that's very negative, but a website doesn't crash. It doesn't physically crash. It just gets clogged up and you can't get in. It's a bit like any, on Zoom, you have a maximum sometimes of 100 people. And as soon as the 101st person comes in, well, that's it. You're not allowed in. So I would love it to be bombarded from all sorts of people in India, that are interrogating their budget, because this is going to affect their livelihoods. So let's hope that they've got big bandwidth anyway, but let's hope that it's inundated so that they see that people are really interested. Because it's the best way out, really. It's a bit like having your customers hit all of your, you put a special offer on your website and all of a sudden all of your customers get to know about it. It goes viral and bash, you get 1,000 downloads. I really do hope people get engaged with this, because it's definitely 21st century. It's the way to communicate, good news on the basis that everyone's got access to a smartphone or a tabloid or what have you. But the more important thing is it's engaging with young people. So I really do hope a lot of success for this app, and let's get conversations going. We can start a conversation here. Come on, all you young people, talk about a budget that you've never heard of before in your life.
Absolutely. The young people will be starting their job, their career, and when IMF projecting very fantastic numbers, growth numbers for India, 11.3, 11.5% growth. I think it's going to be a lot of job availability in 2021 for Indians. And you mentioned something technical like crashing the site. So I know certain things about Indian IT setup, so I can just throw a little bit on that subject as well. The thing is that India is a very huge population, and there is no one data center in India which can cater to the entire Indian population. So usually if you look at a bank cannot provide a centralized banking from one location. Any large bank in India will have more than at least more than 10 to 15 data centers in a distributed manner, so that in case of any failure, they will have a failover criteria available. So for Government of India, the IT is managed by a department called NIC. They are one of the largest IT setup globally by any government, maybe comparable to US government. And the full form of NIC is National Informatics Center. And it's a huge outfit having more than 50 to maybe 60 data centers across India. And this budget is going to be available from the NIC website, which is also hosted by them. So I'm sure they have taken care of all possibilities, they will not let their data sites, crashing down.
I'm sure they won't. I mean, I was being tongue in cheek. But the main thing is, the more people look on it, the bigger bandwidth is available and to be used. And more importantly, your government is getting immediate feedback from you, which I think is the real positive part of all this. I mean, what an app does, it allows line of sight both ways. So they're not going to be looking at what you're looking at. They're going to be looking at what everyone's looking at and getting some really good statistics back to them as to what's important in the country. And even, as we know, you and I know, that if we're accessing the app from specific locations, then we can actually trace the interest to that location. And again, they're not going to be, this is not going to be a big brother, you know, breathing, looking over your shoulder, seeing what you're looking at. This is really for the government statistics to find out what people are really interested in, how they can tailor what they do as an organization going forward. And as you say, more importantly, this is going to actually be an indication of where the jobs are coming from. So I think it's got massive, massive reach and a massive use. And I look forward to hearing a bit more about it when it actually goes live.
Yes, Neville, we will return on this very subject on probably 1st of February or 2nd. I will discuss this again. We will also check the rollout, any challenges. But I thank you so much for finding time to discuss this positive news emerging from India and also showing us the way how 21st century will shape up. So I will catch up with you tomorrow on something more interesting. Until then, goodbye.
Goodbye, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Have a fun day.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalitaditya. He is the most powerful king of Kaista, ruler of Kolkata dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have a reputed historian, Ms. who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Mitaji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalitaditya belongs to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir, and it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a world conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini,
in which he describes Laitaditya as a word conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So, uh, Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rashtarangini, we get the mention of Lalita in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations with China also that time. Some historical accounts they put up that one of his ministers, Count Kun, was of Chinese origin. So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE. Okay. Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most, major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. He why he is termed as a world conqueror, because first of all he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj. Right. And finally Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian, the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening, because 326 you get Alexander coming to India, and many other Arabian and Turkish invaders also. Right. But his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions. Okay. That means his army was very strong. His empire was, huge, and he was a good administrator because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur. Okay. Still it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place. Okay. So he developed his capital there, and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia, and Afghanistan from there. Okay. Not only in terms of his military conquests, he is also known in history because of his, love for temples. So many temples he built. Yes. And one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in Kashmir, right. It is the Sun Martin Temple. It is the Sun Temple.
Yes.
We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather to destroy the temple. So this Sun Mata temple has a huge temple in between, surrounded by 84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun Martin temple, he built temples of Shiva, Vishnu, you know, all deities. He built the temples, but unfortunately, the invaders who came, they destroyed all the beautiful architecture which was left by Lalita Ditya. Not only this, we because that time, there was scarcity of water probably because of as we know Kashmir is very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation and canals which he got built from the rivers, canals for the irrigational purposes.
Right.
So not only we can remember him as a military general, but a builder who has left a good legacy. But unfortunately, as I said, the invaders, the Islamic invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Ditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple.
Right.
Very rich temple. So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not only in Kashmir, so many places these invasions has happened, which have, destroyed our heritage, because all these temples, monuments, they come under heritage, and they tell us about the history. You
Right.
know?
Right.
So much of destruction was done in the previous years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan. Now, when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now, when we want to undo that which has happened, so lot of communal questions they come up. Many communal questions they sprung up.
Yes, actually, we don't realize this is a part of our heritage and we should be proud of it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones which I've seen that point of time, which were really very artistic. And you really feel and you have that kind of greatness when you touch any of these stones, and it is spread on a vast area, and that unfortunately it is all in a stone, I mean ruined.
You are getting the ruins,
right?
And just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalita Ditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation. And not only that, we in Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, we get account that the the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period, you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Rashtarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people, they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king, that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way, treaties were also done, and many agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good, because as the history portrays Alexander as a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who
Why
doesn't.
our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire, and so for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule in such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school, and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage, and he was a great king.
And even Al-Baruni, even in Al-Baruni's accounts, he is mentioned, because his name was Laitaditya Mukta Pida.
Okay.
So Al-Baruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida.
Okay.
Tang dynasty of China, they mention his name.
Okay.
So that means he was known far and wide.
Okay.
His glory was far and wide.
Yes.
So, but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed.
Yes,
who were really great.
Yes, and actually, it is something which really makes us proud. Which should make us proud that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalita Ditya, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time, because of the prosperity.
Right.
And it was this wealth and prosperity only which lured the foreign invaders to come to India. Alexander, Gori, Ghazni, they all came to invade the wealth. Right. So, and how India was so much wealthy and prosperous because of the rulers, because of their policies, because of their administration. Because see, if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country. So that means our kings were great. Right. Who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings. Yeah. So we should be proud of that heritage. Yeah. As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing, beautiful. Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalitaditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye. Yeah, I will cover about his military conquests in detail. Yes, we'll be discussing military conquests in detail in our next series. So till then, bye-bye. Take care. Thank you. Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have an interesting personality, Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of Four Seasons PR. She is also having a great interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu. Thank you, Kanchan. Ritu, there is an instance in Ramayana where Ram denies his righteous claim on the throne of Ayodhya and went to exile for 14 years. What do you think about this incident? How you see this incident?
Here I see Ram going to exile for 14 years as an obedient son. He did what his father told him. In fact, father never told him clearly, but he knew that the father has given a boon to his third wife Kekai, and he is in a turmoil. How to tell Ram to go for exile, to banish him to forest. So Ram, like an obedient son, and being Purushottam means an ideal man, best among all the men. So he gave up his crown and he went for exile for 14 years. Now this portrays the character of Ram as a person who never thought of taking revenge, as a man who had his balance, never lost his cool, never got angry. So this itself portrays that during those times, which is very rare to see now, that people, they have confidence in their parents and they accepted what parents they told kids to do. Ram accepted what his father King Dashrath told him, and it sets an ideal example in today's world that if you're looking out for peace, then do what other people, especially your family, they want you to do. If you follow the path of dharma, you're going to find peace inside you, and you will definitely give peace to the people around you.
So, do you feel that the gesture and this incident has any relevance in today's time?
See, it's I cannot say whether it has relevance in today's time. I don't think that kids, the sons would do something like this. But I definitely want to say that this incident definitely gives a learning or teaching to the younger generation that please have confidence in what your parents they tell you. Don't think it's very modern to think differently from your parents. You as a family is a unit. So Ram believed in family as a unit, and the younger generation, if they want to achieve success, later on the Ram became Raja Ram. So if you definitely want to achieve success, so follow what your families they say. Follow what the head of the family, which is your father or your grandfather or your mother, they ask you to do. Because whatever they say, they have something good for you in mind. And yes, today's generation should, if we want our country to go ahead, then why not? Why not we follow what Ramayana what we see in Ramayana? Because Ramayana has many management functions also, and it is also one of the management functions. So I think kids should follow this, and this is actually very relevant if they want to do.
True, Ritu. And I think we should also follow a right path. And the right path leads you to a right results, a right destination.
Yes, that the path of dharma and make the right moral choices. And this incident tells kids not to think about me, but think about we. Think about we. And then definitely there is going to be peace around everyone. There's going to be peace in them, peace in their parents. Everyone around them would be peaceful. So that's what path of dharma, path of love is all about.
Nice talking to you, Ritu. We'll meet again tomorrow and discuss different aspect of the life of Ram. So till then, you stay safe, take care, bye-bye. Thanks again.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to discuss something so interesting and hilarious. It is one of the trending item, and the item is there is a prediction for 2022 that Amazon is likely to buy Cyprus, island of Cyprus or country of Cyprus, and shift their headquarters there. So to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. What program are we on today? Are we on the fictitious, or is this like a prediction that, do you know what, just might have a modicum of reality and truth in it? But, it's come from a German banker that's decided to announce his predictions for the next, or 10 predictions. And I don't know, which one was it? Do you remember which one it was? Was it high up the list or low down the list? It doesn't matter, it's on the list. But
yeah, it is on the list. There are some 10 predictions for 2022. And he's, I think, I don't remember his name. It's quite difficult name, German name. I think he's a president of the Banking Association from Germany. And one of the item is that Amazon, Mr. Jeff Bezos, may acquire or buy off Cyprus, the country of Cyprus, and shift their headquarters there. So when I read about this, it made me to think about what was going on in 1600s when East India Company was just doing island hopping from one island to other in search of spices, and then they ended up creating a Commonwealth today.
Yeah, well, indeed. I mean, it was the East India Company that came up with the original, the route, if you like, the trade route. A lot of people may refute that, but frankly, they were doing it. They were treading the trail long before many other people. And maybe they were just reinforcing the trail that had already been trod by one or two individuals, like Marco Polo, for instance. But let's look at this on a jovial type of arena. The interesting thing is Amazon are big enough to do it. They are a huge organization in the world. And imagine if they did take over a country. What would be the political implications? What would be the economic implications? Would all of a sudden that country become literally the biggest GDP in the world? I mean, potentially. I mean, Amazon is so big, but who knows? So, what would it be like to live there? Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an insight here because this isn't the first time that a town has been taken over by a company. In fact, in America, it happens quite a lot. The town has one main employer. Typically, we look at Detroit, and it's the car industry. We look at other areas. There was a township called Bartlesville in America, which was Phillips Petroleum.
Williams says
because it was the biggest employer in the local area. There were obviously ancillary and spin-off employers like diners, shops, car repairs, etc., etc. But fundamentally, it was the biggest employer in the local vicinity. So there is some way we can look into history and see what's happened. And as long as that company is successful, it's a very healthy arena. But when the company goes in decline, let's look at the car industry. Let's look at Detroit. And we often see documentaries about Detroit, about abandonings, about abandoned warehousing, about poor living accommodation for people that can't get jobs, high unemployment rate. And what we see is that there's a general decline because the businesses are not succeeding. Guess what? The health of the local community goes down. And we can learn a lot from that, actually. Joking aside about Amazon taking over Cyprus, which by the way, everybody, I wouldn't even put that down in any of my predictions. If I were to write a book about it, I think there's more chance of Amazon taking over Mars than there is of Amazon actually taking over a country, an existing country. But what's your thoughts, CK? Has there any thoughts in your mind?
Well, let me summarize this in a different way. See, if you look at the world today, it is not divided among countries. It is primarily divided into three elements. It is Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. I mean, think like that. 30% of the world is using Google technologies, and their entire stuff is running on Google. Another 30% is with Microsoft, and whatever remains is with Amazon. So, if we have to classify or change the rule of economy, we will actually end up recognizing Amazon, Google, and Microsoft quite effectively if you change the rules and don't look at the boundaries of the countries. And it is also true that Twitter, with 1 billion followers, it is much bigger than most of the countries today. I mean, leaving aside the large countries like India, United States, Nigeria, etc. But look at the other countries. Twitter, Facebook, 1.5 billion subscribers. So their strength is huge. I mean, you can't ignore all of that. And Amazon buying a tropical island, it's not so surprising. And anyway, Cyprus does not have a very strong government. So, and you mentioned about Detroit. There are 10 different townships in India. There is one which is called Steel City because the major employer is Tata Steels. So I can think of straight away 10 to 15 townships. And if you look at the outside India, there are countries like Botswana, which is controlled by De Beers, because their diamonds are coming from Botswana. So, it's not so unique. I personally believe it can happen. It can start with Cyprus because there is no government there. Most of the mafiosos are operating from Cyprus. And the whole economy is the retired English couples is running on their tourism.
I don't think anybody else goes to Cyprus.
Well, I think the Cypriots may disagree with some of what you're saying there, but tourism certainly is a big economy builder over there, and it comes back to the point that I've said for many years, that a healthy community requires healthy businesses. It requires a turnover of healthy businesses too. So you're constantly improving and getting better. Because if it doesn't, you end up like Detroit, one of these areas that is just in terminal decline, and it's almost past salvation in many respects. And I don't, it'd be interested to see what the current U.S. government are going to do about it, because it's a drain on the federal resources as well. So it's an interesting suggestion. I would call it nothing more than a suggestion. It's one of those. Could it happen? Possibly. What chance of it happening would I put on it? I would, if I were pushed, I might say 0.0001%. Because again, who knows?
Well, Trump has already made an offer to buy Greenland, which was obviously rejected. But, nonetheless, people have not stopped trying, So you never know. And while we are discussing on this very funny subject, who knows? Amazon or Jeff Bezos can acquire the island, may not shift their headquarters. I'm not saying that, but they have a lot of money. They can definitely acquire a piece of land somewhere. This has happened just past 2 years in India. There was one holy man, I don't want to name him, but there was a holy man here who fled the country because there were cases on him, quite serious cases on him. And he has a lot of money. He's a holy man. A lot of people give donations for whatever reasons. And with those donations, he's bought an island and he has declared himself as a sovereign nation. Now he is going to apply for United Nations membership. So this idea of anybody buying an island and becoming a sovereign nation is not something which you can't, you don't need to ignore it. It can happen. It could be a reality. Amazon has the money and they can buy off Cyprus because it's not a very strong economy, does not have a big army. It's mostly tourism. So nobody lose anything by acquiring that country.
Well, I'm not too sure about that, but it's probably a note to leave it on, because I'll probably just throw a few issues up the flag here. If indeed a company like Amazon, and we all know how ambitious Jeff Bezos is, but if a company like Amazon did take over the country, would it have nuclear weapons? Would it have an army? Would it have a police force? Would it need one? If everyone was happy and earning money, would it need all of these things that you and I have become used to in our life? What relationship would it have with other governments? Would it have a relationship with other governments? Would it actually, would there be a barricade around Cyprus all of a sudden where the United Nations called on everyone to send a battleship and say, well, now we've got them there, we're going to keep them there? Who knows? Who knows? This is just a little bit of fun on a Friday, just to get you thinking primarily about your business, actually, and you having fun in your business and being ambitious and doing things that other people think are mad or crazy, because that's how we grow. Doing that bizarre thing that perhaps no one else has thought of, and you're the first one to think of it and do it. So I hope you all have fun on a Friday, and thanks for bringing the subject, CK. I'm sure people hopefully will see this as a bit of a comedy hour. I hope. This wasn't to be taken in seriousness about the headline, but as they say, you never know.
You never know. In fact, somebody asked Elon Musk, "Hey, why don't you, buy off an island and just settle down? You have a lot of money and you're young, and you marry a beautiful woman, and that's it." He said, "No, I would like to buy the Mars. So he's aiming for Mars, and probably he'll create his own country there. You never know what is running in these people's mind.
You never know. You never know. Hopefully for the better good. Tomorrow will be a good day. Enjoy yours, CK. Enjoy it, everybody. See you soon.
See you soon. Have a nice weekend. We will catch up again on Monday. Level. Bye bye for today.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma
from Akulmach.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top Brass नहीं हुआ.
How never?
नहीं
4 सेंटेंस तुम्हारे पास तो दिमाग होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is the CEO Roundtable and let me welcome my friends. Our first guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello everyone.
Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida. And our second guest joins us from UK, my friend and chairman of Mindfit Limited, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a really good discussion this morning.
Likewise, Neville. And our final guest is from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is CEO of Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing all? How things are at your end?
All well,
Yes.
Kanchan. All well, Kanchan. So today's subject is the elevator pitch, and why we have this subject, because many people don't know the importance of an elevator pitch, and even if somebody knows the importance of elevator pitch, they don't know how to make that. So, when I meet somebody in the corridor and I ask them what they do, their elevator pitch goes for 15 to 20 minutes. So that is so funny. So what do you guys feel about this?
Well, let's go. The elevator pitch, 15 to 20 minutes. Sounds like the elevator got stuck somewhere along the line. Because the whole point of an elevator pitch, as we all know, is it needs to be maximum, 30, 40, 50 seconds. It's a short conversation where you get in the elevator at the bottom of the building and you get up off at the top of the building and you've influenced somebody along the way. And that's the whole point. You're pitching to somebody. The origins of it is, believe it or not, comes from Hollywood many years ago when they were pitching scripts, and scripts were in their thousands. So this isn't a new thing. It's not a business thing in many respects. It comes from the movies. So we need to take a bit of a script from that, because the movies need a script. You've got a limited time, so make sure you've got a good script.
I think elevated pitch is very, very essential in terms of emotional and business related conversation. And I think the way you interact with your client or individual, that makes hell of difference, because what is your body language, that also deals very highly when we go into elevated pitch. So I think elevated pitch has to be small, and then you should have few keywords so that you can impress your client, and you should not be afraid of repeating these keywords, and it's small and then impressive.
Excellent, actually, because this is something which is very close to my heart. I'm an ex-banker, and in the banking world, we believe if you don't have a product description, the product doesn't exist. Yet there are cases where certain products are sold for many years and you can't find a description anywhere. So, a proposition, a service, or a product without an elevator pitch is something like that. That okay, you sold it, but at any point in time, if you put on the spot, it might be very difficult to explain it in a brief 20-30 seconds. Many years ago, when I started my first business, I actually used to go up and down, actually in an elevator in one of the buildings. I won't name it because people who have not figured it out could figure it out by now. But I used to have a day pass, and I knew that the decision makers for that particular company would be going up and down in the elevator from the cafe at any point in time. And that was my opportunity to engage them. So to basically just summarize this, it's an opportunity to be brief, be clear, convey your USP, make it very specific to your audience, identify the benefits really quickly, like Kanchan said, with a few keywords, make a very compelling call to action, and extend an invitation for further engagement and speaking more. So this is an opportunity for anyone to basically pitch either in the elevator or in the corridor, but it's an opportunity to elevate, talk about your product, and get the other party interested in your product or proposition.
So elevator pitch is like a brochure. In fact, many people don't understand, what is the sales or marketing methodologies. So elevator pitch has its position, and it is meant for people to remember you by your keywords. They may not remember your name, they may not remember what your company name is, but they would remember the keywords in your elevator which you have used. For example, if Farida, let me go back to your example, which is related to banking. So if the elevator pitch says deposit and make money, grow money, people will remember that. But if they say, hey, this is something like a 5-year plan, and it will work like this in a cumulative manner, it will have interest twice a year or once a quarter, people don't remember none of this. They will not remember your product, and they will also not remember your elevator pitch. So this is what I feel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. This is about leaving the person with a memory so that they remember who you are. And you don't have long to do that. We always know that when we meet people in a networking arena, everyone is talking about the elevator pitch. So, but the key thing is you need to be aware of who the other person is. So if you see someone in a networking arena and they're very timid, they're standing to one side, they've just about got their coffee or their tea, and they're looking around in a sort of a very, scared type of way, it's absolutely pointless walking up to them and saying, hello, my name's Neville Gordon, this is what we do, because you'll frighten the living daylights out of them. So what you need to be doing is recognizing who the audience is and adjusting your pitch accordingly. And the nice thing about that is you need to practice. And Farida, it did make me laugh because I had a flashback moment to one of the really big management consultancies that used to, as part of their training program, tell their students to do what you did. Go in the elevator, go and experience it. We can tell you how long the elevator takes, but go in and experience it and ask the questions. The first question is, ask the question to yourself, who am I? Try to answer that one, because that is probably the most difficult question to answer. You can say what you do, and you can probably say how you do it. But answering the question, who am I? And if you can answer that very succinctly, emotionally, so that you have engagement with yourself, more to the point, then you've really cracked the elevator pitch, because that's the question you need to answer every time. Because remember, the person on the other side is assessing who you are by what you're saying. Are you engaging? Are you interesting? Are you challenging me to think? Or are you just throwing stuff at me like a typical salesperson? Whack. This is what we do. This is how we do it. Do you want to buy it? That's not an elevator pitch. That is literally, here's my brochure, I'll talk to you later. That's not an elevator pitch either. So I think we need to work out, and I'm surprised the elevator pitch has lasted as long as it has. I would have thought by now, because we change the labels so often in the business world. It used to be a leader, and then we had a thought leader, and now we have an influencer. So, but the elevator pitch seems to have had a remarkable resilience to have not been changed. I'm wondering who's going to come up with it's a Twitter pitch, or it's a Facebook pitch, or it's a social media pitch, or it's a WeChat pitch. I mean, TikTok is gone now, so we can't do that one really in many respects. But I hope we're getting the message over to people out there. This is a conversation, and that's all where you need to start. So you need to be comfortable in it.
I have something to add to it. I'm just going to pick up from where Chandra was talking about people make their elevator pitch like 15 minutes long. That's the inability to actually define their product really, really quickly. I like to share an example. When you go to the supermarket, always the name of the product and the one or two keywords are in the forefront. Nobody ever puts the list of ingredients in the forefront. If you are interested in the product, you take the product, then you read, okay, sugar, walnuts, emulsifier, blah, 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 blah. But what attracts you is the Hershey's chocolate syrup, because nobody ever puts a list of ingredients on the forefront. And that's exactly the same thing about elevator pitch. I could go on and on about my methodology at what my team does at Career Zoom, but nobody gives a damn. But my quick pitch is that it's a CXO on demand. And that is something that resonates with my audience. They are able to quickly identify whether that's something they're going to use or not. And that's going to determine whether we are going to have further engagement or not. There is no point in me going on for 15 minutes and turning that elevator pitch into a train pitch or a bus pitch, because you don't actually have that much time with someone.
Yeah, I'll take this point from Farida, but I also want to add that knowing the product and service is also very essential, and the power of language. You have to be very good. What sentences you have to use, and how many times you have to really name the product, like how to display the product in a limited time, and that the power of language comes into it plays a great role in that. So for elevated pitch, I guess it is very, very essential to know the product, to know the service, and have a wonderful control on the language and the utility of the time in the elevator.
You're absolutely right. And the other thing is, remember, if you're giving an elevator pitch, the person you're giving it to, you don't know. You may have seen them before, but you don't know them. So I always say the best way to give an elevator pitch is to ask the other person who they are and what they do. Then at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to adjust your conversation. Because like anything else, Farida, you know, if you went into the elevator and you were ready to give someone a pitch and you had a banking product that you thought, I'm going to try this one out, you're in the elevator where there's another banker, but you haven't thought that because you're so keen to get your pitch out there. Now, if that other banker knows everything about your particular product, you're just wasting your time talking to them about your product because they know everything anyway. So the best way here is when you start an elevator pitch is find out who on earth are you talking to. What do they do? Where do they work? What's their favorite color? Ask around the subject, because that means they think you're interested in them. But please don't do this. Don't impersonate someone that's interesting in other people. Be interested. Be curious about what the other person does. And as I say, you never know. I mean, if you'd have met another banker and said, Farida, oh, hi, my name's Farida. What's your name? What do you do? And they say, well, I'm the chief of, export banking or something. You know, immediately gives you an opportunity to work out the type of experience that person has. So then you can ask the next question. Oh, really? I know this person. They work in that area. Do you know them? And all of a sudden, you're not pitching, but you're building a relationship. And that is the forefront of pitching. This is so easy to do when you practice it a lot. But in the first instance, it's a bit like driving a car on day one. When you've never got in the car before, it's going to be clunky, you know, and you might have kangaroo juice, you know, because you've got the clutch or the wrong gear, you know. So there are sort of realities of life that we need to take into this elevator type of arena and just practice it, because the more you practice, the easier it becomes.
Absolutely.
So let me add to what Farida and Neville have said is basically the elevator pitch objectivity. You know, why we need an elevator pitch? That is the question. So the question is, like Neville said, people don't know you. You're meeting them probably for the first time. And the elevator pitch is required so that whoever you have met just now remember you at least for 15 days, or 20 days or 1 month. So the remembrance is what the elevator pitch is all about. So let's go back to the example of banking product. Now, we all know that all the products are very similar, from HSBC to Bank of America to ABN AMRO. I mean, their products are for deposits and loans are all similar because all of them are regulated. So how customer decides whether to buy the product from ABN AMRO or a similar product from HSBC? It is all because of the elevator pitch, because people perceive, hey, this product is better, whereas the other set of people will perceive, hey, ABN AMRO product is better. So it's basically how you speak and how you make an appeal of the same thing. And the same example is also true for telecom companies. Hey, you buy from me, pay me $30 a month, and I will give you XYZ. But the thing is that everybody is offering that XYZ. So the elevator pitch for telecom companies matters. And similarly, elevator pitch for everyone is very, very important.
We often forget actually why people buy from other people. And if you're in this world of consultancy, because that's where the elevator pitch is, or if you're in this world of digital presentations, trying to get your product above everybody else, is that people buy from people. But like anything else, this phrase has been shortened over the years because there's another part of the phrase that's really important, but everyone ignore and forget. People buy from people they know and trust. So the purpose of this pitch is to get people to trust you, to believe in you, to understand who you are. Then they may buy from you if they see consistency in your pitch. If they actually like you, a lot of people are driven by, do I like that person? Even today, lots of consultants actually get work because they're liked by their organization. Not that necessarily they're the best, but they actually feel comfortable with that person or that team. And they know that they're getting some results. They may not be getting the best results, but they're getting some results. And in the consultancy world, we know how difficult it is to displace an incumbent consultant because you're up against a known entity and you're an unknown entity. And that's the whole purpose of this pitch. It's to close that gap. So at least people understand who you are, what you do, and why you may be better or different from their current incumbent. So don't underestimate the value of a short conversation with someone in an elevator. And as they say, what goes up must come down.
So I think there is a place for everything. For example, every company has a mission statement, and the elevator pitch has to be driven from the mission statement. So that is step number 2. And the step number 3 is your half pitch elevator. So you have a 15 seconds elevator, and then you have a half page, like a 1-minute elevator. And then in the end, you will have a brochure. So I think the first thing is to get your mission statement right, and then you get your elevator pitch right, and then you get your half page pitch right. So you are actually making sure that your listeners, your clients, your audience are actually progressing one after the other. Now, suppose, as Neville said that, there are consultants and they are sitting in front of a class. What is the impact if the trainer or a consultant speaks that 15 minutes thing in the beginning itself and then come back to 15-second bit after that? It's a total disaster. So that is why if you have been given a 1-hour slot to speak, you first make your mission statement, then you make your elevator pitch, and then you make your half page pitch, and then you talk about what the subject line is. So you are actually making sure that the audience are walking with you and they are at a place where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's very true. I think, I mean, any decent trainer or presenter knows that you win the audience at the beginning because everyone judges people really quickly, and this isn't a 21st century thing, and it's not a millennial or a Gen Y or Z. We have always judged people very quickly, even from a distance. You know, is it friend or foe? Can I trust this person? Is this person worth talking to? Do I like them? Do I like the look at them? You know, oh, they're a lot bigger than me. I'm fearful. You know, we automatically judge people. Therefore, you've got a very narrow window. You might call it an elevator window. You know, you've got a very narrow window to make an impact. And a lot of people make a judgment call on your first impact.
Yeah.
And that is so powerful in their memory. It's actually one of the things that stop those people performing and moving forwards. Because if you don't like the teacher, even if the teacher is going out of their way to make you change your mind, too late. You've already made your mind up. And the majority of people, vast majority of people, over 80% of people, make that judgment call very quickly. So when you walk up to somebody in an elevator, whatever it is, when you're pitching, a big beaming smile actually has a big impact on the person that's watching you. So there are ways to do this really well, and they're not tricks. It's a process that works, and it works every single time. But the interesting thing is you've got to own it. So if you're having a bad day and you have got this big presentation to do, you need to G yourself up, however, to give that presentation. And it has to be your best effort every time. We used to have a phrase in my industry was, you're always on parade. Now, I wasn't in the army or the navy, but we were always on parade. So when I was traveling, wherever I was, apart from in the hotel room with the door shut and no one can get in, that was my time. Every time I shut that door and went down the corridor, that was the business time. That was my employer's time. And I had to be on parade. And if you can do that, you can be really successful at this. And it is so easy to do once you get into the discipline and once you start to practice. And remember, it's the audience you're talking to that's really important. Any presenter knows this. So the key message I think I've got today is, who are you talking to? Find out who they are first, and it changes the way you pitch to them, always.
So one thing I like to say here is, while people create their companies and they don't bother to build their elevator, their mission statements, and their brochures, they think that no, I have a product. The product will sell by itself. So that is the confusion number one. And the confusion does not remain there. Now, if you get into a conference room and somebody says, "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself?" That introduction will also go for 10 minutes. All you have to do is tell your name and what you are and where are you from. So I think the confusion really starts from that point where people don't know even to, introduce themselves.
So I feel that when we talk about elevated pitch, it's very, very essential to take along the person, individual or a team. Apart with it, you should not be scared of asking some challenging question and be intermingling emotionally along with the business. So that makes a lot of difference once we are talking. Maybe a small talk will make a lot of difference once we are we have a small window, as Naval said. So it's, I think it needs a practice to really do a good elevated pitch.
So I'll just attempt to kind of, summarize what we all actually kind of, put our thoughts on an elevator pitch. The key is that you need to know who you are speaking with. So find out a little bit about the person you're going to pitch to. Doesn't need to be long, but genuinely find out what they do so you have some time to do your mental adjustment as to how you're going to present. Be brief, be clear, make it very specific to your audience. Again, that's extremely important. Highlight your benefits, identify the problem and what is your solution, and make a compelling call to action. This is an invitation for the other person to further engage with you, and therefore the elevator pitch is the most important 30 to 60 seconds that you're going to have with that person, because it's going to drive your future relationship. So I feel that very briefly, very clearly and concisely convey your product idea or your USP to the other side. That's the definition of an elevator pitch. And like Neville said, everything has changed. The way we look at people, the way we look at leaders, etc. But elevator pitch has stayed. And the idea has come from Hollywood movies. But it has stayed for so long, across so many years, across so many generations. It has had to be very successful, and that's why it stayed. So we all need to polish our elevator pitch and make sure that we are at our best when we deliver it.
In fact, I remember about Hollywood, and recently I was watching a program where this presenter called Conan O'Brien, and somebody asked him, "Hey, do you have a card?" And he showed his card, and believe it or not, his card has only his eyes. So his card is only this portion. It's a fantastic elevator pitch.
I've had some fantastic business cards handed to me over time, and many taking that as taking a leaf out of that one's book. I've had business cards where the corner's been chopped off, deliberately chopped off, but it looks like it's like a frayed edge, so someone couldn't be bothered with the card, but it's only that edge that they pass you it to make that important message. I don't care about business cards. Here's mine. It's got a frayed edge. I mean, who cares? And then when you take the card, they don't present it like this. If you know different people, some people present it. The Japanese typically present the card like this, so it's two-handed. But this person actually presented it with a worn-off corner. Immediately, my mind said, I'll share this with you because this is the point about the immediate impact it has on the other person. Immediately, I thought, walk away, Neville. Just run. This guy is not really interested at all. He passed me the card, and I looked at the card, and it was embossed. It was thick. This frayed edge was done for effect, and all it had was his name and what they did. Not what they did as a company, but what they did for me. And it just said, your success is our aim. That's all it said. His name, your success is our aim, and a frayed edge. And that made a massive impact on me. And this was about 15 odd years ago. And I still am friends with this person, despite the fact we've never done business together, but I'm still a friend. And we still we still talk on a regular basis. So this is about impact. As everyone's been saying here, it's an elevator pitch because you don't have very long. It's a memory you want to leave that other person with, just in case they may not need your services, but they've got a big network and they may know someone that might need what you've got. Or equally, you might need what they've got. That's what great networkers do. They put people in touch with others, not for any reward. They're not looking at 10%, They just put other people in touch with other people. And that's how the network grows. So the importance of the elevator pitch is absolutely critical today, especially in this digital world. And when we've got video like this, you can actually see the person, how real they are, how successful they want you to be with their pitch. Not, I'm selling this, it's done this, it's done this. we can just switch off. So the world now is a lot smaller because of the digitization of what's going on. But that means it's now down to you being more critical about what these people out there have got to offer. So my suggestion, and I'm sure everyone else is, get your elevator pitch right. But remember, think of who you're talking to, because that's the most critical part of the elevator pitch.
So I think we had a great conversation today, and I like to thank all the panelists, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville, for their valuable inputs. And I think we are going back with a lot of learning today. I think the biggest takeaway from this discussion is that you need to have already defined your elevator based on your product offerings or services. And if you don't have an elevator defined or ability to create an elevator pitch, take help from the market, take help from the people who have experience of doing that. And as Neville said during the discussion, that the elevator pitch may differ from audience to audience. So make sure that you have elevator pitch designed or defined either by yourself or by taking some help from the market using a smart consultant. So thank you very much, all friends, and we will catch up again in the next CEO Roundtable. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you graciously on Legal Matters. Today, we want to discuss about something which is very remarkable, and half of India was not even born at that point in time. The story is of 1975. It was a case between Srimati Indira Gandhi and Raj Narayan, and the case was ruled in favor of Mr. Raj Narayan. Srimati Indira Gandhi lost that case, and the ruling was made by Allahabad High Court. It's a very historic judgment, and to discuss this further, let me invite my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me in this legal matters, and I'm looking forward for this discussion in a very important judgment of the Allahabad.
Yes, in fact, there was a time where it was known very publicly that India is Indra and Indra is India. That was a slogan which was promoted, and I think most of us were not even born at that time. Almost 50 to 60% Indians that we are today were not even born in 1975, and that was the power of Srimati Indira Gandhi, where she can equate herself with the country of India. Being such a powerful leader of our nation, she lost a case, and I think we would like to know it's to know, such a remarkable leader, very popular leader, losing the legal battle. I think you can throw more light on this one.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very important judgment of that era, and a very important historic development which happened thereafter because of this judgment was the imposition of internal emergency in the country. It was declared on 25th of June 1975. This judgment of the Allahabad High Court was declared on 12th of June 1975, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi election from the seat of Raebareli was declared to be void, and therefore, in order to nullify that judgment, she was compelled to declare emergency on 25th June 1975. But what had happened and what were the facts and how this came up before the Allahabad High Court and what are the rulings, that is what I want to discuss with you in this show. The facts were that the general elections for the Lok Sabha was conducted in the year 1971, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi and Shri Raj Narayan were contesting from the parliamentary seat of Raebareli. Indira Gandhi had got 183 votes and was declared the winner from that constituency. And thereafter, she continued to be the prime minister of this country. But Raj Narayan had filed an election petition immediately after the results were declared, alleging that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in some corrupt practices under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. And therefore, his petition alleged that the main contentions of the petition were that Srimati Indira Gandhi had procured an the assistance of one Shri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a gazetted officer in the employment of the Government of India, holding the post of officer on special duty to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, and having the assistance of a gazetted officer during election and for election purpose amounts to a corrupt practice under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. The second allegation against Srimati Indira Gandhi was that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces of the Union for furtherance of her election prospects, as the members of the Air Force had arranged the airplanes and helicopters at her instance for her to address the meetings at her constituency. So the reason given is that by having assistance of armed forces, of gazetted officers, of police forces, as well as the officers of the state of UP, he was having a dominating position. And to use that position over other candidates amounts to inequality in treatment to all candidates who want to contest elections from that position, from that parliamentary seat. Those were the allegations which were made. Also, allegations were made that the agents of Srimati Indira Gandhi had distributed quilts, blankets, liquor, etc. to the voters and had influenced them to vote in her favor. Also, it was alleged that free conveyance was provided by the agents and Mr. Yashpal Kapoor to the voters to come to the polling station. Therefore, the entire election was challenged on the ground that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in corrupt practices for winning that election. So the court then framed certain issues in the matter. The first issue which the court framed was whether Srimati Indira Gandhi had obtained assistance of Shri Yashpal Kapoor for her elections while he was still a gazetted officer in the service of the Government of India. Srimati Indira Gandhi had had a battery of lawyers who were engaged and were defending the case, and wherein she had stated that Yashpal Kapoor was a member of the Government of India, but he had resigned on 13th of January 1971, and the resignation was orally accepted on 14th January 1971, and the notification was also issued accepting his resignation, which was issued on 25th January 1971. So she refuted the allegation by saying that once the gazetted officer having resigned and the resignation having been accepted, and then from there on, whatever he has done, he is not the gazetted officer of the Union of India. But the court went through the entire documentary evidence as well as the oral evidence, and also interpreting the service rules, came to the conclusion that Sri Yashpal Kapoor could not have been ceased to be a government servant till the date of notification was issued by the appointing authority accepting his resignation, which was accepted on 25th of January 1971. So therefore, the court held that whatever assistance Yashpal Kapoor had given to Indira Gandhi till 24th of January 1971, he was a gazetted officer. And it was also proved that he had given speeches on 7th January, and from 14th January onwards, he was the election agent and had carried out several functions for the election prospect of Srimati Indira Gandhi. And therefore, in the month of January till 24th January, whatever functions and assistance was given by Sri Yashpal Kapoor was done by a gazetted officer of the government of India. And therefore, this amounted to corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. On this ground, the court held that yes, this issue is proved in favor of the petitioner Sri Rajnarayan and against the respondent Srimati Indira Gandhi. With respect to other allegations, which were that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces as the Air Force planes and helicopters were arranged for her to reach the constituency for giving election addresses. The court, interpreting the entire documentary evidence, held that the Prime Minister of the country is entitled to make use of Indian Air Force aircrafts while traveling for official as well as non-official purpose as well. And in the facts of that case, the court held that by using Air Force planes to reach Raebareli or to reach Uttar Pradesh did not amount to taking the assistance of the armed forces in furtherance of her prospects for the election. And therefore, that issue was held in favor of Srimati Indira Gandhi and against Raj Narayan. But with respect to the third issue, which was whether at the instance of Srimati Indira Gandhi and her election agent, Sri Yashpal Kapoor, the district magistrate of Raebareli and the superintendent of police and the home secretary of Uttar Pradesh government arranged for rostrums, loudspeakers and barricades to be set up for members of the police force to be posted in connection with her election tour. Because normally whenever a prime minister or chief minister is coming, police force is always there to provide security. Also, sometimes barricades are also issued if there is a big gathering. But what the Uttar Pradesh government servants had done was that they had procured and arranged for rostrum, the Shamiana Mandap, and also arranged for loudspeakers and electricity, which was not within the purview of the state government because during an election it is to be done by the party and the candidate. So what the court held in with regards to this issue is that it was conclusively proved by documentary and oral evidence that the rostrums were constructed by government agency for meetings addressed by Indira Gandhi in her constituency. And it was proved that the gazetted officers of the state, particularly the superintendent of police and executive engineer PWD, got the rostrums constructed for the purpose of public meeting addressed by respondent number one in her constituency. So this the court held that yes, Indira Gandhi had procured the assistance of gazetted officers in furtherance of her election prospect, which gave her an edge over all other candidates because while contesting elections, everybody is equal. And therefore, having assistance of government servants and also the election agent who was the gazetted officer amounts to unfair practice, amounts to a corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. So this issue was held against her and in favor of the petitioner. With regards to other allegations that she had distributed quilts, dhotis, liquor, etc. to the voters, and also that she had provided conveyance to the voters to reach the polling station, the court held that the petitioner could not prove these allegations. But two allegations of the petitioners which were proved were that the candidate Srimati Indira Gandhi had used the assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a government servant, a gazetted officer of the government of India, and also used the services and assistance of the gazetted officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on these grounds, he had indulged in corrupt practices, and these grounds were proved by the petitioner. And ultimately, the court held in favor of the petitioner, declaring the election of Srimati Indira Gandhi as void. And further, she was disqualified for a further period of 6 years from the date of the judgment for contesting elections under the Representation of People's Act. So this was a huge blow at that time to the government, and the Prime Minister was to lose her position overnight. However, this judgment was stayed for a further period of 20 days, and therefore she was not to be removed immediately from the post of Prime Minister. But what happened in those 20 days is that on 12th of June, this judgment was delivered. But on 25th of June, the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the President saying that there is an internal state of emergency and you declare that there is an emergency in this country. And on 25th June 1975 itself, the president proclaimed the state of internal emergency, and the fundamental rights and civil liberties were suspended. All the opponents of the government were taken in custody, detained for a period of more than 20 years. The state of emergency lasted for about almost 2 years. In that time, what the government did was that they introduced an amendment to the constitution, which was the 39th Amendment Act, wherein Article 329A of the constitution came to be inserted, which provided that the elections to the post of prime minister cannot be challenged in any court of law. And this was remarkable because this took away the power of judicial review, which is which had been considered to be the basic structure of the constitution. And this this changed the entire structure of the constitution. And therefore, the power that she wielded during that time was enormous, which was never seen before and even afterwards. And therefore, that constitutional amendment came to be challenged. And the Supreme Court delivered a landmark judgment, the matter of Srimati Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, where the Supreme Court held that this constitutional amendment was unconstitutional and it altered the basic structure of the constitution. Also, during the state of emergency, what she did was that she amended the Representation of People's Act 1951 with retrospective effect so that the grounds on which the judgment was delivered were nullified and taken away. And therefore, the entire judgment of the Allahabad High Court was nullified. And the Supreme Court had to accept that since the act has been amended with retrospective effect, the grounds for challenge were not available. And therefore, it set aside the Allahabad High Court judgment. But it did rule that the constitutional amendment with regards to Article 329A was bad, illegal, and void. This is what had happened during the time when internal emergency had been declared. And yes, she had tremendous power during those times. And it is because of this judgment of the Allahabad High Court that this historic event had happened.
So this is very remarkable, and it is almost like a plot of a movie when you narrated it. And nowadays a lot of these OTT platforms are showing these political dramas. So this story, it happened in real, but it sounds like it appears to be a movie plot. But Jeet, let me ask you one question. What is the state of affairs now with regard to the modus operandi of the politicians?
Well, see, election petitions are filed under the Representation of People's Act. Several petitions are pending before the High Court. So, and there are allegations made by both the parties. So so there are corrupt practices which are going on, and there are petitions and there are judgments which are being delivered. But ultimately, it is very difficult sometimes to prove these allegations in court. So therefore, what happens is it goes unnoticed or it goes unproved, and therefore we cannot have such judgments in every petition. So therefore, corrupt practices are prevalent in the country. We can't deny it, but it has to be curbed, and such petitions have to be filed before the High Court, and the High Court has to deliver judgments in a uh, in a short period of time, rather than taking.
So, Jeet, the 49th Amendment, which was made during the emergency, what is the status of that now? Is it applicable or it has been challenged?
So 39th Amendment was challenged to the Supreme Court, and some parts of it were declared to be unconstitutional. And thereafter, in 1977, the entire amendment was removed from the Constitution. So it is not in the Constitution anymore.
Oh, okay, it is already taken out from the. Okay, so then it's a sigh of relief for a lot of people, because then once you become a powerful person in India, then nobody can challenge it. It is almost like an autocratic state. So it's a good thing that it was taken out from the constitution. So I think it's very interesting. I am sure people can read a lot about it. I'm not sure whether a lot of information is available about this incident, but whatever is available, I think it gives a lot of goosebumps hearing about this. How the power was taken away and then wielded by the people who were in power. It was I would say that it was a dark political history of our country, which has been corrected now. So with this, I think I'd like to say thank you, Jeet, for giving us all this information. It's quite interesting to learn about these historic cases. And I will say goodbye for today. I will meet you with some other very interesting legal matters in the next episode.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Talkrise. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Kant. Naval, welcome to Wednesday Soti.
Wednesday Soti. Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the Soti Awards are pending. And today, we're going to just give you some very simple advice how to present. So, let's start with it. You're looking very presentable today, CK. Nice shirt, nice smile. That's what it's about, isn't it?
I think it's a part of it, but I think today's lesson for our contestants would be to make sure that the video what they are making, they look more clear and precise and presentable and also audible. So I think some of the tips may be required from you, Neville, because these are the contestants who may be doing it for the first time or maybe even seasoned but doing it wrong. So I think little bit information from you would really help.
Yeah, sure. Well, when I first started in this, we didn't have things like, these wonderful things here. We had huge cameras, if you recall. So we've got a big advantage with these smartphones. So why don't you do the very simple thing at the beginning? Take a video of yourself speaking now and see what you look like. That's not difficult, is it? So give yourself a benchmark. Get yourself ready. Make sure that you're seated comfortably or you're standing up, whatever you feel more comfortable. And you've got your camera in the right place and just turn it on, because no one's going to be watching, no one's going to be listening, but you are. This is feedback for you. So just give it a go. Do I look good in this? Do I look better on my right side? Or do I look better on my left side? Do I need to keep my bald patch out of the way? All those sort of things, just be very simple with it. Get a benchmark. Take a few videos of yourself speaking and look at yourself when you're speaking. So that's the first thing you can do. Just give yourself some immediate feedback. You can delete all of these. You don't have to keep them. You don't have to share them. But of course, you could share them with your friends and say, what do you think? I was quite surprised about this, Or if you've got some really good friends, they'll give you lots of feedback. So the first thing is take a benchmark. Just take a quick video of yourself saying a few things and then have a look at it and see what you look like. Were you entertaining? Were you engaging? Because this is where you're starting from. And then what you need to do is to move to the next stage. You need to start to improve. And the best thing is you just pick one thing in the video that you know you can improve on. So for instance, if you're doing this a lot and you're talking over here, then you're not looking at the video. You're not looking at the people that you really want to listen. These are the people that you really want to listen. And if you're getting too close to the screen, you might find that you start to back away because it's a bit overpowering. So just do the simple things, really. You need to start somewhere. So just start by videoing yourself and seeing where you are. I'm sure you did this when you first started, didn't you?
Yes, I think it's a journey. When you're making your video, you have to always look at yourself after the video, how it came, was it right, all right, whether my expression was all right, whether I was having an eye contact or I was looking in the corner, and so on, whether I was looking good, my clothes were fine. So all that is part of feedback, which I think all of us have to do. And I think as a first step, it's a very good advice that people can actually either do in front of the mirror, or better would be to make a video for yourself and see how it looks. And the second point is when they start speaking, I think the voice modulation is also one of the major part of presentation. So would you like to give some opinion on the voice modulation part?
Well, you said it already, because your tone was not monotone and you weren't speaking like this all the time, because it would sound rather boring if I just kept speaking like this. Exactly. You're smiling. It is boring. No one speaks like that. I mean, well, actually, perhaps robots do, in the old days. But the robots don't even speak that way now. We move up, we get excited, we get enthusiastic, and then we speak very slowly, because we want people to start to think and reflect. Watch a newsreader, because these are the people actually that are doing this profession. You will hear them go up and down and up and down, and it's almost like music. It's not noise. It's not wah, 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 wah. It's music. People bring you into a story and they take you out of a story, and they take you into the next story, and they transition in and out. So just imagine, again, singing a song all in one tone. Imagine how boring that would be. Imagine how boring the best artist you ever know would just sing in this one tone. What I suggest actually is try it, and you will find how difficult it is. It takes a lot of practice to speak at one tone and not raise it to a different voice and da-di-da-di-da-di-da. You can do da-di-da-di-da-di-da, but you try speaking in one tone. It's really hard. So don't do it, is my advice. And you're smiling and I'm smiling. Bring a smile into what you're saying, because we're engaging people at a distance. There's nothing more difficult, actually, than speaking into a camera.
I think it's a very good advice. And when people are trying to make their videos for themselves, I think they can also try out the modulation, and they can fix the modulation as per their comfort and as per what they feel will impress the audience. So these are the very good advices for today. In the next Wednesday, Sortie Wednesday, Naval will return and give us advice about how do we connect with our audience using the video platform. So stay tuned next Wednesday for the Sortie Wednesday. And thank you, Naval, for joining us today.
It's been a pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody. Don't speak in monotone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is a bright Monday morning here in India. It's quite sunny, and the rain and the gloom has become thing of the past. So, with this positive word, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, your seasons are changing, and so are ours. I've got a sweater on, as you can see. It's pretty chilly over here now. So heating's on, sweater's on, and we're into a new season. American elections this week, so we'll see what happens over there. And unfortunately, the weekend, one of my idols passed away. Quite a sad event, really. Sean Connery, or as most people will know him as James Bond, the original James Bond.
Well, I have one word to describe this: bond is broken. And
Bond is broken. Very true. Very true. He certainly did. He certainly did set the tone, and it was very, tongue-in-cheek. Somewhat misogyny was going on in that era, which was, if you like, acceptable at that time, if the word acceptable can be used. But he certainly did set the tone, and it was very tongue-in-cheek. And we saw new gadgets from Q, and we've seen rapid change actually, and we've seen many other people try to take the role on. Daniel Craig, as we know, is doing his last films now, so I suppose we're all going to see who's going to be the next Bond. Maybe it'll be a woman like Doctor Who. Doctor Who was the current Doctor Who's a female, so you never know. You never know.
maybe the black guy.
Yes, could be. Could be. As I say, you never know. It's about time we sort of mixed it up a bit. And I suppose it's interesting because this month as well is International Vegan Month. Did you know that?
Well, I have been vegan for last 20 years, so
Well, that's another opportunity to, again, change things up. And vegan in their sense means somewhat more than just eating vegan. It's about practicing vegan behavior, lifestyle. But could be a huge change for people. So the question we've got for people this week is, are you ready for change? Are you prepared to change? We all want change, don't we? We don't want things to stay as they are. I mean, if you ask anyone, if you put your head out the window and says, who wants change? I'm sure everyone would put their hand up and say, yes, please. But then if you ask the next question, who wants to change? Who's prepared to change? In other words, are you prepared to change? The answer to that question will be, not sure about that. Oh no, I'm quite happy where I am. Thank you very much. Then when you ask the next question, who's going to lead this change then? And all of a sudden the whole room disappears. There's no one around, because not only have we got a shortage of leaders, we've certainly got a shortage of people that will lead change, because as you and I both know, most change doesn't succeed. It's true, isn't it? 80% of change in big organizations just doesn't succeed. So who's going to lead that one? That's an exit strategy.
Right. So I think you rightly put, Naval. I think I will go back to Sean Connery. During my childhood, I was lucky. During my college years, there was a festival going on in one of the theaters near the college, and I watched all the Bond movies in the morning shows, which are very, very cheap. Um, all of them up to that time. And after that, I have seen all the Bond movies which came subsequently. So in all of these Bond movies, there has been significant change. And if you look the movies where the Daniel Craig is doing a fantastic job, the the style and the persona is so physical. So even the Bond has changed over the years. And you mentioned vegan. I think when I was in US, I did not find any trouble while I was in US because there were a lot of vegan friends, a lot of vegan restaurants available for me to go, and there was acceptance also. So to bring that change in other parts of the world, I struggle sometimes. But Neville, I don't have any animal product on us. We don't have leather, belts, shoes. So it's not only the eating habits, it's also the lifestyle which comes along, and that requires a lot of change. So if we talk about business, as you rightly said, nobody wants to change and nobody wants to lead the change. And that is where the concept of risk management comes in, where the change manager has to incorporate the risk associated with every change and then make the changes which are appropriate so that you succeed. And as you rightly said, if you just change without any risk management, the chances are the organization will fail. But if you do a subsequent risk management and change towards positive, I think the likelihood of positive change is very, very high.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, as you say, it's a bit of risk management, but like anything else, we've got to do any sort of change. We all want to improve. Everyone says they want to improve. They want to get better. But the interesting thing is, they don't actually know what they do. They don't know how they do it. They sort of know the process because it's repetition. I did this yesterday, I'm doing the same today, and I'll do the same tomorrow, and I'll do the same ad infinitum. But the question is, if you're not prepared to change, you're not going to improve. You might get, a small improvement just because something happens out there that you haven't really noticed. Someone says yes when you expect them to say no, and all of a sudden you've got a contract that you weren't expecting, but you don't know how you got it because it's the other person that made the decision, and then you turn around and say, oh, that was lucky. And each time you need to have that little bit of luck. Well, people that are really good at improving themselves and are really good at things actually know what they're doing. So let's just look at something. We talked about massive change in the film industry. Well, let's look about the massive change in another industry. In the Olympics, let's say a 100-meter runner. Although we may not acknowledge it, 30 years ago, the fastest runner in the world was running a second slower than today's fastest 100-meter runner. So Usain Bolt is approximately a second, 1 second. That's almost 10% better than we were 30 or 40 years ago. That is a huge stride because we're only talking over 100 meters. You can actually see 100 meters. And to be 10% better internationally on a world stage is something to be recorded, something to be reckoned with. But now let's look at all of the different athletes, all of the sizes of the athletes that we've had over that 30, 40 year period. Some have been tall and skinny. Some have been tall and well built. Some have been short and stocky. Some have been short and skinny. But they've all run 100 meters and they've all added to it. I mean, if you look at the physique of Usain Bolt and then look at the physique of the person that comes second, Usain Bolt is 8 or 9 inches taller. The guy that came second is stockier, but he's only marginally slower than Usain Bolt. And who knows, the next person, I mean, the current fastest person in the world isn't getting to where Usain Bolt is, but they're shorter and stockier. So we're coming through some sort of cycle here, are we? Or is it luck? The point is, it's not luck. This is about process. This is about being better than I was yesterday. Athletes have it really easy because they do something called personal best. And they know that if all the conditions are there, they will achieve their personal best if they're on top form. If they've had the right breakfast, if they've done the right warm-up session to making that run. And notice they don't do all of these big runs, these major tournaments. They're not week in, week out. The Olympics is once every 4 years. World Athletics, again, once every 4 years. So they have a huge build-up period. But in business, we don't have once every 4 years. Most SMEs, it's week to week, month to month, day to day. But the thing about this is, the message this week is, if you're not prepared to change, you won't improve. And then the issue is, what are you going to change? Just do something slightly differently. Go and practice, go and experiment. Something that isn't going to make a massive impact in your organization, but something that ultimately could make a big impact if you do things slightly different than what you're doing today. Hope that makes sense.
Neville, if I take this learning from you and apply verbatim as it is, I mean, you mentioned about the athletes and the advantage the winner has is only few microseconds. And that is what makes all the difference between gold and silver. So you see, a few advantage in a business also will make a great deal if you're able to change and make those few advantages add to your own business. So I think if I have to apply your teaching today in absolute businesses, the message I can give to my clients and my prospect is that, hey, change is inevitable. And I think as a business, we should be able to change. And today, for next 2 years, we know for sure that digital age has arrived finally. So why not leverage it? So I think that is one thing which the today's entrepreneurs who are waiting and watching, the message is very clear. I think you should embrace the digital age, change, leverage experience of people like us, myself and Neville and our colleagues. We can help you there.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, the digital age is here. It's been here for a number of years. It's only that some people are recognizing that it's actually landed because of COVID. They've been stuck at home. They haven't been able to go to their businesses. So just embrace it. Don't worry about it. Change is inevitable. Just do something slightly different than you did yesterday. That could be, go onto LinkedIn and renew some of your relationships that you have forgotten for a while. Pick 5 that you haven't spoken to a while and just send them a little note. Not spoken in a while. COVID's really made a mess of the world. How about having a discussion and seeing where we can go? If you don't make that first step, don't expect someone else to do it. Leadership is about doing things, and good leadership is about getting ahead of the curve and doing things first, being the trailblazer, that experimenter, getting ahead of that curve. And let's face it, that curve has been flattened, as they said, for some time now. So just do something different. And it's within your capability. You're an entrepreneur. You've done something different to become an entrepreneur. Trust me, all you got to do is go back and think, what did I do then? And try again. Just see what's happened, what's changed. And then you'll get better. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely, Neville. I think these are very good advice today you have given to our viewers. I think they can add little change to their lifestyle, the way they do business, the way they reach out their clients and prospects and employees and investors. So with this, we can end our discussion today. I think it's a good learning for all of us. And I'd like to say thank you to you for today's advice
Pleasure.
and tips.
Well, let's hope people can go and do it, because let's face it, the world needs leaders. It needs entrepreneurs to get out there and do something. So take this advantage. This is the first Monday in November. Make the change.
Thank you so much, Neville. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Cheers, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production electric vehicle buyers and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gone.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's a doom and gloomy morning here. The sun's away. It's still there, but the clouds are there in abundance. It's going to rain. There's doom and gloom on the TV and on the radio. I'm having to find a station that's playing some decent music. How are you feeling today?
Pretty much the same, Neville. In fact, I was trying to do my research in the morning, and in fact, there is hardly any positive news. It's about, in this part of the world, it's about China, it's about some political turmoil going on, some investigation going on. So there is nothing happening on the social media apart from the gloom. And then I switched on the TV in the morning. It's the same gloom which is being telecasted there. So there is absolutely no positive news today.
Well, the thing is, it's like any other day. There is very, very rarely some really uplifting news. So, what's that going to mean in your business? What's it going to mean in a small business? I mean, if you're going to start the day putting the TV on, looking for a bit of inspiration, a bit of stimulation, and all you see is miserable faces talking about miserable things. I mean, in the UK, we're talking about Brexit, that's come back again. The COVID numbers are going up. I mean, there isn't, and some of the Greek islands are now on quarantine, so that you come back to the UK having had a great 2 weeks away or a week away, and you come back and you find out you've got to quarantine yourself for 2 weeks now. Just at the click of someone's fingers. That's what it appears like. Obviously, there's a lot more that's going on behind the scenes. But the point is, things happen around us. We can't change the weather. You know, we can't change the environment. All we can do is change how we are about the environment. What we are, what we do, and what we need to be doing is getting that spark in the belly going, that energy that's got to come from within. Can't come from anywhere else. We can't look for inspiration from anywhere else anymore, unless you want to really put on your best music and put your earphones on and take a couple of hours out of your daily schedule and go and listen to Sweet Home Alabama or We Are the Champions by Queen or something like that. Get inspiration from somewhere. But we need to find it. And that's the whole point of today. This is about self-inspired thought. This is about getting your motivation moving, getting your organization really fired up. And we need to talk a little bit about, we talk about being in the zone. Other people talk about having a purpose. But there's this thing called being in your element. So a job is not a job if you're actually in your element, if you found your element, what you really enjoy doing. And I know there's lots of you out there that do that. What you need to do is spread that bit of happiness around a bit further. What about yourself, CK? You've got a smile on your face, despite the fact all this doom and gloom's around. So you're in your element. I know you are. So why don't you explain what your element is?
Well, Neville, I'm in the same boat as you because we are part of the same world, whichever part of the world we are. So you mentioned about playing music, but there are no music because all artists are under quarantine or in lockdown or whatever situation they are in. There are no new movies coming up, so there is nothing. All the movies we have seen, there is nothing new. So I decided to grow my mustache.
You did? Come closer to the screen. Where is it?
It's a tiny
you haven't.
thing.
It's a tiny little thing. Yeah, we can see it's a tiny little thing. Okay, so that's going to be shaved off tomorrow, I expect.
Oh yeah. I mean, let's see how long it lasts.
Jolly good. Well, there is this thing called Movember, where people in the sort of western part of the world start to do a moustache in November. I'm not too sure I'll join that. I did that once, and again, that was for charity. So I ended up looking a little bit like Father Christmas. Really, it sort of went all bushy. But the point is, we need to get people sparked up. So being in your element, doing the things you love to do, doing the things that you don't like doing them quickly, efficiently, being focused on it, getting them out of the way so that you can really concentrate on doing the exciting things that really make you fired up. The question is, do you know what they are? I asked this question to a lot of people, and quite a few people turned around and said, well, I don't really. And then they asked me for help. And I said, well, I can't help you if you don't know. So you've got to just write a list down of what are the things that fire you up. It's as simple as that, really. I mean, this is not rocket science. So, India and the UK and England are great at cricket. That fires me up whenever I see an international cricket match, whether it's a T20, which is a bit of a knockabout these days, or a 50-over one-day series, or a proper game of cricket, 5 days in the test. Any of those fire me up. And yet some people say cricket is the most boring game out there. Well, okay, it's boring to you, but it's not boring to me, and I know it's not boring to you, CK. But the point is, we can write down why we're excited by it, why we get motivated by it, what we're looking for, why we get that little spark, why we get that little wry smile when we hear a commentator say a few words, and it sparks, that fires up in the belly. You know what I mean, don't you?
Well, I think people have to have their own spark now because there is no external spark which is going to happen if you switch on the news, because that is the only window which is available today for seeing what is going on around you, around in the neighborhood. But there is nothing much happening out there. So I think you have to do a little bit of yoga, maybe meditation. You have to arouse your internal soul, as to say. Maybe you can start doing, if you're good at music, start making your own melodies. That might generate the spark in some people. You mentioned cricket, Neville. Unfortunately, we can only play the French cricket, not the usual cricket right now.
Well, they do. They've done cricket over here, and they've done it under lockdown conditions. So everyone goes in this bubble where they all stay in the same hotel, and that's officials, it's the press, it's the players, it's the whole entourage. And recently, they've actually allowed some small crowd, and it was good to see people coming back there. But the thing is, we need to find our own spark. So get back into our own spark. And you can do that if you've got children, just look at them smile. And if that can't bring a smile to your face, then you've got a problem. If you've got kids out there, just see them enjoy themselves, see their spark. That's all we've got to say today. So good luck for the rest of the day. Turn the TV off. Don't listen to the news because it's all doom and gloom. Create your own spark and get out there, because
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I have a very good news, but before I tell the good news, let me welcome my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gone.
good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. My goodness, it feels like winter here. We've dropped, the barometer's dropped, the temperature's dropped. But let's raise the temperature today. Let's hear that good news.
The good news is IBM has decided to back the Top Brass SOTI Awards 2020.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. And we've even got a chief penguin involved, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. Melissa Sessi, she is the chief penguin and also the official spokesperson of IBM. She herself is quite impressed with what we are talking about, and she wants to be associated with us, and that's why IBM have decided to sponsor the program for us.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Well, calling all young Indians out there, now you've got IBM watching you. So you don't have to have your IBM Lite or your IBM interviews going on. They're now actively watching, and there's a reason why they're watching as well, and they're interested in sponsoring and promoting what we're doing here because it's common sense. IBM do wonderful things in the digital arena, but they also know that without soft skills, without being able to communicate, talk with people, have clarity of thought and clarity of explanation, doesn't matter how good your technical skills are, you're never going to go anywhere. Is that right, CK?
Absolutely. In fact, IBM is not only sponsoring the Top Brass SOTI Awards, they're also recently tied up with a government agency called National Skill Development Corporation. It's a government of India parastatal, and they are coming out with a lot of skill development program for young Indians. And this is a government initiative started by the Modi government, started a few years back. They came out with a lot of different skill development programs. And now, 3 years back, IBM has tied up with National Skill Development Corporation, and they will be providing digital skills training to young Indians.
That's fantastic because, as we know, digital is the age we're living in. So at the very earliest age, you just need to be conversant with the digital arena. That doesn't mean to say you need to be able to put a PC together, or how to unravel a mobile phone. But you certainly need to be in tune with these digital concepts. Maybe you might even be a coder that goes in creating your own apps. Apps are relatively easy to develop these days. So yeah, it's a great initiative, and it's something that's really useful for life. We talk about education for life. having digital skills, having soft skills, be able to speak clearly with other people, those are skills for life. And we need to be developing all of those along the way. So well done, IBM. Thank you for coming to the table. I'm sure a lot of people will now start to listen in the fact that this is a really national event. So calling all you Indians, wherever you are in the world, if you're under 40, get on board with our speaking award. Oh, get on board with our speaking award. I've become a poet again overnight. There you go. Yeah, I'll go back into my box now. It's okay, CK.
Right. So I think the most important aspect of IBM backing us is that, I think it's evident the world oldest information technology organization is convinced that we are entering a new digital age, and that is why, they are partnering with Indian government agency to provide digital skill development to Indians. And this also proves that Indian population, Indian citizens, wherever they are in the world, are going to play a major role. So I think it validates our point, Neville, that SOTI Awards is just one of the medium of enhancing the digital skills that people have. So now the IBM is also watching us. So I expect the Indians to come and compete it out with each other and come victorious in the end.
Absolutely. So listening in, everyone, we've now got IBM on board. They're going to be watching you. I mean, who knows? They've probably got jobs around the world as well, and they want really good speakers. So wouldn't be too surprised if they'll be watching each of your presentations of where you are and where you're going. So it's a great way to start Tuesday off. CK, I hope you have a great rest of the day. I'm going to be as busy as ever, as usual, on webinars and interviews. So good luck for the rest of the day. Good luck, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow with a real SOTI award. Flamingo Wednesday, probably.
Yes, certainly, Neville. And thank you very much for all the support and being with us all the time and providing your management inputs, which are very, very important for us. We really appreciate it. Catch you tomorrow in SOTI Awards.
Catch you tomorrow, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass. This week, I would like to draw your attention to one of the leading story which happened last week. And in this program, we will not talk about the unrest in northeast part of Delhi, but a news which is related to this particular episode. And this is regarding transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now, as we all know, Justice Muralidharan has been a remarkable judge. He has given some great judgment which had far-reaching effects on the Indian society. He is a remarkable, to-the-core professional, a legal luminary. Uh, you know, he is the best judge, one of the best judge in Delhi High Court, and he in a level of seniority he is number 3 in Delhi High Court. Now what happened is that during the Trump's visit to India, there was a little bit unrest in northeast part of Delhi, and there were the rioting going on. And during this period of rioting, there was certain area, small area in northeast Delhi, was on boil, and there was little bit of law and order situation. Then there is a lawyer who are the sort of a lawyer and the activist, human right activist, and basically Mandars. They are the father and daughter. So the daughter Mandar brought out a petition in Delhi High Court saying that the people are having a lot of problem, and the ambulances and the police and safety and so on is not reaching the people in that area on time. And this was brought out, and it's sort of an emergency. So normally judges sometimes also hear cases in their homes. So this is exactly what Justice Muralidharan did. In the middle of the night at his home, he called his another judge, his fellow brother judge, and then he gave his ruling that hey, Delhi police should provide protection, and that is 1:30 in the middle of the night. And in the morning, what happened? So the next hearing for this particular case was set up at in the afternoon, around 1 o'clock or 12:30. In the meantime, in the morning, when the judge resumed his activities, there was another petition filed by this time the Mandar, the father, who is also a well-known lawyer and also an activist, related to the same incident. So what happened is that now these cases are being sent to Justice Muralidharan's court. Now he has got two petitions filed, and then so he was going through the cases, and it was in the courtroom, and then there was a lunch break in between around 1:30, and by 2:30 the order came out that there are certain things that Delhi police is lacking, and there are certain words which were used like unprofessional and so on and so forth. But so this is what has happened, and this created a little bit of news. However, the news related to the incident, which is the rioting, is much bigger than this one. In between, what happened is, I just want to draw your attention that this has happened in a period of 14 hours, which is 1:30 in the night and 2:30. So roughly about 13 to 14 hours duration, where people have taken they have slept, they have attended to other things, and then at 2:30 he came out with a ruling which is sort of, or which looks like that the Delhi police is being put on the spot, and they had given the judge has given the Delhi police 24 hours to give response. At the same time, Delhi police fighting the rioters, and there was a huge problem at hand to solve for Delhi police. So Delhi police got in a fix. In the meanwhile, I'd like to draw your attention that this particular judge was transferred on to Chandigarh way back on February 12th. But the government of India did not notify that. And since the Delhi police is very bravely, countering the activities which are related to mayhem and rioting in northeast part of the Delhi, it became sort of a situation where the Delhi police is getting a lot of bad news from all over. They were losing their people, their constables and officers were under attack by the rioters, so they were solving that. They were trying to make sure that they don't start shooting or use some aggressive measures to ensure that the rioters will calm down and stop creating mayhem on the street. And at the same time, judiciary is also questioning them. So it looked like too much on their plate at that point in time, and they should have been given some time to respond. However, considering this, the government had to also keep the morale of the police high. They notified the transfer in the evening. So what happens is that whatever judgment this particular judge has given with the follow-up cases stands null and void. So by notifying on the same day, government ensured that whatever Delhi police was given as a negative or sort of come back next day type of judgment by Justice Muralidharan will not be heard next day. So this is exactly what has happened. And so this is a normal process, it happens. This is by the law. Whenever the judge is transferred, all the orders taken on that very day when he is transferred are null and void. So this is exactly what has happened. However, the political parties had all the opportunities to talk about it and politicize it, and which they did. They took it to very high level. It was all in the media, but it is not such a big deal, because the consent of the judge were also taken before the transfer orders were given. So it was a collegium of the Supreme Court which transferred the judge. The consent was given by Justice Muralidharan, and it all happened by law. The only one minor thing is that since that judgment came on that day, on the same day, government notified the transfer to Haryana and Punjab High Court, and he has been asked to join the services in Chandigarh. That was the only thing which happened. It coincided with that, but legally there is nothing wrong in this particular event. So this is my analysis, and I personally feel that Delhi police was having too many things on their plate on that particular day, when they were trying to calm the people. They were losing their officers to rioters. There were a few deaths also. I think all of us know about it. Um, and at the same time, Delhi police uh, definitely needed some time to cool things down so that they can get back to the court and give a proper response. So this is exactly what has happened, because the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is back, and they have given them 6 weeks, or something like 1.5 months time to respond. So which is sufficient time for Delhi police to prepare and give a proper response. Now there is calm. The life is coming to normalcy in northeast part of Delhi, and I think this is everybody is happy. And this is the event that happened last week, along with the mayhem and the violence in northeast part of the Delhi. So this is my analysis for this particular event, where the judge was transferred within uh, on a day when he gave a judgment to, and asked Delhi police to respond the very next day. So I will meet you tomorrow again with some more analytics about the current affairs. Till then, bye bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we'll be discussing about one eminent personality who had been a part of our growing up years. And to discuss about this particular topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training marketing professional. He has a vast experience of linguistic, and he had worked in a couple of continents. So before I invite Sitesh, I would like to tell you about one particular name. This is Shiva Shankar, who is an illustrator, who was an illustrator of Chandamama. So we'll be discussing about Chandamama and of course the great artist Shankar. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Thank you, Kanchan. Good day to you in Hyderabad, and I'm very, very well in Bangalore. It's always nice to talk to you, and you suddenly brought back the childhood memories, the growing up memories, and the formative years. And I am just scratching my head about going back to those growing up days, and Chanda Mama and all other comics were such an interesting part of our growing in those days of India.
Yes, I think that when I used to read Chandamama, I was always land into a fantasy environment, and all those beautiful pictures and the kind of teaching of through pictures and telling young children, young mind about the culture and the stories and the kings. I think that used to be very fascinating. What about you?
So my memories about Chandamama has been about more about the images that I was able to see on the cover page and the interior pages. Especially, I remember that Vikram Vetal, that image depiction, and then the first thing was to open up that story and going and reading it, and always, the way it was written, the way it was image was drawn up, it was always leaving as if something is happening in the real, and either I am one of them, either Vikram or the Vetal, and discussing. Later on in years, when there was a serial Vikram Vetal on Doordarshan, I was always trying to compare it with Chandamama stories about the same, but it was not the same. The written word, the images, the characters were so vivid about the whole Chandamama as a book. So I'm really saddened to hear about the passing away of that great artist who used to be a part of my growing up.
Yes, it is sad to really hear the demise of Chandrasekhar Shiv Shankaran, because generally we used to call him Shankar, and he was a fascinating artist, and all the series of Vikram Betal he has done illustration, and interestingly there was a small story that he is very fond of painting from his childhood, and he was born in Tamil Nadu, but his father was a teacher. And there's a story which I just want to share with you, is that when he was in school and there was a test, there used to be history test. So he ended up drawing big pictures of historical figures in his test book, test paper. So he was so much in illustration, so much in painting. So, and then after passing from art school, he also worked in one of the magazine company, and the Chanda Mama started in Hyderabad, the Andhra. So
Oh, really?
yes. So it was lovely to really see the pictures and how he has combined stories with illustration. That used to be awesome, and the color combination. What do you say?
Yeah, so I think the color combination in those days, and the vivid depiction of the shapes and sizes of the kings and the gods depicted, and the characters, the normal characters, it was all as if somebody was writing a pictorial history of India, and that those pictures captured the imagination of our Indian, children,
Right, young
students.
child. I think that's why it used to be very impressive at those times.
Very, very impressive. And it was so distinct from the foreign comics that were available in India in those days, like the Phantom and the Mandrake and the Magician, and others like that. And therefore, Chanda Mama and others, Amar Chitra Kathas and Chandra Mamas, and some Indian homegrown books did a great job. And I think they still do a great job by creating the memories and the imagination of millions of children. I believe that the illustration, the illustrator, as you said, that also can become a great curriculum in the schools as a hobby subject.
Yes, it is very fascinating and very rich in content, what I feel now. And it was published in Telugu language, and started by B. Negi Reddy and Chakrapani, who was a Telugu film maker. Then after 50 years, an association of Mr. Shankar was almost 50 to 60 years with Chanda Mama. And in 2007, it has also been on digital platform.
Okay, that's interesting. And I think digital platform is the key, and most of the publications either have already moved or they are trying to move. I would also say the people who are trying to move to the digital platform try to create the similar kind of experiences that were available when the medium was not around. And that is the whole difference. You know, reading a book in the hand, reading a magazine on Kindle, and reading a book on a tablet or online. You know, people just think, the developers think that it is just, you know, one more channel added. But with each of these channels, the essence, if it is not added, it is lost. The glory is lost if the essence is not added.
Yes. So I feel we have missed a very great artist who has, I think, contributed in our growing years through his illustration, and it is a very sad news. I feel, I think your feelings will be similar to mine, and anybody who
Yes.
will hear about this great artist, Mr. Shankar.
Yes, Kanchan, of course. I think I appreciate that you brought up this conversation today. It is no small way of contributing to so many childhoods and the imaginations of those childhoods that we grew up, and a whole generation, and not only one, probably couple of generations grew up in those illustrations, and the people, the artist behind it was probably igniting the imagination of millions, and he knew it. People generally say the artists don't know how many hearts they touch. I would think the other way around.
Yes, I would like to take up a new subject in our next episode. For today, bye, take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The the regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. You know, the purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose? Your purpose is vacation. And the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country. Where are you going to stay? How you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth. Because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities try to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So, so my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant. Welcome to Akulmach. Today, we would like to discuss something which happened last week, and it was amazing. It was the landing of Perseverance, or rather, touchdown, a smooth touchdown on the planet Mars. And we would like to discuss something which you have not heard so far in the news, in the Google, apart from the usual news. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Space, the final frontier. Anyone remember what program that came from? Well, we're going to spoil it. It's the Star Trek arena. And this is one step further than we did with the Apollo missions and the International Space Station. And now we're on another foreign planet, although it looks like it's already been colonized. So, not necessarily by mankind, but certainly by robots. So, CK, let's have a look at what's actually been happening on Mars.
Well, you mentioned about the Star Trek. I think it has a relevance here in our discussion today because the scientist who actually landed the rover successfully on the surface has an Indian connection. She was 1 year old when she landed into US, and at the age of 9, she was mesmerized by Star Trek serial, and that is when she decided that she will get into the space development exploration arena, and she landed up at NASA, designed the whole mechanism, and it has been for the first time used. And why it is so groundbreaking? Because they have used the sky crane for the first time on a different planet, and all of these are series of experiments which will eventually help us land in future on Titan. So we should not look at Perseverance success in isolation, because it's part of, is a small step towards reaching further. And as you said, the final frontier, the other frontiers like Titan, Europa, which could be habitable in future. So the sky crane is a very important aspect of landing the rover on the surface of the Mars. So let's share some pictures before we start our discussion, Naval.
Yeah, go ahead, CK.
So this is a very large spacecraft. This is twice the size of the previous ones. It was quite heavy, and it is carrying a lot of these different kinds of sensors, and a lot of different kind of experiments. So we would basically focus on those experiments which the Perseverance is carrying. And one of the major experiment it has is the drill, because the objective of drill is to get the samples and study the material which is available on the surface of the Mars. Because in future, if humans have to settle, they cannot carry material from Earth. They cannot carry metals. They cannot carry the construction material from Earth. They have to get it locally there in Mars. So basically, Perseverance is actually a sort of a scout, which is scouting and selecting the area where they can set up their first base. And for that, you need to get the ground samples, how stable they are, what are the composition, can they be used like a limestone here as a mortar we use on Earth. So things like that. So one of the objective of Perseverance is to collect about 30 samples from different locations and sterilize them, put them in a sterilized bottles, drop them at a designated place, and then there will be a future exploration. There will be a future spacecraft which will land in 2026. The objective of that one would be to collect all these bottles and shoot them off from the surface of the Mars for Earth, so that a much deeper study can be done in terms of material of which the Mars is made. And then in future, if people land on Mars, can they use these material for construction? So this is one of the major item that needs to be discussed in our program today. Naval.
Absolutely. And what we've got here is a little bit of a Heath Robinson vehicle. We can certainly see a camera at the top. And if you look closely, that camera can extend upwards and be brought back downwards. The arm of the drill can go to a distance. It's probably got a maximum distance, so that means the vehicle's got to get fairly close to where it needs to be drilled. And if any engineers out there watching, you also know that as you start to drill downwards, it puts pressure on the back of the vehicle. So the laws of physics are still happening on Mars, if not the same effect as they got on the UK in the world. Sorry, I'm always lost for words with this, because I'm just absolutely fascinated by where we are as a global nation. And I know this has been led by NASA, but already, CK, you mentioned an Indian girl that probably wasn't born in the early Apollo missions, wasn't born when the first Star Trek program was put on TV, but was inspired by a TV program. And we all can do that. I mean, I loved Doctor Who when I was a kid. And you knew that, and Thunderbirds. Remember watching Thunderbirds, Hello, Mr. Tracy. And you could see the strings of these people walking around. Well, the thing is, this is now reality. This has become a reality. All of those creatives that put together these funny looking machines. And now this is the reality of where we are. And we're exploring a new planet, just like an entrepreneur would be exploring a new opportunity. And everything on here, I mean, look at the different size of wheels. There's they're there for a reason. And you've got to be careful when you look at this because it is 3D. And by the way, this isn't a photo that's been taken from Mars. This was prior to going to Mars. If you look at the photos that are coming through the NASA stream feed currently, they're actually very similar to this. I mean, it is quite amazing where these people have been testing the arena. And that's another issue. They've been testing it in real life under, gravity conditions here on Earth, but they've been testing in real life on similar arena as they would be on Mars. So they've gone the extra mile and they've found parts of our planet where they can go and play. This is the testing ground. And as you say, the reality is this was parachuted in. It was dropped literally onto the surface of Mars. And again, engineers will be looking closely at seeing all the suspension on here because that thing actually hit the ground on the wheels. So, and if you've seen armed forces, dropping vehicles, parachuting from the back of transporter planes, that's exactly what happened here. So the technology is pretty sound. But again, as you said, CK, this is the first time it's been done anywhere off the planet. We've not even done that on the moon yet, have we? So this was the very first example of doing it somewhere else. So just think, as we go through this program today, not just the very clever design that's been here and the thousands of people that have been involved in creating this particular vehicle and the thousands of people that have been involved in making sure that it landed safely. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. Boy, what a child we've got on Mars, eh? Let's move on.
So the difference between Earth and landing on the moon is simply because the Mars offers very peculiar challenges, and why this project, especially landing on Mars, is so different from landing on the Earth and landing on the moon. Simply because Mars has some atmosphere. The atmosphere is only 1% of the Earth's atmosphere. That means it's like, I mean, you will, if you land on Mars, you will not even feel if there is something blocking the movement. Like here, you feel the air, but on Mars, you will not feel anything because the density of the atmosphere is so less. And because of that, the atmosphere does not offer enough friction for the spacecraft to slow down. Because when you're sending the spacecraft from here to Mars, it is at a considerable speed. And in order to land at a softly on the Mars so that it does not damage itself, it needs to first perform certain series of maneuvers to slow it down. And upper atmosphere pressure is one of the key element of slowing down the spacecraft. But the Mars does not have enough to slow down these spacecraft, but it still has atmosphere. So it is very peculiar because it will heat up the spacecraft and it will burn it probably if you're not careful, but it will not slow it down. So that is why this maneuver was so critical and it's a very precise maneuver where you enter and you actually have a heat shield to prevent the burning of the actual spacecraft, and then you slow down, use a parachute, and then eventually at certain distance you fire up your sky crane and then gently land the Perseverance down on the surface. So it is basically series of steps we had to take to land such a heavy spacecraft for the first time on a larger planet, because moon is still smaller. The larger planet with the gravity 1/3 of the Earth. So I think these are certain salient features of this particular land. Now, what this Perseverance is going to do It has to roam around in a crater because the crater has been chosen as a place where they want to explore further. The belief is that this crater where it has landed was filled with water uh, many billion years back, maybe a billion years back, and they want to see whether the water is frozen there in the surface of the crater and a permafrost, and can they leverage the water, can they take the water out and use it for their own benefit. However, Perseverance is carrying sort of some new experiments this time, and for the first time this spacecraft is carrying these remarkable experiment. I think I will just change the slide, and this is the one which is the oxygen generator. And Naval, as you know, that oxygen generation has been going on since 1960s, or even before that, even during World War, when the mustard gas was used. Soldiers used to wear a mask to filter the mustard gas. So it's not a new science, but this is something new for the first time. Why? Because Mars atmosphere has more carbon dioxide and less of oxygen. So this device, using the electricity, can break down CO2 into O2 straight away. So this is why this is so unique, because in the past, when the astronauts or cosmonaut goes to the space, they convert water into oxygen. They don't use atmosphere to convert their oxygen. They use the water. So water is a very heavy element to carry in a spaceship. So for the sake of breathing, for the survival of astronauts, a lot of water is being sent in the spaceship. But this device is groundbreaking because this will convert Martian atmosphere into oxygen. And now this is an experiment. This is a very small box, and this is going to generate about 2 kgs of oxygen every hour. So if this is successful experiment, then in future NASA plans to send a huge machinery like this, not small one like this one, a big one, a big box, maybe multiple boxes, so that when the humans land eventually, they have enough oxygen available for them to breathe. Your opinion, Neville?
Well, as you say, this is a very small box, and you can see how small it is by just the top right-hand corner. You'll see someone's hand holding it. So it literally is just almost like a little packing box. So this is incredibly small. But as you mentioned, when we eventually land on Mars and we colonize it, these will be much bigger, and there will be a number. We won't rely on one. What entrepreneur relies upon one system? We don't, actually. We make sure we've got a backup and more backups, and especially in that particular arena where, assuming we human beings are going to be those people that are on Mars, we need oxygen to survive. So this is absolutely critical. This is mission critical, really. So it's an important little test. And as we'll see over time, this is a small box, and there are many similar type small experiments that are going to be going on from the one rover. So we've seen the drilling arm, we've seen this small box, and I'm sure now you're going to show us another little experiment that's going to be going on, CK, in your little box of tricks you've got here today.
Yes, Neville. In fact, I'm not going in detail about the science behind this particular experiment, but this is going to use the electricity from the rover. And there are a lot of fine balances, because using the different foils within this device, it will break down the CO2 into carbon and in oxygen, basically ionized oxygen, which is the single atom, and then combine the oxygen into O2, which is like 2 oxygen atoms combined, and that becomes the oxygen, which is breathable. So it is using the rover electricity to do this. So I think there will be a fine balance between how much electricity will be given to this. If the rover has extra electricity available, then this experiment will work. Otherwise, the rover will conserve its energy for other things. So I think this is a very exciting experiment, because if this one succeed, a larger version of this will be airdropped or paradropped or using the sky crane dropped multiple numbers in advance before the humans arrive there, so that these machinery start working, cranking the oxygen out, and then when humans arrive, they have the oxygen to breathe. So the next experiment, important one, is a powered flight, because once humans go there, they need to go from place A to place B. And as you know, as we have seen the pictures of Mars, it's not a very smooth place. It is filled with boulders and rocks and sand. So you need to get from place A to place B, and you need to fly because you can't construct road. So the best method to do that is make an aircraft. The challenge there is, usually aircraft has wings, and which glides on air, a cushion of air. Now the Mars atmosphere is not thick enough to hold an aircraft. It cannot hold the aircraft in the air. So that is where the challenge is. At the same time, gravity is 1/3, so it has less gravity. That means you would require less power to lift yourself, but the air is not able to hold you there. So what is the way out? I think the scientists have figured out a way. One is longer wings, so that you have more surface area to utilize the cushion of air when you are airborne, and the speed at which the wings are moving. So this is another experiment. It's called Ingenuity helicopter, and this helicopter has a solar panel, and it has a lithium-ion battery in it. It's a self-sufficient independent system. It does not take any power from the rover. It generates its power, but since this is an experiment, a single powered flight can last only for 90 seconds. So it's like a trooper which will fly for 90 seconds, explore the area, and land safely, giving all the details back to the rover, and then rover will move. So this is how it's going to work, and it's very exciting because if this succeeds, we know that what kind of aircraft humans would need on Mars for their commutation.
It's brilliant, and as you can see, I mean, look at the rotor blades. There's a curvature on there which we wouldn't normally see on a helicopter. There is a slight bend on a helicopter, but you can see these here. These are really curved. You know, as you said, CK, there's no air effectively, or there's very little air, and it's actually got to work with the system that's there. We can't just create air overnight. We can't put it in a bubble. There is no bubble there. So it's got to utilize what is currently there. And I'm going to link it back to being an entrepreneur. This is the reality. Work with the reality. Don't work with perception. If these engineers hadn't known the reality of what they were working with there and tried to recreate that reality here with a few tests, and I can bet your bottom dollar that just like Edison, that threw away the first 9,999 light bulbs just to get to the one that worked, I'm sure they had several tests along the way that improved what they were doing. So this is a real test and measure. And as you can see, this is just a little tripod at the bottom. Doesn't have to be very complicated here because there's no one going to damage it on Mars. The only person damaging it is the person flying it. That's you and me, or the robotic algorithm that we've put into the system. The other thing it's testing, of course, is the connectivity between a remote vehicle and another remote vehicle. So there's lots of things that are being challenged here. 90 seconds doesn't sound a long time, though, does it, CK? I wonder how far it can travel in 90 seconds.
Well, I think it's not going to be too far, but I think that would be enough for it to do the surveillance or reconnaissance, as we can see, and tell the rover that this place is safe. There are it's like smooth. You can come over, you can drill, and things like that. So there is going to be AI-based decision making, which is going to work, because every time they cannot send message back and take inputs from the Earth station. So for between the aircraft and the rover, there's going to be some decision making software which is going to run. Important thing is that this whole Ingenuity helicopter weighs less than a kg. It is so light, and as you can see, the the length of these rotors is like 1 meter. So it's significantly large aircraft with very little weight. And these wings are made of carbon fiber. And as you can see, these are special. These are not something which is run of the mill. These are specifically made for Martian environment. And on Earth, helicopter rotor moves around 300 revolution per minute. But this one, each of these will be going at 2,500
Wow,
rotations per minute.
That's one rotor. Wouldn't get in the way of those. Don't put your hand in. Don't put your hand in when those are moving around. You mentioned something that's really important. We need to bring people back to is that this is 1 kg.
Right.
But we are talking at the moment. It's 8 months away from Earth. So that 1 kg has utilized a lot of power to get from the NASA the NASA launch pad to Mars, where it currently is. You know, millions of miles away, and it's only 1 kg. But the cost of that 1 kg, we're not going to tell people what the cost is because, frankly, I haven't even looked it up. But it's in the millions of dollars. This is not a cheap exercise. And again, we've put a lot of faith in lots of engineers that have said, yes, this is going to work. And eureka, you know, it hasn't taken off yet, this little drone. But I'm really looking forward to the live pictures when it does take off, because that would just be absolutely fascinating.
Oh yes, they are using a lot of these cameras this time. You know, in these rover and also in the Ingenuity helicopter, also in the Sky Crane, they have actually used a lot of visual imagery for during landing, during entry into the atmosphere, and also this. So there are a lot of cameras this time. In fact, there are cameras which will imitate the human eyes, so you can actually see for the first time in 3D. All the images which will be sent back will have much higher resolution. So going to the next thing, you know, why we are doing all this? We are doing this simply because we want to send humans, and the target of SpaceX is to send a million men and women to Mars. But you know, when they go there, they would need place to live, they would need place to survive, they would need things to do. So I think human just cannot go pitch a tent and start living on like a hiking mission on Mars. So there has to be some preparation. So I think these are all preparatory steps that we are taking. Right now, we are in the phase of R&D, where we know what samples we need to get. What is how is the soil of Mars? Can it grow our plants, our food? Can we use it for construction, etc.? But eventually, if things are looks promising, we would end up sending another robot in future where it will have a 3D printer, a large 3D printer, which will land without any humans being there. And this robot will construct a structure like this. And as you can see, these are multi-floored buildings, and they have used the Martian material. A 3D printer is basically start constructing this whole thing. As you can see that it's layer by layer erected, and it will have an opening at the top. So you can see the sky probably when you live there, because looking at the sky is also important part of human psychology. And then it has multiple uh, floors where you can have storage in certain areas, you keep your machinery in certain floors, living quarters, your freshening up facilities, study, and communication. All of those things will be taken care in this building. This building has actually, this design rather, has won an award, and this has been chosen so far as a viable design for Martian buildings so far. It can change in future, but right now this design has got an award, and this has been selected for as a viable building that can be constructed on Mars by a 3D printer. And all the machinery will also be placed before the human arrives. So the whole idea is that we should have some sort of dwelling already developed, oxygen production plant should be already there. Water generation plant should also be there, so that these buildings can be pressurized with earth-like atmosphere, and we have drinking water, and also some sort of cultivation can be also provided on surface of Mars. So until these 3-4 steps happens, perseverance is the first step towards that. I think we are still 20 to 30 years or maybe 40 years away from landing the first humans on Mars.
Well, according to SpaceX, of course, he wants to take 1 million people there before 2060. So we better get a move on, haven't we? But just looking at these buildings, it's quite interesting that you take one. When I saw these originally a while back, the first thing that said, it's a windmill without the windmill. Because it just looks like if you were to go to Holland, you would have seen lots of these things side by side, taking advantage of the wind. I mean, there's no windmill there as such, but it's certainly the foundation of what we would see right the way across Holland in particular, but certainly right the way across Europe. It would be just a bunch of windmills. I would love to be one of those people that actually steps foot on Mars. I think, sadly, I'm not going to be there, so I'm just going to have to look at the pictures and imagine the movies that are going to be created from it. But we're just showing a little insight today as where we currently are. We've got an unmanned spacecraft that's landed on Mars. I think it's interesting it's called Perseverance, because you do need a lot of perseverance to get there. And as you notice, there's the other names of the other vehicles, the helicopter. That's even got Ingenuity, isn't it right? Ingenuity?
Absolutely.
And again, that is another fantastic word out of the dictionary that we can all conjure up and we can all imagine as an entrepreneur. We need to be ingenious. We need to have perseverance. We need to be working all hours to make sure it works. So there's lots of similarities between entrepreneurship and being that first robotic explorer on Mars. And I saw a little news clip today where the engineering team that designed all of these, the parachute and the connectivity, and even the person that was using the robotics to land this vehicle on Mars, when they were in happy hour, they were literally in a local bar, all celebrating the fact that things had happened as expected, which was probably way beyond their expectation, frankly, that everything actually went to plan. I'm sure it didn't, but perfectly. But nonetheless, they were really celebrating. They were in a happy hour in a bar in the US. And the first pictures they even saw were put over the TV from NASA. So there you got a bunch of engineers, all with little NASA insignia on here, all swilling away with a Bud Light, having the whale of a time, celebrating an amazing feat of human engineering. And the first pictures they see are literally put on the TV. So they saw them at the same time that we did. And they said the elation, I mean, the place it went quiet for a moment. And then the uproar, the sheer jubilation of what are we really seeing here? We're not seeing artificial pictures anymore. Like we've shown everybody, those are not the real pictures. These were the pictures that created prior to taking off for Mars. But they're seeing live streamed pictures. And you can just imagine the excitement of saying, this is really happening. This isn't in a movie anymore, but boy, does it look like a movie, So this is a real fascinating arena for everyone. You don't need to understand all the engineering around it, but just dip in and see what your fellow humans have done and imagine what you can do. How can you help?
Certainly, and this is the first step. There will be one more in 2026, and there will be one more next one on Mars in 31, as per the plan of NASA. But all of these three missions that they plan to launch during next 10 years is basically establishing a very strong foundation for going to Titan, which is the Saturn. And these are the technologies which will be tested on Mars and beyond, would be implemented on making a mission on Titan, which will be sometime in 50s or 60s. We don't know. But I think it's very interesting to see these baby steps, these huge steps, and it's a baby step for our human exploration, our human race to expand on other planets in the solar system. So it was great talking to you, Naval, today about this amazing feat of engineering by NASA, of course, and it's quite exciting. We will probably talk to you on some other interesting subject tomorrow.
No, it's been a great pleasure, CK. And for anyone that's watching, just just Google NASA, and you can see all these pictures coming in as live as anybody else. And it really is a fascinating arena. So good luck, good hunting, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye for today.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Sortie Wednesday. Let me welcome my friend from London, Mr. Naval Goon.
Good morning, CK. It's a cold and miserable Wednesday in the UK at the moment, and yet later on today it's going to be 30 degrees. So it's a damp start, but the sunshine's coming. And that's what Sortie Wednesday is all about. It's to show you that you may be apprehensive, you may be scared about joining this competition because your communication skills aren't that good. That's the whole point of the competition, to come on board and improve your communication skills. And the reason why CK and I are running this is he knows, and I know, and every business owner out there knows that when we go and employ people, we want people that can communicate, can have a conversation, can be invested in the conversation, can get their message over, and at the same time, listen to feedback so you can improve your message. And this is just one simple skill set. It can be really complicated to learn, and you can be fearful of learning it because you think you're not very good. Well, guess what? I wasn't very good either. CK wasn't very good, were you? You know? Were you the best speaker in the world when you were sort of 19, 20, 21?
Well, not at all, Naval. In fact, today's tip in Sortie Wednesday is, this arena of Sortie Awards not only expose you to improve your speaking skills, it also gives you an opportunity to basically expose yourself visually. So this is an audio-visual platform where you are being watched by senior entrepreneurs, senior industry leaders, and who knows, some of these people may like your delivery. And what these companies are looking for is basically the best communicators in India. Because going forward, if India is going to drive the business, then the people from India should be able to talk comfortably with thousands of other different people. So I think this is a platform, and the tip today that Naval is trying to give us is this is a platform for increasing your visibility. So the tip is increase your visibility, join and get watched by thousands of industry leaders globally. This is what I have to say, Neville.
That's brilliant, CK. And as you said right at the very beginning, no, you weren't. You weren't a good communicator. And the point about this is we're going to show you not only what it takes to be a good communicator, but to get you to go and practice and then put your video out there so you're showing the world. Today's big earners are not the Jeff Bezoses of this world that own huge organizations. It's the vloggers. It's the YouTubers, it's the influencers that actually are really enjoying what they're doing. And all of our sponsors, of which we're a sponsor to, MindFit is a sponsor to, we know that our best ambassadors out there are people that can really communicate, can hold a conversation, can go and talk to other people, extol the virtues about our organization. And remember, we have IBM in this as well. IBM, if you've not known, Google them, IBM.com. Really difficult name to remember. See how big these are. Why are they sponsoring what do you think they're sponsoring this for? Because they believe in your success. They also want to attract the best employees. You're going to be on show here for IBM. But IBM are not stupid. They know that Microsoft are listening, even though Microsoft isn't sponsoring. They also know that Oracle will be listening. These are big names. They also know that Apple will be listening. So here is an opportunity to put yourself in that interview slot. Now, they haven't asked you to come for interview, but they're going to be watching. And the reason they're going to be watching is because we're going to tell them. That's why we're running a competition. It's not a lot. You need to have skin in the game, but it's not a lot of money just to put your name on an entry form. But your learning, your development program will actually be far more beneficial than your degree. And don't listen to that from me, because even now, that Elon Musk is saying your degrees are useless. And he lists 4 or 5 top skills, soft skills that are useful. And guess what? Communication is on the list. It should be number 1. Without you being able to communicate, how can you get your message over? If you can't speak, how can you get your message over? And again, it comes with body language as well. So it builds confidence, it builds a can-do attitude, and I'm going to stay with the letter C. You'll be in control, you'll have clarity, you'll be committed, you'll be comfortable, you'll be calm. And it's a competition. That's another C. So come and collaborate with us, another C. And we'll show you how you can win. It's as simple as that. Can't make it any simpler than that, can we, CK?
In fact, your tip for today for the contestant is very clear, very straightforward, and you've used very simple words and you've used very powerful words. So I think the message is very loud and clear that going forward from 2020 till 2030, the people who will succeed in the industry would be the communicators. And that is why Top Brass Sortie Awards is to bring that quality upfront for the industry leaders to watch and select their workforce for the next decade. So I think, thank you very much, Neville. It's a great learning for all of us and all of our contestants, and also a lot of youngsters who are watching this video. Come and join Sortie Awards. I will give the link at the end of the video. Please come and register yourself.
Yeah, please do, because actually it's a bit like being in the lottery. You've got to be in it to win it. We're not going to guarantee you get a great job at the end of this, but the likelihood is you will.
Well, the top 100 people definitely will get recognized across the world through Top Brass Sortie Awards, because these 100 people will be the best communicator across thousands who will apply. So I think there is a great opportunity for everyone to not only get recognized, but also to practice, learn new tricks, uh, networking with peers and also with industry leaders. So a whole lot of advantages for people who are participating in this contest.
Absolutely. And it's a silent network because they don't know it's happening, but we do, because we already know the response we're getting from organizations, employers, all the way around the world. So again, the message is get on board, improve your communication skills, get yourself in that shop window, and it's that silent interview that you've done once, but thousands, tens of thousands, and probably hundreds of thousands will be watching. Simple message.
Thank you very much, Neville. And I think it's a great learning for all of us. You have put it so simply, a great message. So thank you very much. We will catch up next Wednesday on the Sortie Wednesday. Otherwise, I will catch up with you tomorrow on some other subject.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm very honored and pleased to have our guest today, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Just to introduce briefly, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So we are very honored to have Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome from Ahmedabad.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure being here and talk to you about today's subject. Today, I think we are going to do right to freedom of religion.
That is
and
right.
the human rights. Yes.
That is right. And since we are on the journey of discussing human rights, and this is one of the very important right given to Indians. So over to you, Nagesh.
Yes. To begin with, CK, I would like to point out that United Nations has recognized the importance of freedom of religion or belief in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 18 of UDHR states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right also includes freedom to have a religion or whatever belief any person wants to have from his or her choice. Similar provisions are found in Article 18 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and also in 1981 Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and of Discrimination based on religion or belief, then 1986 establishment of the Special Rapporteur to identify existing and emerging obstacles to the enjoyment of right to freedom of religion or belief, 1993 Human Rights Committee's Article 18 of Civil and Political Rights, which I've already mentioned. Now, Article 18 of Civil and Political Covenant is widely regarded as one of the most important articles on freedom of religion or belief. It says that everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right shall include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice and freedom, either individually or in community with others, and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. Then it says that no one shall be subject to coercion, which would impair his freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice. Further, freedom to manifest one's religion or belief may be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law and are necessary to protect 1. Public safety, next, public order, health, or morals, or the fundamental rights and freedoms of others. The state or the government, the states to the parties to this covenant undertake to have respect for the liberty of parents and, when applicable, legal guardians to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own convictions. Now, I would like to point out two quotes, one by George Bernard Shaw, which says that there is only one religion, though there are hundreds versions of it. And the other one is by the Rudolf Otto, which says that religion is that which grows out of and gives expression to experience of the holy in its various aspects. So we know that in human lives, religion plays a very vital role, and it is an integral part which influences the minds of people. Especially in the Indian society, the religion plays an indispensable role in governing the conduct and the behavior of the people. When it comes to religion, Indians are extremely possessive, and if anyone tries to hinder in that, they become alert or they become very active. It is pivotal to maintain some decorum while exercising this right in order to avoid any kind of future jeopardy, and therefore the state government or the central government can impose some restrictions. Now, the perception relating to religion varies from person to person. It is entirely a matter of choice and belief. The reason behind having strong faith may be that they perceive that religion adds meaning and reason to their lives. So people who are having strong faith leave no stone unturned in showing their fidelity towards their respective religion. Now, how this right is protected under the Constitution, we have four articles, Article 25 to 28 of the Indian Constitution, wherein freedom of religion is provided. In India, being a secular nation, it gives every citizen right to follow the religion he believes in. A secular state is said to be the one where there is no official religion followed. So the government has to respect every religion that a person is following. Now, every person is also entitled with his right and liberty to preach, practice, and propagate the religion of his choice. An opportunity is also provided by this right to spread his or her religion among everyone without any fear of the government intervention. So, it is ensured by our Indian Constitution that no citizen is deprived of his right to practice and profess his or her religion. So this is what the basic freedoms we have internationally and nationally about right to freedom of religion.
Nagesh, let me share what I think about this. I feel as a professional, because I've been associated with the industry for over 27 years. I have worked in many organizations and I've also worked with variety of people. I feel that we are truly very lucky. Our founding fathers gave our constitutions to us, because in a country like India, I think this is the only country where multiple religion, multiple types of people, multiple races coexist. So at the workplace, in a true sense, you don't look at other person's religion at all. And that is because of the foundation of our country. While sometimes we keep hearing these news, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, as a layman, I feel that every citizen has a right to practice their religion, but I don't think they have a right to impose their religion on anybody else. Is that right?
Absolutely. You see, when it comes to religious practices or a religion is concerned, there is no imposition. That is how we call it a freedom. The freedom means that nobody would try to impose his or her religion. But at the same time, there are conversions being taken place in our country and in world over, which also says that a person has a right to convert himself to any other religion. Maybe, after getting a perspective of that religion, the person has a right to convert to any other religion only if at all he is convinced that he would want to profess or practice any other religion which he is comfortable with. So there are a lot of debate which is going on. There are certain restrictions, certain laws which are imposed by certain states where right to conversion was a state law which was upheld by the Honorable